Welcome one and all to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, a nice reunion here, and we've got Ilya behind us on prod, and it's going to be a fun night. The final night of week number 1, and we do have your lights go out. I've never seen Cubby get Nocturne ulted. I kind of like the vibes, but it's a 3 best of 3 serious night tonight.
I think it speaks to the LPL schedule that my roommate's going to bed. And I'm just getting started as we walk into the light. But excited for tonight, Mazel, as we've got 2 Group Nirvana teams making their debut. And in the 3 series, I think AL versus BLG, always a banger in the back half. So should be good.
Should be a lot of fun, as we're going to take a look a little bit at the schedule coming up here, obviously. It's the final day of that week number 1 here. It's a rough and tumble split. Goes by very quickly. We're going to have 3 best of 3 nights, 3 days a week for the foreseeable future, as we see how some of the things are panning out here recently. Obviously, some pretty top table stuff in Group Ascend, some likely top guards in the top trio there. But more so, we got a banger debut last night in IG and Weibo Gaming. The top 2 expected favorites for Group Nirvana, but IG... The Shy and Rookie are back, Cubby, and it's feeling like I'm nostalgic all over again.
Yeah, I feel like I should have set you up to talk about IG, Mazel. How was it to cast the Shy and Rookie again last night? That had to have felt good.
It was great. The Yorick from the Shy was impeccable. That was incredible. Rookie actually showed up. Game 1, they made us wait. They made us think that, okay, what is going on? These unks are washed, and then they came out and got the 2-1 reverse sweep over Weibo Gaming, but... it's important to highlight that those are the 2 opponents that these 2 teams are really thinking about here as we move forward in Group Nirvana, because we're going to be talking about our series today. It's obviously a pretty important one when you're looking at a double round robin in Group Nirvana that only has 4 teams, which means you only have 6 games total to decide if you can even contest in the play-ins or if you're done until 2027. And I think when we look at this first team, LNG, it's really important to highlight some of the changes, some of the aspects that they're really trying to work on coming into this one, and bringing some veterancy might help with that, Cubby.
Yeah, of course, 2/5 of the roster sticking around as 1xN and Sheer were a part of the campaign of the team that we felt like was most likely to actually ascend to Group Ascend and avoid being in Group Nirvana again. That said, they're back. Coach Edgar is going to have a bit of a new crew as YCX joins, Nyat joins, and Weiwei returns to LNG. I think Weiwei has to be the most exciting return to the LPL. I know that we talked a lot about the Shy and Rookie coming back, and rightfully so, given the pedigree that these 2 have. But keep in mind, Weiwei was a part of that Weibo roster that was a world finalist with the Shy. So having him return, we'll see if he can be that cerebral jungler that we have really felt, highly of when it comes to Weiwei and the past. His ability to play within a team to help other members succeed, I feel like is really where he excels as a player. And while I don't feel like he has the strongest individuals around him, we'll see if that can really he can help those members maybe step up and step into their own on this LNG squad.
And we look at the track record. I mean, obviously getting the debut on Suning all the way back when, but more so it's the newer era from him that we were really highlighting on. Obviously the quick turnaround coming in summer and making it to that World's Finals for Weibo. But it's so funny. Like, really, we're only missing Light. We need to get Light back in here. Crisp is in Group Ascend, but, we almost have that entire Weibo roster back together in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, a few pieces missing, but again, just speaking of Weiwei and the pedigree, of course, being with LNG, he's had real success with this team. Going up against Weibo, this is season or 2024 Worlds, so season 14. Weibo knocked them out in quarterfinals in a 3-1 victory. Weiwei ended up joining Weibo the next year, made that campaign with the Shy to make it to World Finals, but as high as those highs were, his exit with LNG was a pretty low, as they only won a single game together in the year of 2025. It was their very first game, and they went out and lost everything else, as it was a bit of an ugly look for LNG. I don't feel like that was all Weiwei. It was a team that really struggled. Haichao was part of that team, where it was some good lane phases into some not-so-good team fights. So we'll see if Weiwei can really help keep LNG afloat in a league of very dominant teams.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad for them. They were a team that we had such high expectations of. They were the top of the group going into the end of Group Nirvana for split number 2. We were wondering what those expectations really could pay off to. And then they lost to WE in the play-ins, and they were the only team that was contesting from Group Nirvana that did not make it to Group Ascend. So now they have to fight for their lives once again.
I mean, to be fair, in hindsight, losing to WE actually didn't look all too bad in the playoffs. So we'll give them that. But I know that with LNG, I mean, this is a org that does have some pedigree in the LPL. Of course, going from 2024 to 2025. Pretty big budget cuts, which Weiwei stuck around for, but then ended up getting cut for his play. So we'll see. I feel like this LNG team, very young, paired up with a world champion himself and Coach Edgar. We'll see what he can do with this new crew as they hit the Rift to make their Split 3 debut tonight.
I always have a warm spot in my heart for LNG after that 2022 miracle run with the likes of Doinby and all that. It was so incredible, and I hope to see that coming through. A little bit of resurgence for LNG here. Weiwei is going to have to be a key piece to that. Wondering how they pair this kind of rookie status with Nya in the mid lane and some of the veterancy we're seeing as well. Shio's going to have to step up big, but on the other side of things, NIP, they've also decided to change things up just a tiny bit. As once you saw him top of Group Ascend, top of international gameplay, Feng Yue is now on NIP after the support swap.
Of course, Zhuo on this roster last split ended up going to top esports. As one of my favorite tweets I've seen of recent memory was our peer in Speedy Grapes, where it's like the GIF was a bunch of Family Guy members running downstairs in like 2x speed. It's like LPL orgs when they like told to run upstairs when they see a good rookie support, as Feng Yue sadly becomes a part of the long list of victims of supports that we really feel like didn't get a long enough tenure to find out if they're good or not. And to be fair to him, I really feel like Erha has stepped up and into his own with his return to Team WE. I also feel like some of the other supports that we have seen that have been slighted, like Vampire has stepped up, Perukia's back, which I'm excited to see as well. And for Feng Yue, I mean, this is a bump in the road. I can't really stand by the Zhuo Feng Yue swap outside of maybe nostalgia or Jackie Love wanting to go back to the well and feeling like that's going to be better for him. But it is an opportunity for him to prove himself. And while I didn't feel like he was one of the strongest members of top esports, I also felt like he was a pretty consistent performer. I remember summoning Insight. I was lucky enough to be a part of the guest of previews for MSI, and Nymera was on before me and was talking about how they felt like Feng Yue was potentially the most consistent performer for top esports. Not in terms of like, oh, always the best performer, but just like, you know what we're going to get out of him whenever he hits the Rift, which I think for rookie support is not exactly what you expect. So real opportunity for Feng Yue to step into NIP and again, try and surprise in Group Nirvana, where, as you said, the top two get the chance to play for the playoffs. The bottom two, we say sayonara to until 2027. I really feel like this is a team that's not expected to be in that top two. However, this was the team that was least likely for me in terms of expectations to be demoted to Group Nirvana. So I really feel like him stepping into this squad, hopefully Guan can continue to play good, who I feel like is the most important member for NIP to have success. And Feng Yue might be able to help enable that with what he learned from top esports Group Ascend.
Yeah, I mean, he got to play with Tien. I think that was, for me, one of the best parts of top esports when they were finding a lot of success during the regular season as well, was the connection between Feng Yue and Tien. I know a lot of the conversation was the communication aspect from Feng Yue, maybe just a little bit more direction needed, a little bit more calmness. But those are things that maybe can be worked on. He's a very new player, so being able to see him kind of work through these issues will be really interesting, and I'm really curious what his arc has in store for him, because I appreciate having him in the league here. That being said, though, I think when we're looking at what we're wanting to focus on tonight, it has to be going back to that jungle matchup and how important that matchup is going to be, because as you were highlighting, Guan, extremely, extremely important for the pace, the tempo of NIP. But Weiwei is known to especially take advantage of junglers that he is mechanically better as, but also using the map against them, which I think Guan can have a little bit of trouble with.
I think at times Guan can get ahead of himself on the skates, but this is a player where he has 9 games at Qiyana already in the season. Qiyana is considered very meta now, and I don't think that's a champion that's exactly going to be in Weiwei's wheelhouse, just given that, again, I usually associate him with being more the control style of a jungler, which has lended a lot of success to his teams in the past, but it's always interesting having someone that steps into a team like LNG, who are not one of the best in the league, where can Weiwei take what he's learned playing at a very high level throughout his career and try and apply it to this team? Because that's what failed in 2025 and why we didn't see more of Weiwei throughout the year. He didn't even play in Split 2. It was only the Split 2 placements. From there, he got replaced, and his replacements weren't very good either on the side of LNG. So we'll see if he can really step back into a team that still has enough faith in him to bring him back into the organization and help this new crew, hopefully pull off some surprises in the group.
I mean, you have Weiwei and Missing. You have like literally 2 legendary names on 2 pole positions in the team and how they play the game. So I'm really curious at what differences we see in how LNG want to approach the match itself, because it's still crazy how consistent Missing has been, at least with the LNG organization now, and sticking with this program and the kind of idea that they're trying to build behind this roster. A guy that obviously had reached the highest highs, it felt like, especially on that JDG team, but still trying to find kind of that next iteration of him.
Yeah, we'll see. So we will see if Missing's in. I think it might be YCX.
Could be.
We had in our initial roster. So, of course, YCX stepping in from that Thunder Talk team that was quite young. Gonna have to see what he can do as he at least tries to make an impact, which is a bit of a surprise for me. Seeing him come in, not from Thunder Talk, but LGD, I should say.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The point that I'm most scared about for LNG is Nya, and we'll see what his performance brings out tonight as well. But I know he'll probably be looking forward to that rematch against IG later on in the double round robin here in Group Nirvana. But I need to see some at least consistent. We've seen some carry performances with him. I think his first series that we ever saw him on IG, he was able to get like the Akali. He was able to get some carry potential and play that well. But I'm really curious if he's tempered at all, if we found a little bit of that growth in the downtime, and especially now on a new team.
Yeah, I am a bit surprised to see Nya in. I feel like between the potential replacements for Rookie, for IG, Renard scaled down as time went on, and Nya for me was... I think that you're really trying to give him some grace with what we saw out of that early series. As I wasn't too impressed either. But yeah, I really feel like LNG, I mean, it's too bad because, again, this is an organization that was really competitive for a couple of years in the LPL and even international tournaments. And I think stepping into this split, community sentiment probably is and should be the fact that LNG is expected to be the bottom of this group and not see them in playoffs. So I think any success they end up having, we'll see who steps up, but I have to give kudos to Weiwei and Coach Edgar for elevating this team if they can have that success. And we'll see if NIP can really get back to the form that we saw of them before that best of 5 they lost in playoffs, where, again, I felt pretty confident that NIP was going to step.
I mean, they were middle
make
of
it
Group
to the top
Ascend.
8. They were 5th place.
They were literally the
way,
top
though.
seed for Group Ascend going to the play-ins. And then they lost to EDG.
I mean, Awesome was playing so well. I really feel like last split too. So kind of too bad that we don't have Awesome in the league. Or at least I should say he's over at IG, but we'll see how much play Awesome ends up getting, as IG really feels like they invested heavily to not be in Group Nirvana again with this squad. But I think that Awesome for me with NIP, he was one of their strongest players. And to be fair, Fotic was a part of that LNG roster that really struggled last year. With Weiwei,
he was also part of that V5 roster, which eventually turned into NIP all those years ago. That went almost undefeated in the regular season. So you can pick cherry pick history for Fotic. He's been around for so long.
But also a little bit of a rivalry, I guess, with Weiwei on the other side of the rift tonight. Zell,
true.
Start to build up. I usually default to you when it comes to LPL history, as I believe the longest tenured LPL member we have on our team, but. Always nice when I can add at least a tidbit or two. Nice when I can add a tidbit or two.
Yeah. As we get to go to the home arena, welcome to Shenzhen. It is NIP's home arena here. They had the lights on. I don't know if anybody saw it when the show was starting off, but they had all the NIP lights on. It was so cool. And we get to go see them back in their home arena. This is the first time we're going to be seeing both these teams as LNG gets their walkout here. It is a team with some redemption needed after falling short in split number 2, a split that we felt like they could have made that push for Group Ascend, and now they have to live with what they've gotten. It is a tough position to be in, and a double round robin 4-team group with the amount of games that Group Ascend is going to be playing.
Giselle, is the iconic Emily Rand gamer pose this, or is it something else? Emily Rand always has like the gamer pose,
maybe.
and I think it's this, but I'm not sure. We had some gamer posing going on. I do appreciate the walkouts.
Dude, the aura walkouts have been awesome. Look at yo, Fung Yue with the monster. Oh my god. Favorite team of the split. Don't care. Easy.
Dude, Fung Yue just emerging from behind the team like the tree he is back there.
And he's gigantic, you know?
Yeah, he is a big dude. Was it 6'3", 6'4", which...
Something like that, yeah.
Would it be tall in the States? I think even taller over there in China, based on average height, too. As you can tell on the stage. Good to see Fung Yue with NIP. And,
dude, I love that. Let's go. That's huge.
I gotta say, potentially could be Hoya's first and final outing with his team as well, based on what we've been hearing from behind the scenes. So if you're a BLG fan, you know, some reason to tune in a little bit earlier tonight, as we're going to see Hoya
the captains.
Yeah,
One
to see Hoya
care. Yeah, Hoya's going to be maybe a little bit more looked at tonight. We'll see.
Maybe
He's facing off against Seer, who had bursted into the league on that JDG team and really had garnered a lot of attention in being that youngest player. Crazy that he's even here and competing with all the top dogs, but it's been a little bit of time since that initial star burst, and we're seeing if he can kind of make it back into the spotlight here. He's been okay. I don't think he's had those crazy moments that we were expecting of him when he was kind of going back and forth on that JDG roster, but we'll see if he can do anything here.
Yeah, it feels like... I don't feel like Sheer has ever really lived up to the hype behind him, outside of spurts, but I also don't feel like he's been straight up bad. So, again, I think that this is an opportunity for LNG for all these players. I mean, this is a team that doesn't really have real expectations coming into the split. So, I think anything that they're able to accomplish or win or take teams down, be a win for them. Obviously, the goal is to get out of this group. But as you said, I think correctly based on community sentiment and our sentiment as well, Mazel, should be IG and Weibo that are expected to escape Group Nirvana. But we'll see if anyone can step up today.
Gotta expect the unexpected. Oh, I think Cubby has died. So he has the old NACL background behind his camera.
I do. That's a good catch. I appreciate the content. Little 2022 throwback.
Good times.
You know.
Yeah, good times. Anyways, I want to go ahead and hyper focus on the draft itself. Obviously, the first time we're seeing both these two teams. We've been starting to see the meta kind of pan out very, very wide open in what we can see. What do you expect tonight between LNG and NIP as we're getting into draft one?
Yeah, I expect Kiana to be a little bit higher priority in this series than the rest, just because Guwon does have a lot of proficiency on this champion as we dive right into picks and bans. Honestly, pretty standard so far. We've got LNG with the first pick on the red side. I do believe, I'm going to check my notes, but I think that NIP got pick, and LNG took first pick. So LNG selected first pick, NIP took blue, and it is Jace first pick, which I got to say, I haven't been the highest on Jace. I know that he's technically a triple or a quadriflex right now. I still think him being taken this early, you can take a lot of stuff that can shut him down or get on top of him. As Cassio, not one of those picks. However, Nefiri, definitely a very high priority champion that Guwon gets his hands on here early.
We actually saw this matchup just last night as well in Group Nirvana, which is hilarious. But just being able to see the kind of poke-oriented side for Jace, where you're doing a ton of damage, but you really need to be on your P's and Q's to be able to hit those. And you have the Nefiri, who has that consistent reset ability in the fights. Right now, we're getting the Lucian Milio combo locked in for LNG.
I think you got to grab Nautilus here. If not, it's going to get banned out. Fung Yue definitely comfortable on that. That said, Yorick taken. Yorick and the Jace, really positive matchup. This was being played before Yorick was even meta years back. However, with the flexibility of Jace, we'll see if Nya can take this in the mid lane himself. I don't think it's the strongest matchup in the Cassiopeia, but they technically could triple flex this on the top side.
I think it could be a Cass bot lane too, maybe. We'll see. We've been seeing that a little bit more recently.
I mean, look, Sheer does not have a single game of Jace in his hands this year.
I think it's jungle Jace. I'm going to guess it's jungle Jace.
That's not exactly a champion I'd associate with Weiwei, but again, I'd be a bit surprised they end up
putting it... bro. He's like
It's
Rocky.
true. He's been gone.
He's been training the Jace. That's what he's been doing. But we're in the second phase now. Yeah, for sure. We got the Jarvan ban, so they do think that the Jace is going to be in lane.
Yeah, I'd be surprised they put this against the Yorick again. I feel like Yorick Nefiri is a combo that can really pressure the Jace in the top side. As that Nautilus that I was asking for on 3 gets immediately taken away by LNG. Makes sense against Lucian Milio, of course. So deprioritized in the bot lane. Do have to say as well, as we're talking about flexes, have not mentioned the fact that Cassio can go bot. I feel like fans at home kind of expect that now. So this not necessarily in the hands of Care. Still some flexibility for an IP who do have that access to that last pick.
I said that earlier. get you a caster that listens to you, please. No, I'm just joking. We do get the Poppy ban, though. I like the Poppy ban. I think holding it off till later as well would be nice. Maybe in the later part of the best of 3. Because I do expect this series to go to 3. I don't have extreme confidence in either of them to really lock down this series. And we'll see if that ends up coming out as Caitlyn, the final ban by LNG. So they think the Cassio is also going into lane.
Potentially could just be asking to not face a Caitlyn too. Okay, it's going to be Xayah coming out here early on. Gotta say, very vulnerable to the poke of Jace and Lucian coming, at least. But potentially setting up for a Xayah Rakan lane. I don't love Rakan in the Milio either. Feel like access to your ult plus the Super Mega Fire Kick actually gives Rakan a bit of a hard time. And Syndra would give all the above a bit of a hard time if that's locked in. Because now Cassio's mid to get the counter matchup in the Syndra. I really feel like holding the line for Jace, Lucian, Milio matters a lot here. Syndra is very good at that.
Don't do it, Wei. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just play something normal. Play something normal. I really, really like the composition from NIP so far. I think they've gotten some of the most powerful. The Xayah a little bit not as popular as the other pieces, but really been appreciating what the Nefiri brings to the current meta, the Yorick as well. We do get the Pantheon locked in for Wei.
I'm with you in the fact that I enjoy NIP's comp. I feel like the Cassio, the Yorick are really beefy and going to be a little bit difficult for LNG to get through. The ability for Wei to be first on plays in the map when he presses R, I think can be quite nice, but I'm really scared for Jace in the top side. I think that when you go into something like Yorick Nefiri, that's a really overwhelming duo that you have to face. You're facing a lane counter, and Nefiri can get on top of you very easily. Gonna have to be on point hammer swings from Sheer to get out, and I think that can be really difficult. So I think game plan early on for LNG, at least grouped up, it's going to be about scatter and for Nia. If scatter's up, the ability for scatter to stymie what LNG wants to do is very real. And I think they're going to need multiple scatters in fights to be successful, just given how tanky the Yorick and the Cassio is going to get. Meanwhile, for the flip side, I think that Yorick and Cassio, if they get big, can side lane really effectively. And we'll see if Wei can shut that down to the Pantheon later on.
It's a crazy matchup to have the other side of Group Nirvana just the day after we saw the expected favorites, IG, Weibo. But these two teams have everything laid in front of them. They have 6 series ahead to make it into top 2, to make it into the play-ins where they say goodbye to their season and to 2026. You know LNG have retooled in some regards. NIP have retooled in some regards. LNG didn't make it to Group Ascend last split when they were expected to. NIP got knocked down to Group Nirvana when they weren't expected to. Now all those expectations be damned because season 3 of the year is starting for LPL and for these teams as Shenzhen home arena for NIP. Is it going to make the difference? Game 1 starting now. So good to be back. So good. You can tell, the crowd isn't as full as it was yesterday for the Shy's
Game 1
entrance, but still got some good gyos there.
It's early over there in the arena. I think that they're going to be packing in as the day moves on. Of course, homestands, kind of a fun addition. Bazell, I don't know if you have any extra info on that. I think you're going to be more educated than me, but it feels like LPL moving around every week, kind of having a homestand at every arena where all the teams come. It's quite fun, actually, for everyone involved.
I think it's awesome. I know we were talking about it in the preseason podcast with Alk and Jay Beto, but It's cool that, like, if you're a fan of the LPL, you don't have to wonder if this team is playing in this city this week. If you want to go see multiple teams in the LPL, if you have a bunch of favorites, if you have some players you want to go see from other teams, like, you can buy tickets and know that that team is going to be at that arena that entire week.
Oh.
I think that stuff is really
Hold
cool
on.
and very unique as early level 2 potentially.
Early level 3
3
camp gank from Guwon. Here we go. Maybe.
We said that he was the reason why NIP get ahead usually in the early part of the game. He unfortunately does not handle the dive as well as possible. Didn't have the team function there as well. And looks like 1XN and YCX will be just fine.
Nice attempt there by 1XN to try and stop the base. Not going to happen. Weiwei is pathing down, so not going to be able to get any of the camps away from Guwon to punish. I think Guwon, just given that he has the longsword, will be a bit behind taking that first grab, but not going to fall behind overall. So while the gank isn't successful, does relieve some pressure against what is a bit of a difficult lane for Photic and Fengyue, as Lucian Milio are going to win this lane in isolation. So do think that help needs to come from the team of NIP to try and flip this matchup.
Yeah, we're just getting fights all over the place. We see Sheer taking a little bit of a tussle against Hoya there. But do appreciate some of the influence we're already getting from the junglers, because again, we said it from the beginning, that's going to be the major ticket to keep watching here. But it looks like it will be the split of the Scuttle Crabs, at least for now, between the two. Obviously, Weiwei going to be getting his completed way faster and be able to get that reset going on the Pantheon.
It's actually a world here where I think if Guwon had information where Weiwei started, could have been able to actually sneak in and maybe look at the Raptors. And actually going to drop his blue to hit the respawn camps early on. So Guwon will be down that major buff. I think it's okay. The recycling out your camps matters a little bit more than taking the buff. But
look where Weiwei's going, though.
Yeah, just the cost that he has to pay to try and take that first gank. Is Weiwei going to skip over his Krug? Is going to be mid. Catch Karen Award, maybe?
That was so close. The scatter comes through. The CC chain. Care should be fine. He does lose a huge chunk of his health, but that will be a faded ward that he will have to come back for. Oh, 1XN now. Oh my god, the blade collar is just ripping through him here, and Guwon has returned for seconds. He wants more meals, and he wants more feed, as that will be the dog chowing down. 2 kills to NIP.
I'll say Weiwei showing mid does really enable Guwon to skip over the Krugs and get back bot, but caught them off guard with the timer, and Photic cashing in on that exhaust. We've seen more marksmen taking the summoner spell, especially in Lucian games or matchups, just versus Lucian or Ezreal. A lot of value for exhaust to try and get away from that all-in damage, and Photic using it to great use there, helped him connect with the rip on the E against 1XN. That kills big, because not only does that get them the lead, of course, just in golden experience, but also really going to feel that in the inventory, as he got a BF sword first base. That's massive for Photic and NIP.
And I gotta say, when you don't have exhaust on your side, exhaust feels omega OP. And that's what that felt like right there. A little bit of an overzealous dash forward from 1XN, immediately punished. And now I want to say the one thing I was going to talk about for LNG in the early game with this 2v2 that can be so strong now is at a little bit of a back foot here.
I think that early game for LNG, definitely have to keep our eyes on mid, or Nya, see if he can turn any of this priority into you know, a Weiwei appearance, as Kara did lose a lot of health on that gank, but was able to preserve his flash. So this gank coming back won't be free. Is Nya going to try and fish with a scatter, but kind of pushing Kara to the wrong side. This is one where ideally you want to push Kara down to your jungler, but Kara hovering the side of Guwon's on.
I'm pretty sure he messed up the grab combo with the Scout of the Week, and now Shear's going to be in some trouble here. Poor Jace. He's going to flash, get a little bit of hammer slam action here. As Hoya's going to have to flash over the wall as well. Leaves the maiden in tow, and Shear gets out with his life.
Well played. Flash for flash trade. I will say that's a trade up for Hoya. Because now if slow into a...
Oh, blade collar coming through again. Those feathers, you got to learn to not take them to the face. 1XN's going to burn that flash that he was not able to burn last time around. He will get out barely, but the heal was also burned, and both Photic and Fengyue have their flash still available.
And more importantly, drag and drop, too. Weiwei had that at half, so a lot of wasted time for the jungler as well. As... bot lost there for LNG tempo-wise. And NIP continue to feel pretty good in this game. I just kind of curious what happens with Weiwei now with 6. I think that pressuring mid and going from there, if Nya can move it all, would be a big win for LNG. But I also think that you kind of want to get involved bot, but as you just highlighted, Mazel, Photic and Fungyue have all their summoner spells available. So any Panthal against a Xayah Rakan with double flash up, I feel like is kind of a waste. He's going to have to look at the solo lanes trying to flip what we expected going into this draft to be favored for NIP in both mid and top. Or in terms of HP. Yeah. Syndra does counter the Cassio, but that's a tough mid laner to get through if you're Weiwei.
And I know hindsight is always 20/20, as we do see the NIP Dragon go down, and we do have Grubs coming up in about 35. But when you're looking at this draft, you're like, this is working out exactly how they wanted to. They have a strong top side of the map. They have a safe bot lane, and now their bot lane's ahead. Now their mid lane's about to try to get ahead. Petrifying Gaze goes a little bit wide for Care there, as Hoya did move down. But this is just prime example of the exact conditions that NIP kind of want.
Hoya's training up nicely there to walk for maybe a Knight in Shining Armor in the mid lane. You know, a nice block from him. Doesn't lose too much for that. And, yeah, does get a lot for Care in that mid lane, as did get Care a very positive reset for himself. Will be coming back with that TP available, as Guwan getting a camp away from Weiwei.
He's going to steal it away. There's a smite available for both sides. Okay, Weiwei will come in, assert dominance, say, that's mine. Does not look like Guwan wants to walk away. It's like there's a little bit of a piece of meat, and there's some ravenous hounds waiting to get at it. Well, Weiwei going to call over his lane.
He just saw Smite used, so he gets to smite this
There's no way. Yeah, and Weiwei still goes over the wall. He doesn't have any damage here with him. The Blade Caller's going to come through, but they don't want to press any further. 1xM was on his way. Care was collapsing, but a beautifully team-executed moment from NIP.
No flash.
And now Sheer takes a fight here in the top side. Hoya is going to get burned down by the tower there, and Sheer will get out.
Actually, I like that look a lot from Guwan. Kind of caught back up in XP. Just challenging those two camps, and the fact that Smite was using the Gromp, sticking around, knowing how to opt for the blue big as ult comes in top.
Grand Starfall being used for the first time. Then go for the flash combo, and Sheer goes through with the Skyward Hammer, and they're going to get the kill. Weiwei picking it up. First kill of 2026 for the legendary jungler.
Nice pick up by him. Again, the flash for flash trade, I feel like that's a trade up for Hoya in isolation, but of course Pantheon can cheat tempo with that ult. Really well played. Does get the kill top. However, with that burn and Sheer needing to base, it means that the neutral objective goes over for free to NIP, as Guwan's going to pick up all 3.
They're just sneaking up all these objectives here, Cubby. It's going to start feeling really good in the long term for them as well, because when we start looking at that long term, there's some serious scaling options on NIP's side of things.
We'll say Yorick with Grubs, Yorick a champion that does really need to throw his weight around to the side lane. Having those Grubs to soak up more gold in those moments, definitely going to be valuable for Hoya too. So, decent play from Sheer and Weiwei. I mean, that is a plus for Sheer, but we'll see if Sheer can do anything with it. Because he kind of has to keep Hoya down now, because if Hoya gets any free time, he's going to be a happy camper with those Grubs in his back pocket.
Care trying to push on to Nya a little bit. Nya's gotten some of his shards going for himself as well. Let's see, once those big spikes start coming through, obviously a little while till those actually come through. We see a lot of movement from LNG back down towards this bot side. They really want to clear out some of this vision, as you see some really deep vision placed by NIP. Photic was taking a back and go ahead with the exhaust, and here comes the grand entrance combo, and beautifully done from this new duo in the bot lane for NIP. Photic getting some reinforcements with Fungyue now.
Dropped the E on Photic after the ult, so the quickness, the charm connected. That means a free grand entrance afterwards as they get 1xN before his flash comes back up. Speaking of flashes, Sheer has to get out of Hoya and the cage there. That was dropped, so things continue to come up NIP's way. And again, draft-wise, really feel like LNG has to play around scatter. And a part of that element was the fact that these really beefy solo laners for NIP, we were hoping to see them set behind a bit. Weiwei was able to successfully set behind top, but that hasn't deterred Hoya enough. And Care is up a CS against Syndra in this matchup, which is not how things should be going, especially as Weiwei is given more attention mid. So I think NIP very far ahead of the game state right now.
Yeah, and Fotic's up 1,000 gold over 1xN. I don't think 1xN's ever going to be able to take a fight, because as soon as you step forward on the Lucian, you're right in Blade Caller range, and you are just going to get eviscerated. And that's just going to continuously happen. They might even try to go for a little bit of a dive play here. They're playing a little bit close to the edge, as Grand Starfall is coming up in 5 seconds. Weiwei can try to make a tempo play at some point here in the foreseeable future. We have about 25 seconds for the next dragon.
Feels like with this Xayah Rakan base, if Dragon isn't taken immediately, yeah, probably has to be given. Weiwei looks like he's given that, and does have another Grand Starfall available. So Hoya has flash up, Cheer does not, but might be the look. As Xayah Rakan did base first, and Guwan's wrapping up his Krug, so I fully expect this Dragon to be taken here, uncontested for NIP.
Yeah, you got the Yuntals already completed for Fotic. My God, that's going to be terrible. We were questioning a little bit on the Xayah. I personally was as well. We haven't seen it obviously super consistently throughout this year, but it is serving a purpose in safety, but also hyper carry potential, and now Fotic's got his way set.
Yeah, I like the focus from NIP this game, too. I mean, we said we were questioning the Xayah because it's difficult to play into Syndra. Jace can poke it, and Lucian Millie can poke it, too, but this lane needed jungle intervention to go the way of NIP. Guwan got heavily involved in the bot lane. It's Fotic.
Okay, Fotic has to burn at the Feather Storm. Doesn't have another Blade Caller. Guwan's here. Grand Starfall used, but the Blade Caller comes through at the perfect time. Weiwei will be stopped in his tracks. They tried to punish Fotic playing a little bit close to the sun, but he will go unpunished for now.
Oh, I mean, Fotic... Guwan really put time down there to enable him to get a lead, and Weiwei wasn't able to punish Guwan enough. And I really feel like between that and Weiwei getting pushed off that first dragon, like, that first dragon attempt by Weiwei where he was pushed off, that was kind of the tempo that he was using from Guwan's bot lane visits to get something, was denied.
They barely saw Sheer there. He barely was seen through the vision there and just gets instant hounds pursued. And that's Guwan able to help get his top laner even further ahead, or at least try to get him a lead. They've moved Fotic up here as well to try to take this turret. They should be able to with the grub.
They can TP bot, soak everything up. They have the Lucian Milio mid, where Cassio has the wave pushed in. Just a really rough sequence and kind of a disastrous scenario for the projected bottom team of Group Nirvana, going up against the team that we were most surprised to see get put in Group Nirvana from last split, Mazel. As I know it's a little bit of a different look here for NIP, a look that could be changing next week as well. But a good outing for them here to debut in Group Nirvana, which, as you highlighted coming in, every game matters a lot in this group. With 4 teams in a double round robin, 6 chances to try and not be bottom 2.
Yeah, you're literally playing like almost a third of the games that you would be playing if you were in Group Ascend, and that's going to be sitting large for both of these two teams. LNG so close to promoting, at least, and NIP so close to staying in it. And here they are against IG and Weibo in the group, and NIP showing up here big. Fotic trying to find those hyper carry moments, trying to find those picks on a 1xN consistently. But it has been really good map play, I feel like, from NIP as a whole. Really good rotations, and now they're going to continue looking for neutral objectives.
This is a game, Mazel, where I feel like NIP just has had a better understanding of their win cons. And again, I feel like the moment that Weiwei was trying to cash in that jungle tempo was to take that first dragon early, and ended up being pushed off by the lead that NIP had in bot lane and Guwan. And so all of his tempo was kind of lost. The second ultimate going to the wayside too really hurt LNG, because Weiwei has to make those tempo plays in the side lane, has to utilize those ults positively. So feels like 2 out of the 3 opportunities where Weiwei had the ability to be up-tempo and make a play ended up not working out, thanks to him being pushed off of Dragon and that ult not being good enough in the bot lane. So it ends up being a very NIP favored game.
I think one of the saddest things is, like, I hate to harp on it, and I don't want to, like, point any fingers. Obviously, yeah, it's the first series, but you don't get many series. That's the problem. Is like, so when you bring in a guy like Weiwei, you want him to have instant aspects to the team and being able to find those big avenues. Speaking of, 1xN almost kills Fotic, but there is that safety net that they drafted the Xayah for.
But there's that. I kind of agree with where you were heading, Marcel. But also, I do not love this draft from LNG. I don't think Jace is the pairing you want with Lucian Milio off the rip. And I don't
the
love
Jace
the fact
early was kind of bold. First pick Jace. Crazy.
Yeah. Jace stats are very inflated by the 2 top teams in Korea having unbelievable Jace players. And I think the record on Jace between Genji and is it TY? I think it's like 23-1, just something really stupid with what they can do with Jace. But yeah, outside of that, I want to say Major 4 regions, he's sub like 45% win rate around there, even with that aberration between those 2 teams. So I have a lot of thoughts on Jace just based on that. I think that he's a little bit too difficult to execute for a lot of teams. And again, Lucian Milio just not the right pairing with this champion. Like, yeah, you can set up for a lot of poke, but where's the utility? And that's where I think that the Panth jungle and the Syndra mid, I like the Syndra this game, I do, but it just doesn't bring enough. With the pressure that Jace is going to face in the side lane against a York and a Fury, that puts a lot of pressure onto Sheer. And we have seen Sheer, I feel like, try his best, but it's really tough to have an impact on the game as Jace when you're going up against a duo that can so easily pressure and get on top of you.
And this, again, continuation of beautiful macro. They literally moved the bodies down bot lane. They were able to get an outer turret. They just used the Rift Herald in mid. There's a dragon coming up, so it guaranteed prio for them coming into the river. They now, LNG, are going to try to move in as a 5-stack to try to deny NIP their 3rd dragon.
That said, I mean, NIP, they might be okay letting this go, given they have a 3-grub maiden-empowered Yorick about to get some delicious plates on the top side. Yeah, they don't even have to TP Hoya down. They are going to TP him down.
Interesting.
As this is.
Oh, he's going to go right to the team. The great entrance over top. The Scout of the Week goes really hard now. Weiwei goes into the backline, but he has nobody with him. Weiwei just solo dolo going down. 5-member strong of NIP.
And that top lane roll quest shield really, I think, got Hoya out of there. As he TP'd into 5, brought the maiden with him, and brings no one to the grave with him outside of Weiwei. As Weiwei goes in, tries to stop it, not able to. 3.5k gold lead and 3 Drakes in favor of NIP, and no signs of slowing down anytime soon, Sound.
There were some red bars at the bottom down there. Now there's not. They're all blue. And this play from Hoya, big stuff from him, and a really good capitalization from Feng Yue.
I mean, honestly, not much to talk about here. That wall from Hoya, it just split all of LNG. And yeah, I mean, the first scatter that dropped bought some space, but they don't have the damage able to get through the beefier solo lanes that NIP have taken between the York and the Cassio. So I think honorable attempts from LNG, but yeah, the good TP from Hoya, and the stronger team ends up winning.
Is this thinking about it too much? I definitely am. I'm kind of making a little bit of light of this situation, but you got Guwon, the upstart new jungler with the fast hands and the Nefiri, and he's always everywhere and he's always there. You got Weiwei with like the late ult in bot lane, not able to get to objectives, not able to find map presence. Is this the sign of the times here, Cubby?
I think it's a sign of a better game plan from NIP.
Ooh, point blank petrifying gaze. Care should be able to get out with the flash here, as he'll wait until they move over and he'll burn it.
Good one, actually. Started off Baron during that.
They must know now.
Hoya walked over a ward.
Yeah.
I don't think that ward saw Hoya drop the E. It did see Hoya drop that ward. See if Weiwei and the rest of LNG are up to it.
All right, Weiwei, first series back here in 2026. Might fight potentially. Going for the fight, though, into Hoya. Hoya, oh my god, the 3-man charm with the quickness. And now Nyang gets completely caught out by Guwon. Guwon just takes him down with the help of Care, and NIP are off to the races. Photic wants to go hard and wants to go ham as he finds the big kill with the Featherstorm Blade Collar combo.
Man, Photic and Feng Yue stepping up big, as of course Photic not with his usual duo in Zhuo, who swapped places with Feng Yue with NIP and Top Esports, but Feng Yue having a fantastic debut here in Group Nirvana with his new team, as it really feels like every play has been made off the back of Guwon, but also Feng Yue leading the charge, as this jungle support duo has been really on point pressuring LNG, as Feng Yue makes an appearance mid while his teammates make sure the Baron goes in NIP's
dude. How about this bot lane though, man? Photic and Feng Yue, incredible combos here.
A good Super Mega Fire kick there from YCX to make sure the ground entrance didn't connect. However, the engage was still too good. I really liked what we've seen from Hoya, by the way, on this Yorick. I think that some of his W placements have been in chokes of terrain, which empowers the terrain you're dropping even more and has really pressured LNG with some of these fights, especially the Jace and Syndra, who are somewhat immobile. So, nice showing here from Hoya on the Yorick, and what could be his one and only outing here with NIP based on what we've been seeing and hearing. But a positive at that.
Yeah, it is indeed. As NIP going to continue leaping the positives on top of each other. It's going to be a side lane tier 2 turret going down. They've got about a minute and a half for an Infernal Dragon Soul. Honestly, I think it's open season on LNG in the chillin'.
So, I double-checked myself on my J stats, by the way, as I think we have a reprieve in pushing. Jace currently sitting at a 43% win rate in the major regions. And there are 25 games between Zeus and Doran who have only lost 25. It's pretty good.
Wait, just going straight into the meat grinder there. As it's Sheer going for the solo play there. He was able to get a little bit of damage, was able to take down Photic, but the rest of his team are sending up the white flag.
But yeah, when that's your win rate, and by the way, Jace has a negative win rate in LCK, in spite of 2 players being a combined 24-on-1 on him. I really feel like taking him first pick in Group Nirvana. I mean, imagine if NA fans saw a team first pick Jace and what their response would be.
Yeah.
Would not be great.
That's about what we're getting right now as well. But hey, we're gonna keep heaping praise on NIP though with some of the individual performances we talked about from the beginning. We were wondering what Weiwei was gonna look like. Guan has been understandably one of the stronger pieces of NIP and really the guy that kind of leads the tempo of the team. And he took that tempo and ran with it, just like Nefiri's running away with this game.
I will say that the only positive win rate Jace has in a region is LCS. And Berserker's Jace was pretty nasty today. But still feel like NA teams, if you're losing in your first pick Jace, I mean, that's been a meme for centuries.
True.
That meme predates League Classic almost.
We'll see if they want to do a little bit of a final push here. We got 10 seconds on the Baron still available. Obviously, they have the Infernal Soul now, so they can kind of do what they want, try to find a way to end the game. Yana's trying to get as much stacks in the side lane as he can, try to get as much gold as he can with the bounties, and taking down the outer turret, but they are losing their base incrementally. Oh, they decide it's time. Okay.
Time for a second inhibitor.
Just pulling off the inhib. It's fine. And 5 strong with the Maiden, making it 6 in the mid lane for NIP. Some of those folks from Sheer starting to hit home.
Very nice of you, Michelle.
PP wards, but not going to pull the trigger on those.
Very nice of you to make sure the Maiden's their own Rift character.
Yeah.
I like to say 5.5. I think that's a lot more inclusive of you, though, that I appreciate.
Yeah. We try to be inclusive, you know?
We do try and be inclusive.
It's important.
So it's always good for all, you know? It's kind of the idea of inclusivity.
It is. That's great. It's crazy. It's like almost the definition. The definition of an almost over game, though, might just be 3 item spikes for the members of NIP. We talked about it earlier in the game, around 10 minutes, but the scaling for NIP just gets inevitable, it feels like. And they are starting to really come online here. I mean, you've almost got, 3.5 items for Guan, 3 items for Photic, 3 items for Care now as well.
You know what's not inclusive, Mazel? Winning and losing.
True. It's also by definition not that.
Yeah. It's, NIP's only got a few steps away to win, as we are... I'm always trying to give Mazel a little bit of a hard time up here.
Home arena
There's
buff?
not a lot of game to talk about. I'm sorry.
Is there a home arena buff? Was that the difference? Oh, Weiwei goes in. Scout of the week's pretty big, but 2 members get caught in the cage, and that will just be a sad day for LNG. The Chillins are getting locked up in NIP. They're just running around in their pajamas as they are looking to make a mark on this series and on this day, the final day of week number 1, and the Final 2 teams to debut for Group Nirvana. NIP making quick work of LNG in this game number 1. 26.5 minutes in. They absolutely smashed this one. 1-0 lead in this best of 3.
I think the first pick chase, compared with Lucian Milio, kind of dug LNG into an early hole here, Mazel. And yeah, NIP, to be fair to them, this was a team that we felt like would be the least likely to lose their best of 5 in the Split 2 playoff placements. That was a big surprise when they did drop. So for them to come into Group Nirvana, again, I think on paper, it's really fair for you to look at IG and Weibo and be like, these are the top 2 teams in Group Nirvana. Because the pedigree, NIP is not rocking world finalists. In fact, they're the only team in Group Nirvana that doesn't have a world finalist on it. So
I was going to go to that next, but you got me, bro.
I caught myself in transition. I can understand why people aren't putting a lot of points in NIP and are not giving them the opportunity to get out. But they were 5th in the regular season for LPL last split. And I really feel like that this team, when Guwon's playing well and when Guwon's making good early decisions, this was a team that was playing quite well. They lost I think their biggest carry in Awesome, and they might lose Hoya too, who has been a solid player for him, in spite of me saying that trading Bin for Hoya is like going from Shaq to Kwame Brown, which I will stand by. But Hoya's been decent this split. He really has, or this year, he really has for NIP. So I think that this is a team where I'm really hoping that they surprise fans, because I think that fans look at IG, they look at Weibo, they just assume that those are the 2 teams that will likely escape Group Nirvana. NIP, I think, has a real opportunity to be sneaky. And while being LNG, after a 1-game sample size, doesn't seem like a very impressive feat. We'll see if that changes in the next game. It is a good start for NIP, as Guwon really put on a masterclass early, and Fungiway had some really nice engages to wrap things up.
Yeah, I got 2 parts to this next statement. Firstly, I want to talk about Guwon because this is his meta, it feels like. Ever since we really started trending into those aggressive carry junglers, where I feel like in Split 1, especially in Split 2, we were seeing kind of the duality there, but now it feels like in Split 3, it's if your jungler can't play these carry champions, then what are you doing here? We've got Kiana's, Nefiri's being consistent, and I think that's perfect for Guwon. But why the hell did TS drop Fungiway, man? This guy still got the moves. He's still got the angles. It's crazy that he's even in Group Nirvana still, and I'm glad to see him pop off in his game number 1.
Justice for young supports that are cited by their teams in the LPL. Yep.
Name a better duo.
I think I might be able to name more supports than BLG junglers in that category.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
It kind of is, if you think about it. But for Fungiway, again, this is a guy that was an LDL champion. I don't believe he was the LDL MVP. I believe that was to an IGN that we no longer feel comfortable speaking about.
Yep.
Yep. However, Fungiway, definitely someone that I think has a lot of upside of this league. I think going through some of the tape for MSI, it wasn't his best tournament.
It wasn't.
But he's a young player that's growing. Domestically, I think that he played well enough where Top Esports was a top 2 team. In the LPL last split, for him to come into Group Nirvana, he's got a lot to prove in the squad, and that was a nice opener for him with Fotic.
Does indeed. And trying to make plays, just like Joel was trying to make plays on NIP. But we'll see now who ends up getting the MVP for this one. I gotta say, it's tough. I think Guwon led a lot of the charge in terms of map tempo and things, so I could see why he would get it. I just really like some of the plays from Fungiway.
I did too. I feel like it's I think I'm probably Guwon MVP camp, but if it goes to Fungiway, I would not be against it. Yeah, I really feel like Guwon, again, that the early looks that he had, you got to break that Lucian Milio if you're the jungler. And for him to 3-camp, go bot, not lose to Weiwei given his opener, really set NIP up for success. And he cashed it in. It really felt like he won both side lanes for his team.
And it was against Weiwei. I know, there's always the question mark of why bring Weiwei back in, things like that. But it's nice to see Guwon kind of stamp his foot in the ground and say, welcome back, Unk. But I got you here. Welcome to Nefiri. I really hope we get to see a Weiwei bounce back in game number 2. Give him something he feels a little bit more comfortable on potentially, or at least a little bit more oriented to the way the team wants to play. Any final thoughts? As it was 7 out of 8. The observers said it was Fungue. Shout out to you, observers. Final thoughts on this first game?
Yeah, Doran and Zeus are 24-1 on Jace in the LCK, and it's still a sub 50% win rate in that region.
I'm gonna mute you if you keep talking about LCK. I'm gonna mute you.
It's not a positive win rate in any region but LCS, so maybe we need to kill the NA Jace memes, you know? Maybe.
Just Jace in general. Just Jace in general. That's what we need to kill. Anyways, that's it for game number 1. If you'd like to support the LPL English product, though, consider becoming a Coffee member, as Coffee is the best way to directly support the LPL English project, as a vast majority of those payments go to direct contributions to the broadcast, either being it to pay the volunteer talent that is on here every single day besides 2 days every week, and to all the behind-the-scenes people with mods, socials. We have even graphics being made, everything along those lines. So please go check out our Coffee.
Yeah, I think the graphics and the pre-show, if you guys are around and catch the pre-show, shout out to you, because that's the most heavy lifting we really put in as a crew. And that's where our graphics really excel. We had a great team behind us with that. Very unique compared to other co-streams we have, is we got a crew that puts a little bit of extra effort, love, and care into the product daily, as we try and make this the closest broadcast experience that you guys can get at home. So always fun to be a part of it, Mazel, and excited to hop into game 2 and a potential game 3 tonight.
Should be a lot of fun. We'll see you for game 2 of LNG and NIP. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. We've got Ilya behind us on prod, and we've got an NIP who are thriving after game number 1 of this first series from both these two teams.
We have an NIP who might be wishing that they're not losing Hoya to BLG potentially. But while Hoya might be the focus of LPL fans who have some BLG bias, our focus after that game 1 was on our player of the game, Guwan, syncing up with Fengwei. Really nice to make sure that NIP was set up for success.
That's something really important to kind of keep an eye out in this next game of the series as well. And we'll start talking about maybe the negative, at least on the side of LNG, is they just need to find more clear win conditions and play towards those win conditions. So I think that's one of the sad parts we didn't see in game number 1.
I didn't like the draft. I really feel like Jace's first pick, when you take Lucian Milio, it really pigeonholes the rest of your draft into what you can do. And not flexing Jace out of the Yorick matchup was a mistake for me. Yeah. I'm okay with Syndra into the Cassio, but I feel like that needed to be a Jace jungle game. And to have a different top lane matchup into Yorick, I think Rumble doesn't provide enough CC, and they don't need damage, and you can't really play a tank in Yorick. So I think in that aspect, kind of a good pick from NIP and a nice read, and Hoya played the Yorick really well. So do want to give Hoya some credit there. I think his W drops were good. The TP was great that we saw. We were kind of questioning how he TP'd in the middle of everyone, but the Empowered Shield got him out of there, and the W he dropped was really good for terrain. The terrain
just caused fear. I swear he had like Fiddlesticks passive.
Yeah, well, I mean, Yorick kind of can do that when he gets fat and in charge of the game, but was a game that really felt like was run by Guwan, and for me, I felt like NIP had a much better understanding of their win cons. And I think the most important part of the game is that the Xayah Rakan needs help against Lucian Milio. Got the help, they cashed it in, and they really took a strong hold of that game.
Yeah, and this is where, we get to see the payoff of some of the developments we got to get out of NIP last split as well in Group Ascend with all those extra games, and get to see Guwan kind of had that leading hand here. For me, it's the bot lane, though. Photic and Fengwei having a star showing. I'm wondering what kind of 2v2 we're going to be looking at for that bot lane in game number 2, because we did see the Lucian Milio kind of not work out there for the other side of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of jungle attention was put down there. You kind of expect Nefiri to full clear. Do want to give Guwan some credit with what he did. I don't think that was 100% expected. I just think that you expect jungle intervention to be bot, and they were hoping to 3v3. Guwan broke the 3v3. And yeah, LNG didn't. I think the biggest thing for me with the bot lane is that the first dragon attempt from Weiwei, their bot lane took a really bad trade, and they need to make sure they can support Weiwei and the dragon, because he had dragon at like 2.5k, had to pull out, and then Guwan just gets it for free. That's so much wasted time and tempo as a jungler. You're trying to invest in that. And I really didn't feel like that was Weiwei's fault. I feel like that has to be his response to that early bot gank where Guwan loses time. You have to make up tempo somewhere. I think using that for an early dragon with Lucian Milio makes a lot of sense to me. And that's more so on what we saw from YCX and 1XN being an oopsie rather than a big error on Weiwei's part. That said, the Pantheon alt bot, we can point towards Weiwei's direction for that. That was a little shallow, in terms of that one.
Go deeper. Go deeper. Just send it. I'm pretty sure they were 100% neutral objective control too for NIP.
Not pretty sure. I'm 100% sure. Yeah. You are correct, Mazel. Yeah.
That's just crazy in this day and age as well. So who knows? That's such a typical game 1 though. I mean, we literally saw this last night from Weibo and IG, the other two teams in this group. Game 1, Weibo looked like they were untouchable, and here NIP looked like they were untouchable as well.
Again, I really feel like that draft for NIP was 60-40 or north of 60% in terms of how I'd value that. So significant changes coming in. First change early on, LNG did select first pick. They end up banning Poppy first rotation and the Camille 2 Mazel. Curious if they maybe want the Vi for Weiwei, which gets banned away.
Nope. They're not allowed. He said no.
Is it Kiana?
I don't think
it's not a Weiwei champ, but a lot of the junglers that Kiana doesn't like to see are off the table, and Guwan was playing this before it was meta, so I would not be surprised.
So now you just pick it as Guwan.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see a Guwan Kiana, as I think he already has, hold on. 9 plays on it. Yeah, 9 plays on it this year. That's a lot. I guarantee you that's more than any jungler in the LPL.
See if he actually brings it out for a 10th time. NIP have the pick of the litter of what they want with their first 2 picks here, as the Rise had gotten locked in for LNG. It's the Ezreal first, so again, some safety, but some sustained damage from NIP's bot lane.
Really high priority on the Ezreal. I've got folks telling me that Ziggs is just AP Ezreal, you know, with
True.
a meta that's so much about 3v3s mid.
Yo, come on.
Ezreal can really help support
bro.
that.
He just got out of the. He just got back in, man. He doesn't know how to deal with this kind of thing, man.
Only 2 Lee Sin games on the year for Guwon, but denying the Rise Lee Sin combo and taking a champion that might be good in the Kiana herself. If that ends
And
up
the
being
pick
the
is
choice for Weiwei.
I feel like so good right now, man. Like it is
Yeah,
literally like one of the leading junglers if you have the mechanics.
I think it got tuned back a bit this last or with a recent nerf, but yeah, definitely a big deny. And I really did enjoy watching LNG Krako play the Lee Sin, as he is a mean Lee Sin player in the LPL. He always had the Lee Sin pass for me, but so far jungle not being matched, as Weiwei might be dropping his own pick to the next phase. Looks like priority on the Nautilus, which Nautilus nice against Ezreal Lee Sin, 2 slippery champions. Nautilus can help alleviate that, and Rumble coming in to combo with that as well.
I know we've been hearing some talks about Rumble, some rumblings, if you will, about him kind of falling out of prio in some regard in that top lane, but I still think, you know, he provides a lot of room in the team fights, as well, the spacing with the equalizer, and not too shabby in lane. So want to see what they want to craft alongside that, what they want to pair this jungle with, because we got the TF locked in for NIP.
Definitely sets up nicely for Hoya to try and take a pick that can pressure Rumble top. I will say Hoya was one of our players that was a little bit more biased towards the AD tops. Specifically was early to adapt the Varus that he played. So I don't think this is going to be TF top. I have a feeling this is going to be in Kare's hands, but neither Kare or Hoya has played TF yet this year. So we'll see if they end up flexing that one around, because I feel like the TF is not solidified in the position that he's in.
Yeah, I think it's okay into the Rise. I think the combo with Lee Sin is just so strong. So being able to have that yellow card into the gank from Lee Sin would be massive for NIP, and be able to find that kind of snowball effect that the Lee Sin wants.
It's into Rise, it's kind of like a soft counter. Rise gets more push and has more early pressure, but the gold cards later on, just really threatening for everyone that on the rifts. So end up seeing if that's the case. That said, Jhin and Sivir taken away, as Ezreal is showing. Meanwhile, with the Nautilus showing and no marksman for LNG, taking away some of those supports that might be paired up with Ezreal and the Rel, and then taking away an Ambessa for Hoya, because if you do end up having that Twisted Fate, I think it puts more onus on your own top laner to take a carry top if it ends up going mid. So Ambessa, of course, that premier pick that can play into Rumble. But if you're talking about TF maybe going top, shaking your head.
Don't do it. We're going 3 games, you know? That would be fun. We saw, unfortunately, Rookie play that last night and did not go too well for him. The Gnar will be locked in, so they're going to get that one for Hoya.
I didn't see where Rookie took the lock. Was it first rotation?
I think it was first pick, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think first pick lock's playable. I do think lock's very playable later on in the draft, but if you first pick lock, you're going to get Cassioed or Victored, and that doesn't
They're first or third, I can't remember.
Okay, so yeah, I do think that lock, we need to see a few champs before we can pick lock. If you can take a team comp into lock, it's quite good, but hey, a lot of the meta right now is about 3v3ing around the mid lane, and lock is really strong in those scenarios. So
that's
and the champions
an old way champion right there. There you go.
Very supportive, Mizzelle, kind of what we expected.
I just don't know. Does that have a place in the meta? That's way trying to break the mold here. We've seen so many teams highlighting aggressive assassin junglers, finding carries for their junglers. And Weiwei is going to be trying to be some of the old guard, it feels like, as MF also comes through.
A lot of Wombo combo showing here for LNG with the MF, the Rumble, and the Skarner Nautilus to boot. So going to be about how they can find those 5v5s.
So good.
Leona's nice for trying to cancel MF. I think Alistar for me has a wee bit more value, just given that Ezreal is going to be fine in lane and Alistar is better later on. So I'd prefer the Alistar. I just really value the ult and the ability to mess with MF, try and get her out. So
And that's
gonna
why
be the
you're a
case.
Telecaster and I'm a play-by-play.
Hey, you know what, Mazel? Both picks had value. I prefer the Alistar a bit more, given that it's Ezreal. I think that's if they wanted Leona a little bit more early pressure, that's fine. But I also think that Leona, you're gonna go Merc Treads in the TF, so Leona value goes down a little bit when you have Mercs. Alistar ult gets you out of some good stuff, especially the Skarner ult can be really valuable to Unbreakable that. So I like this pick for Fungyue, and the 2 engagers for Fungyue, it feels like that's more of his forte. Again, I feel like Fungyue is rather somewhat consistent with his play between mages and engagers, but the engage play last game was quite good from him, so we'll see if that can continue this game.
We will. I think LNG have a lot to prove in this game number 2, figuring out if they can get the ball rolling at least a little bit. Guan was feeling himself in game number 1 on the Nefiri, and now he's on the Lee Sin, an even bigger playmaker, at least individually. But it was about that presence in bot lane. I wonder if we still get another, at least, version of that here for NIP. What do you think?
Ooh. I think this draft is more even, but do think that there is opportunity for LNG to get that lead in the bot lane, just given that they have the MF and the Nautilus. So I do think that there's going to be a little bit more onus on Alistar to walk and leave Ezreal alone and try and go from there. But early priority should be in LNG's hands, which is, I think, a nice adaptation from last game. I just think that LNG has far more tools to make plays this game, and we saw them lack the tools last game and really struggle to get on the map. So an improved draft for them.
Well, we're back in the arena again, and we're in NIP's home. Can they go 2-0? We'll find out now.
Giselle, what do you even do in NACL when we spawn on the Rift and you don't have the Jayos?
It hurts
do you
my
pause
soul.
and think about it? Okay, it just hurts your soul.
Well, so the reason I do that is, like, originally they used to do it in the LPL, but they stopped doing it for a while, like letting the Jayos go. When I got into the LPL, I love NFL, and I've always been such a big fan of the energy at kickoff, and I think that's why I do that. No matter what, I do it at ACL either too.
I mean, there's nothing in
the
ACL.
Giles just make it feel better, you know.
Oh, 100%. I think the pause is epic. Well, you gotta let the fans chirp. I mean, I had a big tweet about TSM and CLG and my thoughts on that.
Oh my God, it's a bit of a reverse from game 1, huh?
Yeah, MF Nautilus should have some pressure early on. That's a level 2 early for NIP, as Ezreal had the push with Photic, but do you think that MF Nautilus can win this lane, especially if stuff like that happens? Fungyue Pulverized did not connect. So good trades early for the NIP ball lane, or LNG ball lane.
It's gonna feel real good. We're getting heavy trades all over the place here, even on the top side of the map. We see another exhaust for Photic. He was able to use that one pretty lethally last game. Love to see that. Want to see if he's able to do anything there. We will have the kind of opposite side starts for both junglers. So Guan to be pathing away from this bot lane this time around. We'll see if Weiwei can maybe get his influence into that 2v2.
I like the fact that we were having more ADs take Exhaust. I think that Exhaust has been kind of slept on as a summoner spell. And
it's so
look,
good.
I as a player, I'm not as good as these guys. I used to play pretty consistently top 2,000 on the NA ladder. I competed for a collegiate team. I coached. I have some experience trying to play at a high level. But I really feel like the barrier and heal are so forward landing phase, and making sure you can get out of that with a lead or unscathed, depending on the matchup. But Exhaust, the impact it has throughout the entire game, especially if you have ADs like Lucian or like Ezreal that can use it proactively, it is a really strong summoner spell that can shut down someone that gets ahead, or shut down the assassins that we've had more common in the meta. So I like the fact that we have some more players opting for it, and see if Photic can make good use of it this game.
We'll see if so. I think it's just so cool, especially in the later fights, where if, you know, ADCs are prone to getting pounced on by some assassins, it might make it a little bit harder for them to do. As LNG going for a proactive play here, finally getting to see them try to snowball something. As I believe Guan was able to get that initial, but Weiwei will clean up the rest of the Chicky Nuggies. And this is something we didn't see in game number 1, is some of that mobility to link up with Weiwei.
Actually, I like the response here for Guwon. Good
That's
ward
Ghost Pop.
from... Yeah, good ward from Ya. As the control ward gets dropped, but Guwon's going to want to try and contest the Raptors of Weiwei himself. As he did get the big chicken, didn't get the rest, but instead just going to get some information. Go from there.
Yeah, Weiwei playing very safe this time around, just kind of playing towards his condition, which I'm sure they had a long conversation about playing towards their win conditions at least. Last time around, they weren't able to do so. See if they can kind of continue to move forward with this one. They have a lot of big scaling pieces like we were talking about last game for NIP, and that's something they need to think about.
No, YCX didn't get involved with any play up there, but I actually like the fact that they brought YCX too, just in case, because I think that was the answer for Guwon, given that Weiwei skipped over his crab take to try and contest those Raptors. So good movement from YCX, even if it didn't lead to anything. I think that was the right walk from him. As sneaking into a control ward now, Guwon going to try and look bot is spotted.
The exhaust, it's so big. The Sonic Wave delay and the kill is over. The game over emote comes up from Guwon, and that's a point instead for NIP.
And Guwon hit B, went to his Krugs. Again, he kind of broke the script in terms of pathing. Just given the show bot or top side, he had the option to either... if he goes bot, he has Krugs to the bot lane gank. If he goes top side, then he'd be clearing down again. But breaking that script, breaking the path again, really valuable against this LNG bot lane who didn't see it coming this time around. They had the wave pushed up, weren't able to get it in, and got caught out in transition. Trying to get that wave in as Guwon punishes them yet again. And if you are an NIP fan from last split, Mazel, few better signs that you can see than Guwon starting off on a heater.
Look at this, look at this, look at this, though. Hoya had already started the initial engage, waiting for the Destiny Gate to come up, and NIP are looking to make plays. Sheer on the wrong side of the tracks here. The yellow card's going to be there, and yeah, it's just all she wrote here. The equalizer to try to clear the wave, and they're going to give the kill over to Care.
Honestly, really nice that Sheer gets the wave. I don't think that he gets the play out of that one, so Sheer did his damnedest to make sure he gets what he can. Like the kill being given to Care, because he's going to lose a wee bit mid. Could walk in here with Guwon, but Nya going to try and play around it, but walking right into Guwon, who the observers
baited us. Yeah.
They did. That's well played. Whenever the observers trick us, you know, usually like to think that we're all on the same team. As a broadcast and a production top-down, even if we have no recollection or no communication with the feed that we get. Observers tricking us, that's a positive. I feel like that's, you know, it's like a nice little Trojan horse sneaking in there.
Something that did happen during that, and happened like almost at the second that Sheer got the kill or died, it was the Dragon take by LNG. So they at least get their first neutral objective of the series.
It's the right response. As Feng Yue going to try and get involved against the Rise. Can't quite get in range, but good pickup by Weiwei. Takes that on a play from NIP. And again, kind of the response from that bot kill going over. Once they come back, Photic and Feng Yue, they had the base reset themselves. And of course, that play went down top. So the Dragon available to take for LNG. Good pickup by Weiwei. We'll see what happens around the Grubs, though. Because I know Grubs not as valuable as Dragons, but do feel like Guwon and Care just being a wee bit ahead now. Yeah. Usually, I'd favor the Rise, Skarner, Rumble, but I think that if they're able to use Guwon or Care to try and get up and get involved against Sheer in the top lane, maybe a punish can lead to a potential grub priority here for NIP.
Just looking at this duo, man, it's so powerful when you can get the combo off of the Lee Sin and the Twisted Fate. Care's going to have his Destiny coming up here soon. We actually just saw Hoya burn his Mega Gnar ult and topside, and Feng Yue is already up here. He was spotted on the ward, and Grub started up.
Feng Yue TP'd up. He's got Spellbook, so that's a bonus member. YCX is coming to respond too. Guwon did smite away one Grub.
LNG really want to fight that, but they're hesitant.
Well,
they don't want to move in.
Weiwei's going to smite one away.
That's going to be the yellow card. They full in straight onto Care. They don't get the damage down onto him. The kick comes through to deny the impale, and now Hoya's stacking back up the Mega Gnar, but he doesn't even need it. He's throwing boomerangs at people. The dredge line goes wide from YCX, as it's going to be Sheer coming over to reinforce, but it's a 4v3. LNG taking a fight that they're down a man. They're just getting completely torn apart here, and Guwon's flashing on people. Feng Yue Is not even going to go down. Throws up the excited Teemo. The Baron pat on the head. And then I pay 5-0, 8.5 minutes in.
This was an uncompetitive series, Bazell. Wow, that was a stinker. I really don't know how else to respond to that. Weiwei had a smite up. I feel like he could have smote one of those grubs away.
Yo, Photic, my goat. Dude, this guy is just going ham.
Yeah, well played, Photic. So a win on the bot side as well. And I'm looking at a 3 grub, 3k gold lead NIP. 9 minutes in.
That's disgusting.
I would almost love to see a replay of that fight because I really don't want to, have a fight perspective where I don't celebrate the good play of NIP, but I feel like the poor play of LNG is the highlight of this.
They were initially so hesitant.
He's got a 1k smite. You can quick up and smite that away. Instead, like there's never up a man. Shear's late because of the wave.
Weiwei did
and then they don't decide to get out. Yeah, like Nia could have walked out here. He could have borked off, but instead, they sign up for a very losing fight. And when you don't have the upfront damage necessary, you get to kind of play to the beat of the gold card's drum. And so every gold card that came out for Care was just a winning trade for an IP, and that ended up being, what was it, a 4-for-0 in grubs, and then a win bot from Photic. That was very split from LNG and very poor.
Your entire comms get based around a lot of the lockdown that Weiwei is bringing, and all I saw Weiwei do in that fight was get the initial engage, impale, get kicked back, and then unfortunately had to stand there while he was stunned and died. And that's not what you want to see the facilitator for the team be doing. And unfortunately for LNG, they are just down in the hole big time, and it looks like that hole might just get deeper.
YCX is going to hover mid, and the play is not mid.
So
it's actually bot.
Yeah.
The play is bot.
They didn't even need Guwon. Guwon's just there as a spectator.
He didn't even need Unbreakable. It's just... maybe, I gotta say, for Feng Yue, this split, maybe he's just really trying to show Photic that he's the better support,
Yeah, he should be.
Photic and Zhuo, some history with Weiwei, by the way, going back to, I guess not the V5 days. That was PP God. How could I forget about the greatest IGN that ever exists in this game?
Greatest player of all time.
Oh.
Feng Yue is going to pop the Unbreakable finally. 2-man. Oh, he gets knocked into it. Feng Yue might go down. YCX hits a beautiful dredge line into the double depth charge, but he is going to go down first. Feng Yue hasn't died, but finally does. It's Weiwei that ends up getting him initially, and now Nia is going to help pick up another kill here as it actually goes over to 1xN. Sheer showed up too as he TP'd in. They're going to try to realm warp on a Photic. Photic trying to get the up. They just sent 1xN by himself. The bullet time comes through, and they get the kill for it anyways.
Okay, Shear's TP gets some, I'd say 2 bonus kills from that engage. What can Hoya get on the top side for that? We'll see. But neutral still goes over to NIP. Gold lead is still pretty much the same. I do want to give LNG some credit. I feel like that was decently well played, but a lot invested with Sheer TPing as Feng Yue. That dredge line from YCX gets him out of the pool, and then yeah, nice ward dash by Guwon to get out of that. And from here, again, the sheer TP coming in, I do feel like this kind of gets them the bonus kill on Photic, as Guwon, a little split with the rest of the team, was going for a big play. Maybe didn't catch the fact that Sheer was behind because his team had to run away from the Rumble instead of follow up on that. What would have been, trade your life to try and trade someone else out play from Guwon.
So the dust settles, as he said, not much of a change in the lead, but still some shining moments from LNG. Probably the most we've seen from them in this series so far.
Where's the Gnar at after that? That's my real question. Yeah, Hoya's
about 1,000 gold up.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about moving forward, because Sheer's down a full level off that too. So again, I feel like that Sheer TP, it got him something, but a lot was invested to lose the neutral, only get a few kills. Was that enough overall? I'm going to go with a no, because I think that if Gnar gets ahead in this game, the ability for TF and Lee Sin to crash into his lane and blow up that matchup against the Rumble, really high. And Sheer's TP, it's going to... Yeah, they've already swapped up the lanes. They have the Rise going into the Gnar now off the reset instead of having the Rumble, where I think Rise might be able to play out of a TF ult coming to his lane a little bit better than the Rumble.
And I've just been really appreciating the combo of Guan, Care, and Feng Yue moving around together. I feel like it's such a deadly trio to be running into by any of these members of LNG.
I'm just happy to see Feng Yue playing well. I really feel like he was, in a way, slighted by top esports. I think that of all the supports to grab, I've never really been pro Zhuo. And Feng Yue, I feel like baseline for a young player was rather consistent, which is a huge compliment to give a young player in a league that has the volatility that LPL does, you know? So to see him, I think have that last team fight was a flub, but that's the first flub we've seen from him today, as he's been really solid and seems to be syncing up with a team that did have some pre-existing synergy between, you know, Care and Guwan pretty well. It's been good to see.
Care finding his own. I've always been a Care fan. Stuck around the FPX days until unfortunately they crumbled. But,
yeah.
Very nice. Nice to see
him and
in
Sheer.
Yeah.
It was kind of a fun team with at least the Shadow days. I remember them split 2 of last year. I felt like
and then
Sheer,
Papa BLG came knocking and said, "Give me your player."
Yeah. You know, that's okay. That happens.
And then they did that to TT. And then
and they're doing it to a former TT
now
member that's on the Rift right now.
Again.
And it's not 1xN. It's Hoya. Yeah.
Rant over. Rift Herald started, though. It is LNG that are moving up.
Oh, Feng Yue.
There's a flank. There's a massive flank for Feng Yue. Realm Warp coming in. That's TP as well, I believe, coming through from Sheer. Depth charge going to be used on a Guan. He does flash preemptively to get away from it. Rift Herald secured by Weiwei. YCX very low, though, and they're getting surrounded. Feng Yue just goes into the pit. The Rift Herald has been popped. Weiwei trying to use it as an escape tool. No, it's the other one. As he goes through the wall, Hoya gets the double, the triple. He's looking for the knockback, and he gets him big time. He's going to try to take down Sheer's. Care comes back around from the side, as I don't know what XN found himself doing, but he is not a part of this fight, and NIP clean up.
That took the Shelly to the hills and tried to escape as the rest of NIP clean up the fight. Great engage from Hoya and a great start to the play from Feng Yue, who does go down, but I think well worth the life of the cow.
Oh, did we lose Cubby? Is Cubby still alive?
No, I'm still here. I was trying to do a Odysseus transition. I was blanking on the cows that were eaten by the crew.
Apollo.
You know, okay, so Feng Yue here is Apollo's cow, and 1xN is Odysseus. And the Shelly's the ship. He takes the ship, he rides the wave, and he gets back to Ithaca. As the rest of his crew is left to...
And then they kill all the suitors, right? That's what...
Yeah, well, no, not the suit. Not yet. We're not at that point of the story yet.
Okay.
LNG is going to be the suitors later on. Yeah, but right now, 1xN's Odysseus. He was the only one that was worthy enough to get out, thanks to Shelly and riding the wave beside him, you know, through the river.
I love the stretch.
We got there.
I needed that before the warm-up.
I needed the paw. I was like, what cows were in the movie again? It was Apollo. Thank you.
You're welcome. I got you. Lay up.
I'm sorry for the spoilers, by the way, for a story that's existed for 3,000 years. I apologize. Sure. I apologize.
How dare you? How dare you? The lead keeps growing. Another dragon goes the way of NIP. That is 2 dragons now in a row that they've taken. And honestly, I think LNG, they're just happy to be here at this point. They've gotten a Rift Herald, they've gotten a dragon. It was both of their first neutral objectives of the series. And now they've got to find a way to put it together. They have scaling pieces. We've talked about it, but I don't know if that timer is going to be soon enough.
I don't think it's going to be soon enough whatsoever, Mizel, because for me, LNG gets outscaled this game. I really prefer TF, Ezreal, Alistar as this game goes on versus their counterparts. Do think that Skarner and Rumble scale decently well, but...
I think the Rise more importantly.
Yeah, it scales, but not against TF, because the gold cards kind of shut you down.
True.
So,
we'll see. Just walking into no vision enemy jungle with Feng Yue coming over top and the double knockback. He's going to get the Destiny Gate in here too. Carrick instantly gets depth charge. Hoya's waiting for the big Meganar ult on the side, but he's just dying to turrets here as he gets flashed on by Nya. I don't know what Hoya was thinking, but he just gave his life away.
That's a +1 for LNG. They can't get any neutrals out of it, but... We's get a kill for themselves. A little bit ambitious there from Hoya. NIP should be able to clean up this wave as LNG... You know, I think this was an opportunity for LNG to at least send one top. Instead, they're going to lose a wave, potentially 2. And yeah, I've been really bummed about LNG today, Miss L. I really...
Yeah.
I know that LPL coaches, we don't usually talk about them a lot because it's hard to see value outside a couple that are high performers like Danny and Tabe. But Coach Edgar has a hell of a resume if you go throughout his career. And this is not the map play that I would expect out of a Edgar team that I typically think very highly of.
Gonna race down towards bot side. Nya trying to use his speed to get away. The Stall's impact's gonna come through on a funky way to deny any further movement. There is gonna be the at least ghost burned by Nya, so that could be returned to. But something to think about a little bit more as we go into these next setups, especially around the dragon in a while. We are hitting those second item spikes. Does that change anything here, even with the advantage for NIP?
No. This should be NIP favored for the rest of the game, Mazelle.
Yeah.
That's
what I expect.
I would love to give you more excitement.
Heartsteel?
Oh, stacky wackies. It's a 91. Infinite scaling. You never know what can happen.
Dude, we're in it, bro. We're in it. We just need to get to 300 so it triples, right? That's how this works?
Depends on which
Steal your heart.
Yeah, okay. It depends on the augments.
True Shot Barrage coming across, giving a little bit of scouting, and actually taking Sheer down a peg there too. We have side lane pressure coming through from Care. He is just all by his lonesome, taking a free tier 2 turret with all the plates on top.
Look at the top wave. Look at the top wave. Like Sheer has to go answer that right now. They're late to every wave. And they're not getting anything for being late to these waves, which is why we see the gold lead now going up to 4K. So, again, to be fair to LNG, I think it's a tough spot for them. Really feel like the rise and bot side they took, they index more towards the early games than what NIP has for themselves. But some of these responses and plays that we're seeing from them, this is a wombo combo comp from LNG, and we haven't seen them get the team fight set up necessary to execute it.
But that also gives a lot of praise over to NIP, who have truly shown on the fact that we've seen these setups from them, kind of the play through Guon, the map movements as well, and trying to use these advantages to continue pushing the pace of the game, right? They won in 26.5 minutes last game, and it was because of those macro decisions, because of the map movements around the map, and it's been really nice to see NIP find consistency in that, because again, we did not expect them to be knocked down to Group Nirvana in split number 3.
Yeah, and I mean, it is kind of nice to see NIP at least come back with such a, I'd say, convincing showing in their opener.
Mm-hmm.
As this was the team that was 5th in the regular season for last split.
Yeah.
And they were a team that, again, the least likely team that we felt like was going to demote to Group Nirvana in that do or die best of 5. So.
The outer turret. Oh, he got him. All right.
All right.
It's, more gold. The final outer turret does fall. NIP have a lot more wiggle room between the bases of LNG, or at least between the lanes. You can see LNG just kind of trying to hold the line here. 4-1 setup for them as a defensive structure, but the Destiny's going to be popped in top lane. Yellow card connects. They can't get the damage down because the turret's already firing.
Dragon is up. It looks like the focus is on the side lanes and using the grubs as the turret falls topside, and NIP is going to leave this one to LNG. So Dragon given, gold acquired.
Were they leaving
Baron
it?
attempted.
Maybe it's just an appetizer. As this is bold, NIP. How many games have we seen flipped on its head because of an errant Baron? And the realm warp over, NIP immediately pull off, realizing they maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew. LNG's comp, they're starting to stand tall here with some of these pieces together. Together strong.
That's why Hoya's leaving, right? No.
Not confirmed, Cubby.
Yeah. Not confirmed. Not confirmed. It's nice being the unofficial broadcast sometimes, you know? Get things wrong like that, and the coach of LNG. As, it's not Edgar, it was Numao. You know, I saw not Edgar walk out on stage. Edgar was, of course, of course, the coach of LNG last split. Not the
Lumao
current coach.
goated. Dude, Lumao's been making the rounds as coach. Helping out BLG.
He was an entertaining player. He was. I heavily associate Fiddlestick support with Lumao.
Is that a good thing?
He played a lot of it.
Are we gonna bring that back now? We've got Camille. You know, we got.
No, if you want to bring that back, go open up League Classic that comes out pretty soon for everyone at home, because Fiddlestick support was not discovered until too late in League Classic, and boy oh boy is that champion BS down there.
Yeah, I think the champion's a little bit nuts.
It was not discovered till too late. When they discovered it, they instantly nerfed it because the bouncing E's were way too OP.
As I want to turn some attention to this Care character in the mid lane. Had a 2.5 gold lead in the solo lanes of NIP, but Care on this Twisted Fate has really kind of set the tone for this game number 2 so far, and it looks like it might be the case again. He's waiting to pop that Destiny. We'll just use it for vision for now. And Fotic's feeling himself as well, as the defense continues for LNG, just trying to put out any fire they can.
Curious what happens around this pairing, so I really feel like we're just kind of waiting for NIP
really
to rip it.
Start it.
Yeah, we're waiting for NIP to rip it and then action to happen from there. Until then, it just feels like NIP is going to have priority on the map, and we'll go from there. Next dragon spawning, of course, soul points available for both teams, but NIP is still the team with the 6k gold lead, which, of course, bit Twisted Fate inflated. We'll call it a 4k gold lead. With TF, of course, being rather wealthy himself in the mid lane for Care.
Stealing money from people.
It is the wild, wild west, Miss L.
Oh, they're actually going to make a play on a YCX here. A wall bang comes through on the Fungyue. Fungyue gets dragged back in. He's going to have to do something to get himself out as he gets impaled through. Oh! 4-man knockup, and he's still alive. He's still alive. Okay, he finally dies, but that means NIP have already won the fight when all of the focus goes to the support. Shear's trying to make a hero play, but he just gets put down in the dirt. The yellow card comes through. The FPX emote comes up. A triple kill for Care and a Baron for the ninjas in pajamas.
Love seeing Fungyue emoting in the player cam too. We saw some emotion, some clapping, as that was a 4-man ground pound that absolutely stymied any chance of a win in the fight for LNG. The brand new support for NIP, who really traded places with Zhou, showing that he's got some life to him in this one, as Fungyue made this fight work. Initial engage onto the Nautilus to peel off the Baron. Yeah, it's a bit funky here, but he absorbs so much through the Unbreakable. And then it was a flash Q. I mean, that's Unbreakable for you. Only a rank 1. Doesn't matter. But that ruined the fight. Equalizer dropped.
It
was oh yeah, it wasn't good enough. It was escaped from pretty fast by Hoya and Fotic, as the support falls again for LNG. YCX goes down, and the push continues as NIP putting the finishing touches to a rather convincing 2-0 to open up their Group Nirvana journey.
And I'm extremely proud and happy for NIP, especially Fungyue. Fungyue just put on a highlight reel this series, and so did Guan. I think Care has shown up really big here, but I'm disappointed in LNG, a team that I really wanted to see kind of give them a fight, thinking it was going to go to 3 games, but NIP proved they have put it together, that they are trying to contest for that top 2 here in Group Nirvana. That's the goal for all these 2 teams, and now that we've seen both sets, we know that NIP might just be the real deal. There's going to be the knock-through coming through. YCX doesn't find anything, neither does Weiwei, and Weiwei's debut in 2026 is going to go down in sadness as NIP are putting the finishing touches. Fungyue still unkilled, still going forward, at least in this moment, and the Nexus falls. NIP 2-0 in their home arena debut.
Really convincing win for them out of Group Nirvana. Again, this was a team that finished as the 5 seed in Group Ascension last split, or Group Ascend last split. To see Fungyue giving some hugs out.
Oh,
good for him. And honestly, what a feel-good moment for Fungyue, who, going from the international stage in his rookie year, gets demoted to Group Nirvana, to see him all smiles, all waves in front of the fans of his home crowd here for NIP after a fantastic performance, what I think is an MVP performance for him, at least for the game too. Got to be a feel-good moment for our tall support here in the LPL.
Gotta love it, and gotta feel really good. You could see, just to give one last little point here. As
That made me happy.
The interview with Fungua, yeah. He's a great
Seeing the
character.
hugs, the waves, that made me really happy actually for him. So again,
go ahead.
Him for Schwo? I'm not a fan myself. Not a fan. It's got to feel good for Fungua way to go. Play his best and look good. Yeah.
And some definitely disappointed faces on LNG. You could see it in the player cams, especially in that last big fight. 1XN was kind of scratching his head. I think there's not much time for this LNG team to go upwards, but they need to make a lot of distance because that was a really tough series to watch. A lot of disconnected moments. The draft's not helping them out too much either. And you wonder how this team kind of puts it together moving forward.
Yeah, that didn't look like much to build off of, to be fair. I don't really know. I don't really know how to talk about this series from the LNG perspective, honestly, because I think game 1 we saw a pretty poor draft, and game 2 we saw a draft that we felt like was much more cohesive, but they can never really sync up and execute their game plan, which was womboing. So, yeah, that's gonna be a really tough one to diagnose from the LNG perspective. And again, a team that coming in, I think that as a broadcast team, we feel like this is the team that's most likely to finish last in Group Nirvana. Sadly, that was an outing that solidifies my opinion more than dissuades it. So see if LNG can change that the next time around. Of course, 3 out of the 5 pieces on that team are new. Have a lot of work to do in terms of coming together. But for NIP, gotta say, if that's the last outing we see of NIP Hoya, was a good one for him and the team. We'll see what happens with NIP moving forward if that rumored move of Hoya to BLG does indeed happen.
Yeah, we'll see how that team pans out, what happens in the future, especially for this team, as if that does happen, what they would do at top lane. I gotta say, you know, I've had a lot of fun memeing about Hoya. I think the memes have included BLG Hoya inspired me with more hopium than Project Hail Mary. Also included the someone get these beggars out of here meme if when Knight sees Hoya in the top lane share. Yeah. But yeah, you know, for Hoya, he's a player for me that has always he's been a middle of the pack top laner. And I think that he sees the map well. He views the game well from that aspect, but individually has never really been good enough to be considered an elite top laner in the LPL, or one that I have a lot of confidence in going internationally. We'll see if that can change with BLG. To be fair, the few years that I've followed Hoya, this has been his best, and I think it's really hard to argue with that. So I know that I've had my fun poking fun at, you know, Shaq for Kwame Brown as Hoya potentially steps in for BLG. However, opportunity for Hoya to prove himself on the biggest stage that he's going to be granted. And he was a top laner that looked okay in Group Ascend last split. So I want to see if he can look good on what is the strongest team that we have in the LPL. Yeah. And I guess that's a question for the future, as we will also be having BLG later today. So we'll see what Winbo has in store.
Yeah, we'll see what Winbo has in store.
I'm just saying, Yorick v Yorick, I'd take Winbo's Yorick over Hoya's at this point.
Now, I will say, Winbo has to be the center that played before Kwame Brown actually earned the starting spot after Shaq, whose name I'm blanking on.
This, aren't you?
Well, Andrew Bynum. So it could be like Wembo's Kwame Brown, and then Hoya's Andrew Bynum. If Hoya plays well, he'll be considered closer to Andrew Bynum than he will be Kwame Brown. But Bin's still Shaq. That is for sure. And we'll see if ends up being, you know, Wembo's the center that's not Kwame Brown, and then Hoya's Kwame Brown. I think Hoya can dictate that. As I've taken my analogy way too far myself.
You're going off the deep end, and I'm here for it.
You probably have no idea what I'm talking about basketball.
No, I have that's literally no. I know Shaq.
Yeah.
I got that.
I just have to say that probably the best Stephen A. Smith rant, which I ended the broadcast with last night. The best Stephen A. Smith rant was about Kwame Brown, who he called a bona fide scrub. And I will share that with you after. Hoya is not a bona fide scrub, but we'll see. He might be one on BLG. Who knows? That said, very positive win for him and the team here, as I really feel like the individual that did 2.9k damage in that game is going to walk away with the Pog, hopefully.
I really hope so. He absolutely deserves it. But an impressive showing from NIP. I think this one a little bit less in Guwon's hands and a little bit more in his laner's hands, which is a good duality to have across the series.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think that, again, for me, last split with NIP, it was if Guwon plays well, this team can win. If not, this team doesn't look good. Because I think Guwon takes risks early on, and this is a meta that should work for that. I think that Guwon created a lot of action, for better or worse, last split for NIP, and we saw that action come up positive for his team in this series, as I'm really just waiting for what was the fantastic Fengyue engage later on that really shut this game down for NIP against LNG, because that was the highlight play of the series we had, Zell.
Yeah, and I think that's the interesting part. I don't want to talk about LNG too much more because it was a tough outing. I hope they have a better time in their next series. Again, only 5 more series left for both these two teams, but if we're looking at it now, it's oh, no.
That's a nice touch. That's a nice touch, Ilya.
Oh, no.
I appreciate that.
But it's so true. Now they're drowning. But NIP, IG, snapshot of Group Nirvana, top of the group, 1-0. Yo.
I think NIP versus Weibo, that could dictate the group. It really could. I think that with the Shy and Rookie, that's enough pedigree for me that I don't really care what form they're in. I feel like they've got to be better than both these teams. I really do. Especially if Hoya is not an NIP, because I think that whatever top laner NIP brings in, not likely to be better than Hoya. So, I was thinking of centers that are worse than Kwame Brown, and that list is short. But anyway,
I'll just keep going. If you want, keep talking.
No, I missed Fengyue's. Oh no, here it is. Here's the format. I was waiting for that. Yeah. This was a slam dunk.
I didn't get to see how I was casting. I didn't get to see him emoting in the camera. I wanna go back and look at it.
That was after he died in the last fight, but he claps, you know. And I always say, you know, as someone's worked with some teams, mostly mid-masters teams, beat a scholarship team every year as a non-scholarship program. You know, a little bit of pedigree there. But rule 1, hype up the boys. You got to hype up the team. Yeah. Hyping up the boys, building confidence. You got to build each other up. Matters in anything that you do. See Fengyue stepping into a new team and doing that right off the rip, on top of putting some good play out there. Can't help but root for our tall tree in the bot lane. At support, as was a good look for him in this debut outing with NIP.
Still shocked to see him having moved teams, but I wish him the best here. Hopefully he'll be able to continue performances like this. But now we're going to be getting to player of the game and man of the match, 607. Make sure that separation stays in there. A beautiful performance from Care.
Okay, we didn't see this one coming. I wanted to give my support some love. However, I think that Care's proactivity, top lane was good, and really solid TF game, 607. He was very far ahead compared to Niaz Rise, and yeah, solid look for Care and the whole team. Kind of curious what the votes were. I'm hoping the AI went for Fengyue. I might have positive thoughts for the AI if it actually voted All right, never mind. We don't. Guwon? Why are we voting Guwon? Why?
That's crazy. We also had a Hoya vote. Probably trying to get one last Hoya vote in, you know?
That's the narrative vote right there. that's the narrative vote. AI, I'm going to go with the Winners Club Keck W vote. Bringing back the old LCK Media Keck W votes. One of the better memes in the LCK chat. That is beloved. Now we get the AI Keck W votes. But yeah.
Who do you got, man of the match? I think it's Fengyue. I think over 2 games.
I think it's got to be Guwon. I think it just has to
be the Lee Sin game.
It wasn't a bad Lee Sin game.
It wasn't bad, but Fengyue
he made a big splash in game 1. Oh, well, they're gonna give it to Care. All right, we're both wrong.
What?
Hey, you know what? Props, Care.
Why?
Oh, because he put the big game 2, and we have recency bias here, Mazel. Congrats to Care. Congrats to NIP on a great first outing. Mazel, I'm not joining for the next series, so any thoughts on our Thunder Talk EDG Group Ascend series before we say sayonara.
You just turned the table on me. I don't like this. This makes me uncomfortable. I'm the one that asked the questions.
I was going to give some thoughts.
No, I do think EDG, you're trending on the up. I think Leave has shown some serious mechanical ceilings that we love to see in the ADC position. I just need to see the whole team come together for that. I'm wondering what TT bring to the table here today as well.
I don't have a lot of confidence in TT. I kind of hate to say it. Sorry, Kelsey Moser, who is our beloved TT fan out here with the LPL. But no, I think Leave is one of the highest ceiling mechanical ADs that we have. It should be a fun addition for EDG as he makes his way into Group Ascend. And honestly, for EDG, and that's a top side where Xiaohao and ZDZ felt like they were pretty solid. And the addition of Bulldog coming in, player that was, of course,
he popped off last series.
Yeah, I really feel like Bulldog with Krako was the best of LNG. And so Bulldog getting that bump up. We'll see how he syncs up with Xiaohao, who I felt like was the driving force for EDG in Group Nirvana. I think that there is actually a lot of pieces in this team, especially with Coach Malachi coming in, where I could see EDG kind of being the sneaky sleeper team in Group Ascend. So I hope they take care of business for TT and kind of build on what I think could be for this team in the group.
Yeah, we will. But that is it for us for our first series. Still 2 best of 3s locked and loaded. So make sure you stick around, get hydrated, and get ready for that second series. We got Gordo and Alk coming on for it, and we'll see you there.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English. My name is Gordo. I'm joined by Alk for our second series of the night, where Thunder Talk Gaming and EDG are both hunting for their first win of the split.
That's the most fun part about it. No winless team here, at least tonight. JDG, you can go worry about that later on, but I'm really excited to see what we're going to get between these two because at least so far this split, I have had reasons to be, hyped for them. Maybe more so for one team recently.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you got a little bit of a case to be made here for both of these teams, given what we've gotten to see from them so far. But I think both of us fall down on one end of the spectrum versus the other. Let's start things off with Thunder Talk, introducing this team to the stream today. It's mostly, in fact, entirely the same lineup we've seen from them all year long. It's Keshi, Junhao, Haru, On, and Feather.
Whoa, where's the Ryan 3 disrespect coming from?
Well, last two splits.
I know. I'm just joshing you. Look, this lineup, the expectations have been very low, and so far, I think they have started to surpass them as we have climbed through the last half of the year. Split 2 was, pretty decent for them. They did okay. They obviously won their play-in series, and now they've had competitive series against the number 1 and 2 seeds from the last split. Really, the floor is raising right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, they kind of set expectations as low as they possibly could back in the winter split, where as you shouted out, they had a slightly different roster, but they did come away winning one game all split long. They have substantially improved since then, being able to make the play-in series, being able to get that surprise upset win in the play-in series, and then even getting themselves all the way up into this group ascend, where they have now taken both MSI reps to 3 games.
Yeah, and if they didn't throw that game 1, they would have 2-0 top esports last night. We were potentially one bad click away from being in a world where this team is 1-1. And
it's a very different pre-show then.
It's a very different pre-show, exactly. And we then come in with different expectations for this team because, look, them having to throw, I think, is very indicative of just having a very young team. When you have a player like Keshi and Haru sitting in your solo lanes, things are going to happen. There were a lot of weird moments, I think, from Keshi as they overextended into that game number 1 at the back end. But if that is the level we are going to see for them, I actually am thinking that Thunder Talk might not be the worst team here in Group Ascend, which I did not think I would say 7 days ago.
Definitely true. Yeah, big chance to prove it here. Also, a little bit of extra spice on top of today's matchup as we look towards On, who is coming back in up against his former team, EDG. Kicked him to the curb not too long ago, comes back in with Thunder Talk, where he's been competing up against EDG all year long, and they find themselves at a 3-3 game record coming into the day.
Split the record, 1-1 in their series, and that last one that they needed to win was really important for their split too. It kept them in contention for the play-ins and let them continue their dreams for a split 3 run. So we'll see what they can do, and maybe a little bit of revenge here for On if he can find a win here tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see if he is going to be able to pull that out, get Thunder Talk up into the advantage state. Like we mentioned earlier, they've had themselves some solid games so far here. Going to be talking about their 1-game win up against BLG, looking dominant. And like you said, nearly a 2-0 up against Top Esports. Ended up losing that series 1-2 after a throw in game number 1. But I think the consistent story throughout all of those games where they've been either in it or straight up winning, it's been Junhao on an absolute tear.
Junhao's been so good for this team. A journeyman jungler who's mostly made his name known on Ultra Prime and finally kind of gets to lead the helm on this project. Now joined with On, I think that they've been able to leverage just some decent lanes, specifically around topside. And tonight, the most important part of the map is going to be jungle, and I want to see how Thunder Talk are going to be able to unlock this guy with using maybe someone like Feather with some more roaming supports, especially with the meta that we have seen develop.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can't stop watching that second clip there. My man lands like 5 or 6 Sonic Waves over the course of that team fight, and it's a huge factor. His Lee Sin has been stupendous over the last, month and change or so. Their series up against LGD in the playoffs was absolutely huge on the Lee Sin there. Had that great Lee Sin game up against BLG. He had a great Lee Sin game up against IG to get them into Group Ascend in the first place. This guy's been racking them up on that champion, and I think his Fury's been not too shabby either.
He's got a lot of different carry picks. Just kind of wondering whether or not he'll be able to match against his opponent tonight, because EDG definitely like to put a little bit of stock into Xiaohao's jungle.
Absolutely here. With that, let's check out EDG. It's ZDZ, Xiaohao, Bulldog, Leave, and Perukia. Perukia making a return to the starting lineup. Bulldog joining from LNG for split number 3. This team off to a shaky start. I think they've had some strong early games, but have not been able to bring home the bacon.
Yeah, it's games like this, which actually they end up winning this game, again, off of the back of putting Knight behind and eventually another Lee Sin performance. Maybe Lee Sin is just B1. We've seen them already do that before between these two guys. I think that their map reads sometimes and their movements haven't been the best. This is their second series, and they did this same play where they have Ziggs game 1, they get all 3 grubs, and then they go to top turret and blow it up using the Ziggs Satchel Bomb. That has given them a really big increase in their early gold generation, and I think it was a mistake that they then fixed after their first game versus LGD.
Yeah, and perhaps I'm being a little unfair to EDG, showing my my preferences a little bit here. They also get a game win up against BLG, like you referenced there. So both these teams having taken our reigning champs at least 2-3 games in this early start to the season. But I do think getting 2-0'd by LGD up at the start really tainting my view of this team just a little bit to kick things off, and makes it hard to have some faith for them coming into Thunder Talk, but this is their chance to really re-solidify themselves, get their season back on track, and start to feel like this is a team that can contest.
Perfect timing, and we've got ourselves the walkouts here. Important win, we already said. It's first win if they get for either of these teams here tonight. No one is going, neither, I guess one of these teams is not going home without a win, and it's just these matches, I know it sounds really weird when you're in Group Ascend, every single match should matter, but it's these games that we as a broadcast, and I think the community as a whole, should be expecting to be the most close, or the ones that are the most important ones to find, because if you're expected to lose against the top 4 or top 5, then it's teams like this, teams like LGD, that you're going to need to win against if you want to escape play-ins and just make it into top 6.
Yeah, if you want to go by your kind of strictest definitions here, right? We'll say WE has earned a stronger classification. They're up there with the big dogs. Then this group is 5 reigning Ascend teams and 3 promoted Nirvana teams. And that Nirvana group last split was very close, outside of LNG, who are not even here and no longer exist as a 5-man roster, hence Bulldog being on EDG. So, one of these 3 have got to skip play-ins and make the main playoff stage, and in theory lock themselves Group Ascend for 2027, assuming that we keep the same format for Winter Split. That's a huge thing to play for as an organization. Makes you so much more attractive to incoming talent if you're trying to make any changes, on top of all the benefits it has for this season as you're looking to compete in playoffs and get yourself one of those 4 world spots.
It is the most important, especially for Edward Gaming. It's been a while since they've been even a top-level team, not even like kind of grazing past the former World Championship and the MSI win that we had so long ago. This team, when it actually had on before in 2025, they would get top 2 in Nirvana, go into the playoffs or play-ins, and either lose in the play-ins in Split 2 or just make top 8, which is literally just you got into the bracket and then immediately 0-2'd in both of your series. That is, I don't think, a very proud thing to be, and we saw it reflected at the very beginning of the year with them being in group perseverance. You made top 8, that's awesome, but you did not show that you could scrap with the best of them throughout the entirety of the year.
That's what you want to change perception-wise coming into this split. I mean, with this retooled Thunder Talk Gaming team that feel like they've scaled up over the course of the year. I've been very impressed with the flashiness we've gotten from the solo laners as the 2 rookies, and they've been getting more and more stable over the course of this, the season. Not going to say that they are stable, but they're more stable than they used to be, especially Keshi, who still does show some of that weird stuff from time to time, like you called out in their series that they most recently played up against Top, but can have moments of greatness. And, you know, I feel like the supportive pieces have really started to come together. Feathers had a strong season across the board. Junhao has been really good through 2 series. If he can keep up this form, I think this Thunder Talk team will win plenty of series over the course of this season.
The rookies have just found their footing, and I think have found better angles. They now understand, okay, I can actually go for this play, and it's most likely not going to backfire. There's still some calibration issues. Again, that Game 1 versus Top Esports the other night, really, really tough loss to find. And like you're mentioning, the supportive pieces are there. Again, coming back to On, I think that his individual performance has created so much more. Like, you know, from the AD carry position, you're going to get reliable DPS. You're going to get a fairly okay laning phase for the most part with him and Feather, and those team fights are really what kind of bring it all into the same room. I just want to see if the solo laners are going to be able to kind of finally like cash in that check, if they're going to be able to punch above their weight class and show what that growth has been throughout the year.
Yeah, definitely here. And as we look towards the EDG lineup, you know, they're still fresh off of swapping out half their roster, still trying to find their footing a little bit as well. That feels like a disadvantage coming in up against a team that's retained all 5 players from last split. We'll see how they do. I mean, Peruki has been in the background all season long, even though he wasn't playing in spring, and clearly they like him a little bit more on the engagers. You can see it in his entire champion history, and you know, read between the lines a little bit, the fact that he's in here now over YCX, or Jue rather. And then looking on over into the mid lane, Bulldog, they clearly were not happy with their mid lane situation coming into this summer split, right? Angel was getting benched for Sunyan with very little experience. Then they moved back to Angel, then they moved back to Sunyan. It was a little bit messy. And then even though they got way better results than they expected with their rookie, they sent him right back down anyway and are looking to get Bulldog into the lineup. So clearly they felt like they needed a change in mid lane at all costs, and they should be happier with Bulldog than with the very inexperienced Sunyan.
EDG was like, wow, thank you, WE, because you faded LNG back to the Shadow Realm of Nirvana. They completely revamped their roster, as we just saw coming in. They played their first series versus NIP and then took a 0-2 loss the series right before this. EDG, it's like we said, the expectation, I think, for this team is actually, like, we're playing for the regional finals at this point. Like, it's not enough to have Angel, who's been okay, but has also been a part of the struggling EDG that we had last year. And now it's, hey, we made playoffs. That gives us some championship points. Let's make a run. Let's see if, you know, if we can have Bulldog get into a spot. We are already in the leave basket. If we just change a few things, if Bulldog hits the right patch and we kind of find our strength, we might be able to actually have a chance to play in what is 2 different best of 5s to get us to Worlds as a 4th seed.
Yeah, definitely. That's what it's all about, right? Getting yourself the most favorable position in those playoffs to be able to produce that kind of result. This is what we were just talking about earlier here, right? If these 5 big dogs are unbeatable, and they're not, we know they're not. 2 of them have already been taken.
0-2.
Yeah, BLG's been taken to 3 games by both these teams. JDG 0-2. Top got taken to 3 games by this Thunder Talk lineup. We know they are not unbeatable. Even if they were, one of these teams is getting top 6. One of these teams is getting that favorable playoffs position. One of these teams is not having to play in the play-in up against a team coming up from Nirvana. So these are the matches that matter the most. These ex-Nirvana group matchups. EDG, Thunder Talk, LGD. Those are the ones we're going to be paying extra special attention to. Maybe not if the season goes on and JDG keeps not winning games. Then we're going to start getting worried about them. But for right now, this is going to be the focus. Already got to see LGD take down EDG earlier on.
Yep.
You got to get this win over Thunder Talk. If you start 0-2 against these other ex-Nirvana teams, it just feels so dire.
And then you're 0-3 to start off the very first week of the season. If I'm an EDG fan, I start getting worried, and then I look at EDG's schedule for next week. Thursday, they're playing against Team WE. Friday, they're playing against AL. I don't favor them in either of those matches, so then you're theoretically starting 0-5. I don't want to get down the hate train at that point, but you have to take wins like this when they're presented. But Thunder Talk are obviously starting to scale. Gordo, is your desk clear? Do you have like clutter on your desk?
I have so much clutter on my desk. Why?
Okay, can you find the start the game button? Because I can't find it on my desk. I just have this nice, shiny, super foil, mega rare Crystal Rose Ezreal that I pulled from Vendetta. But I can't find the cast or start the game button on my screen or on my desk.
I don't have it. I got nothing. I got a lot of bills.
Is this a time for a coffee read? No, I don't think. I think that might be tacky.
maybe, but we kind of already did it though a little bit, like just a tiny bit, a little self-aware with it.
Exclamation point coffee. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. All right, now it's full blown. Word.
Well, remember
Well,
guys, if you want to help Gordo pay his bills, make sure you tap it on coffee. Best way to support us. We'll do an actual read at the end of the game. I'm looking over at Ilya's screen. I just wanted to see. Okay, there's obviously something going on stage. With the sad and sulken on sitting there.
Yeah, looking like it might be taking a nap before this game gets kicked off. Hopefully, whatever is going on can be resolved before too long. And meanwhile, coming on in to the day, I think this is not going to be the matchup that most folks had kind of pinned in their calendars. I think a lot of folks very excited for AL BLG, but given what we've gotten to see from both of these teams so far up against BLG, I think they might be closer to the middle of the pack than we give them credit for. EDG certainly both teams need to win a series to really prove that, but one of them is going to do just that here today. So I think this will be a big narrative shift for whoever's going to come away with the win, get a little bit momentum behind them, give themselves a chance to win some matchups coming in later into the season.
I mean, it already is kind of like a different narrative, right? Like, I know K-Man, he did his LPL Summer Split primer, and he's like, okay, starting off, worst team in the LPL for Split 3, Thunder Talk Gaming. And it's like, all right, well, we're starting off at the very bottom, and now we've gone 3 against the top 2 seeds. Like, even if they win today, it feels like, okay, everything that we did well worked for us. If EDG lose today, it's like, are we just going straight play-ins? Like, that's what I'm worried about for Edward Gaming. They might feel like there's like extra weight on them because they are the team that has all of the accolades. You have all these players that have played for a lot longer than a lot of the Thunder Talk players combined. Like, you almost are kind of hungry for this.
Yeah, but this is a squad that you've been playing up against all year. Obviously not the exact same squad. If you're a Thunder Talk, right, that EDG's made some changes, but EDG's been playing against this Thunder Talk lineup most of the year. They've followed each other from group to group to group all season long. Like we called out, they've played against each other multiple times, 3-3 head-to-head record over their last couple of meetings. So you've been able to take them down in the past. You've had competitive series against Thunder Talk previously. You got to cling to that. That's got to give you the confidence coming on in. Thunder Talk feel like they're kind of playing with house money at this point, right? This is a team that has not spent a lot of time in Group Ascend over the course of its life, or the pseudo Group Ascends of formats past, right? Even before it was an explicit separate group, there were top teams and there were not top teams, and they were frequently in the latter category.
I do want to remind everybody that Thunder Talk actually did. I don't want to say sneak, but they made their way into Group Ascend for Split 2 of last year.
They did.
And they were getting mega farmed. That was actually a wonderful time because I got to cast their first series win, or I think their first game win during Split 2 of them playing against Xiaohu's Weibo. And it was Xiao Hongren, their like super rookie jungler, coming in to kind of save them after Beichuan made the move over to BLG. He's playing Zyra jungle, and they won, and we're like, oh my god, we didn't think it was possible. I was ready for a 2-0 from Weibo. And then Thunder Talk pulled it out. I think they got a 2-1 in that series, and from then on, they've been riding the high.
Riding the high for certain, and hopeful to be able to maybe erase some of those memories a little bit as an organization. A totally different roster back then as well. So just trying to get a little bit more honor back into the Thunder Talk name. I've been hoping to have a kind of AL-esque turnaround to their organization at some point over the course of the LPL. This is going to be their second crack at it. And I think it's a promising one. I really like what they've put together with these rookies. I like that they didn't just toss them to the curb after a rough split number 1. They came in with a second chance, made out the change at AD carry, of course, but at the very least stuck with the solo laners, and I think they've been rewarded for that so far.
It's all about perspective. Oh, I see the draft pan. Thank you. Okay, I was worried. I saw Ilya immediately got ready a lull sketch for us in case we really got bored, but no one will have to be subject to our drawings. We're getting into draft here. Quick reminder for folks who maybe don't know about first selection. Thunder Talk, they chose counter pick this game, so blue side and first pick is going to be going over to EDG.
It's old classic League of Legends here, a little bit.
Yes.
Got to keep those consistent. I'm very interested in the jungle matchup here today, so that Lee Sin ban directed at Junhao going to come out immediately. And with that taken off the board, both these guys, huge Xin Zhao Jarvan guys. Everybody's a Xin Zhao Jarvan guy in 2026, but these guys especially are Xin Zhao Jarvan guys. They play them every series that they get the opportunity to, and obviously each one can only be played by one apiece.
Want to see what the priorities are going to look like. A Jace first pick here. Now, globally, we have seen that Jace has started to move out of the top lane. Obviously, was a big jungler for a large portion of the first half of the year. And then now, today, we saw Berserker play a Jace bottom lane. I would personally like to see that from Leave because I don't think his mage play has been that incredible. So giving him an AD kind of flexible marksman that still allows him to outplay very much kind of fits into that wheelbarrow for him, but we'll have to see whether or not EDG are even going to prioritize that.
Well, there's one of them coming on through, perhaps, although Junhao has been favoring the carries a little bit more in this summer split and is flipping through them right now, considering quite a few different options. We did get to see the Nidalee from him against top, so that's not the most unthinkable thing in the world. Not going to be coming out in game number 1, though. We'll let Fearless run its course for a little while before we start busting out the Nidalee jungle.
Hey, too many bad matchups, and he did lose. He got a 4,000 gold lead over Tian at some point, and then they still lost the game. So Nidalee is just like the Jhin of the jungle, and we'll leave it at that. So far, Thunder Talk, I think, not only have a lot of flexibility because they have this Syndra that can obviously go into bot or mid, but just having the access to really, really easy playmaking tools in these two champs, awesome. And now you can even punish a Ziggs or a Jace if they don't have flash. So these are just good tools, I think, from Thunder Talk that give them a lot of playmaking.
Yeah, hovering through a variety of engaged supports here. They're going to end up going with the Nautilus. Hard to go wrong there, and will give a lot of engaged potential over to Perukia. Lets you lock down just about anybody. Does everything you need it to do. I do wonder if we end up seeing the Camille in this draft. Still super high prio for some teams. It's not one we've seen out of Feathers so far, and he still does have plenty more options available. Has been jamming the Bard and the Nautilus so far pretty much, as well as a game of Shen and a game of Leona so far, and they do go back to the Shen well. So they are going to be looking for these really long-range engage opportunities with the Jarvan Shen combo, and Junhao and Feather leading the charge.
Something that I love about Shen that maybe doesn't go super explored is that one problem that you can find when you're playing with mages is that on side lanes, they need a lot of protection. They need to have someone hovering them. You need to have them escorted back into the waves or back into mid lane at some point in the game. And Shen allows for mages to kind of step up and say, okay, I'm playing on this side of the map. If you're going to be putting two members with a laner and a jungler, or that plus a support, Shen can help. Jungle with Jarvan makes it really easy to get around and hopefully protect this champion. So I just like that Thunder Talk are leaving a lot of cards out on the table, saying you don't know where the Syndra is going, and we know that the Ziggs is highly likely in bottom lane. So your focus now is just getting rid of really bad matchups that can still exist in mid lane, or some of the other champions that we may be looking for in top lane as well here for Keshi.
Yeah, for sure. So EDG going to take the route of just banning to defend ZDZ on this Jace. I think that's a pretty safe bet here. You at the very least know that there's not a top laner facing you down. The flex of the Shen up to the top lane for Keshi, of all people, seems incredibly unlikely. Do notice that the Ambessa is still up. This has been one of the highest ban rate champions against Keshi all season long. Poppy is banned away as well. It wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world for me to see ThunderTalk just snap that one up, keep the Syndra flex alive until R5. If you don't ban it here, EDG, I think that's a pretty clean pathway through the draft, and they don't ban it.
Ooh. Okay, let's see it. Ambessa with a Shen ultimate, and you're just going kind of for what feels like a dive composition at that point. If they want something that is just going to be stable and create a lot of good positions for them later, I wouldn't mind a Cassante. It's a champion that ZDZ really loves later on in the series, and just having that takeaway, you can go even with the Jace, and as long as you do not get solo killed in the first 8 minutes of the game, it is so playable once he gets his first back. So what's it going to be, ThunderTalk?
You gotta pick something, boys.
No, on. We're too old. Oh, we got an Olaf. Okay.
Oh,
Olaf.
wow. Okay.
That's good. That's really OP into Ziggs and Jace.
All right. You know what? Let's go for it, Keshi. This is his first career Olaf in the LPL. He's just going to snap it right on up. We're going to assume it's going top lane. Would be a surprise to see these shuffle around anywhere else. And, yeah, I mean, it's not the Ambessa, but it's still in that carry wheelhouse. And, yeah, I think it's a nice little matchup against the Nautilus and the Ziggs.
Ooh, now you're getting Trundle, but it's like, cool, you pick Trundle to counter the Olaf, but there's a Jarvan on the enemy team, right? So Jarvan just cataclysms the Trundle, and Trundle's just sitting there like, do I have Flash, yes or no? If I don't, then I guess GG, because I'm not going to be able to play the game.
Hear me
I
out.
think this is a really smart gambit coming in from ThunderTalk.
Hear me out. You can flex the Trundle top and the Jace jungle, and that is the worst matchup ever for Olaf. Olaf hates to play into Trundle.
Completely agree. I would be down to see it. Let's see if ZDZ's got the uniques, because we've kind of wanted to see him either go more into being a safe player and more of like a team player and not necessarily a carry guy. I think his Gnar has been a bit questionable. That Vayne game had a lot of spots where I wasn't believing that he was going to be able to win it, and then they do versus BLG. We're getting the Sivir, so we now have the exact composition here from ThunderTalk. It's not dive, but it kind of feels like it when you have an Olaf, a Jarvan, and a Shen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's awesome to have On the Hunt alongside the Olaf. You'll love that combos ended up coming through. And all in all, EDG are not the best composition at pressuring this Sivir. So I like the blows being traded here, and it does not look like EDG is prioritizing that Trundle-Olaf matchup over either A, individual experience on the characters, or B, the costs that come with playing the Jace jungle instead of something that does bring a little bit of gank potential with the pillar. It's going to be much tougher to make that Jace work with a low CC setup. So they do make the decision that it is going to be the Jace top lane and the Trundle jungle, and if that's going to be the case, I kind of like what ThunderTalk have brought to the table.
ThunderTalk have a lot of good ways to kind of fight later on into this game. I mean, you have the Sivir with Shen just providing so much utility versus this team, and you already have a winning bot lane. I think with Sivir Shen versus Nautilus Ziggs, there is so little power on the table here for EDG. The game plan I want to see in this game is attacking top lane. If Olaf is useless, then Ryze, Jace, they get to have their way with the side lanes. You get to take Ziggs with potentially 3 grubs and run over a map. You need to be attacking Keshi and making sure that the Syndra is uncomfortable. Trundle Pillar on top of the Syndra basically is going to be a summoner spell check.
Definitely. Haru going to have to play responsibly in mid lane. It's going to come down to ThunderTalk correcting, I think, one of their biggest issues throughout the entire season have been keeping these solo lanes safe, right? You need to be disciplined. You need to avoid chain deaths, getting significantly behind, making those sorts of mistakes. So a big growth check here for both Haru and Keshi as they look to demonstrate just how much better they've gotten over the course of this year.
Don't do this to me again, LPL. We already had a massive delay going into the draft. There we go. All right.
We're panning
complain meta. Complain meta.
It's true, actually. The more complaining really has been what's unlocked the game getting started. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, he didn't complain hard enough, brother. He didn't complain hard enough. So I'm just going to sit back.
Or we complained too
Max
hard
out my
and it
XLR.
looped all the way back around.
Mm,
Either way, the arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards you and I just yapping on here with, with nothing to talk about on the screen. There we go!
yay!
My gyos are not the biggest today, but
We did not practice, guys. These fan leaders, we need to do better. What was that?
yeah, we had such long downtime to do it, too.
Yeah,
We
you had
really-
all of this prep. You could have been
Yeah.
Batmaning it.
It's all right. They got a 3-game day ahead of them, so
True.
you know, gotta pace yourself. You got here early. You just had to watch LNG play 2 games.
That was a quick one.
So yeah,
You just watched LNG play 2 games. That's your punishment?
it was quick, but it was difficult. So you know what? If they're a little low energy now, give them a break. Thunder Talk EDG here to save that.
Already see some early trades on taking a very big chunk out of his HP bar thanks to a lot of Ziggs bombs landing. And junglers are going to opposite sides. When you're playing this Olaf matchup, a large part of it is hey, if I land a single axe on you as Jace, you're getting ran down. So the longer this lane can be for Keshi, the better. And if the single time that the jungler comes, he has Ghost Flash. He gets ganked once, he gets put behind, he dies once in this lane. It is really tough for him to have kill pressure against the Jace until, I don't know, until his first item.
Yeah. No, eyes on Xiao Hao, what he's going to be able to get done in these earlier laning phases. Of course, the push here in the very earliest levels going to go the way of On and Feather. I really like this Sivir counter pick to the Ziggs bot lane in particular. It's got some nice interactions with the spell shield, and it does let you contest the push, and it lets you play a traditional marksman into a matchup where most traditional marksmen kind of just fold. I really like that they were able to get themselves this on R5, and I like the decision to pick for Keshi and save that Syndra flex as long as possible.
Fresh ward here from Keshi, so I feel really bad for him because now his wave is pushing away. Trundle's going to show.
Oh,
Oh.
Keshi. I feel like you saw Xiao Hao for a good, like, 0.75 seconds before you started turning in the opposite direction, my man. That is what we do not like to see, getting a little too aggressive there. First blood going the way of Xiao Hao. Nicely done by him, recognizing the lose conditions for Thunder Talk and capitalizing immediately.
Yeah, and he now misses out on a big wave because he decided not to go for teleport in this matchup. That was Flash Ignite. It's 300 gold. We'll see what ZDZ opts for, because if there's no, like, damage items, as we see he goes for tier plus boots, there is actually still some room for Olaf to get a kill back and equalize this lane. Junhao, for his own benefit, you know, hey, top laner went up, got first blood, I get double scuttle, and I get to path down again. So looking less likely we'll get a Junhao Keshi reunion, but at least Thunder Talk were able to get something out on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Once again, love this Sivir. On just gets to play up and aggressive into Nautilus Ziggs in a way that basically no other champion does in the 1 versus 2 and actually get onto that siege minion.
Ooh.
They do still have this kind of backup plan later on in the game. They're still a very powerful, hard engaged dive composition. But you definitely do not want to see this Olaf get any further behind than they already are. Nice early lead to EDG here, going back on through their clears. I think back up towards the top side. Xiao Hao going to get another crack at this one soon as ZDZ is setting up a pretty nice freeze.
This is tough because the whole reason that you want to go for Olaf is, again, you land a spear, an axe, and you can just run him down, but the wave is now in front of his turret. There's a lot of vision top side, which protects him from another jungle gank, and I was kind of hopeful that Junhao would go top because he did like his Raptors and then could have pivoted into the river. But that's not going to be the case. They're going to keep control of top side. Keshi's basically a walking 300 gold sack of money waiting for EDG if they want it, and he can't really do anything in this spot.
Yeah, but at least understanding the timing here, playing a little bit safer, a little bit more back, recognizing that...
Oh, and they can Realm
around the
Warp
time.
too.
Yeah, I mean, this is Gonna be difficult for Keshi. I have to see, definitely get some axes in on that wave as best as he can, but this is a tough outplay to do. He is not Cassante. He is still level 5 on this Olaf. Gonna try to race for 6. Could be the best thing for him. He cannot do it. ZDZ gets his first of the game, but Feather now getting involved in the bottom lane, goes forward for the dash, locks down Perukia on advancing forward as well with the Ghost. All they get for it is a pretty nice trade, though. No real kill pressure from this Thunder Talk bottom lane.
He's 1 minion off. It is heartbreak for Thunder Talk, and EDG are just going to continue to eat good. Bulldog can even use the Realm Warp, so they can save this, use it to maybe make a play for the Grubs that are in 2 minutes, or look to play on the bottom side. This is what I was worried about coming into this matchup. Keshi has been pretty decent for his own individual as a rookie coming into the year, but ZDZ has taken a lot of advantage of making sure that he has strong matchups. And this was supposed to be a counter matchup. Good, I think, a good pathing already from Xiaohao to set this up and basically ruin the Thunder Talk early game.
Yeah, man, and this is, this has also kind of been some of what we've seen from Keshi all season.
Xiaohao? Brother.
Let's just pretend that didn't happen. We've seen this all season from Keshi. He is at any time liable to just first time a champion and have it not go well. So definitely a rough performance on the Olaf so far. Not totally taken out of the game, but this 600 to 700 gold lead for ZDZ is really going to be felt for the next few minutes. As long as Haru can stay stable and On can continue to farm up, they still have a way to play this game out later on. But definitely plan A a little out the window for Thunder Talk.
Perukia, I don't want to say it's necessarily like his fault, but they're not putting enough vision on the top side or EDG having enough vision to just play and keep him safe. It's not like Perukia's visited this lane either, which is maybe something that I could have seen happening with just having a Ziggs versus Sivir, and you're playing up against the Shen. It's likely you're not going to find anything in the 2v2. So I feel bad for Keshi, but it's going to continue to keep going like this. Across the map, though, Thunder Talk, for them, they got their first dragon of the game. Grubs is now coming up, and I think this is one of the biggest objectives for EDG. They've played so many games in the start of this split around these Grubs, and specifically about taking first turret early in a game. And they have the Ziggs to do it. You're already seeing Leva's recalling. This could be them starting to put 4 members up on this side of the map.
Yeah, definitely. They're well set up to do so. Feather is making his way on up here, but I just don't know that the tools are quite ready and available. Haru does have that 40 stacks of Splitters of Wrath. He's done a good job of farming them off of Bulldog, so he will have the double Q, but that's not going to offset the kills on Xiaohao and ZDZ. EDG have full control over this top side of the map. They're going to flex that muscle, and they're going to take themselves all 3 Grubs.
Exactly. Nothing for them to look for. They still have Rise, so again, possibility, but 3 Grubs, go top lane. They've done pretty good damage. If they can get this turret, then you're suddenly now going to be sitting at 1,600 gold up on your opponents. I'm seeing 4 people from Thunder Talk try to answer.
Set up on this dive here. Keshi already below half, now below a third, now at a quarter, now getting taken even lower. Keshi just getting poked on out here by Leave and ZDZ, and that should kind of just stop this play in its tracks. I don't know what the Thunder Talk trio can do when their top laner is taken out of the play so hard.
They can go for a 3-on-3. Trundle is in the area. Just looking at ZDZ not have like a ton of mana. Leave is also at half. They stop the turret take, which is really, really important. And in mid lane, Haru trades a plate. We saw that Bulldog while all this is happening, he went bottom lane and he got away for himself. So it keeps the gold even right now for Thunder Talk. And it's really, really good that they were able to keep that turret alive just so that they are not bleeding out gold and either having ZDZ sit with like 1,100 gold lead or getting Leave, closer to his first item.
Yeah, that's definitely going to give them that little bit of wave clear advantage once they are able to get it. But yeah, Thunder Talk are doing their best to stem the bleeding. Like you said, first turret doesn't end up going in a window that was available. Their second dragon coming up here in about 45 seconds. The bottom side has been much more favorable for Thunder Talk. ZDZ is still up on top here. He doesn't have the teleport either. So they have a chance to play a 4-on-4 without the strong Jace, with the advantage over the Olaf playing too much of a factor. Let's see if they can flex that to get themselves this second dragon.
Another bit of complaining. I hope by week 2 we fix the quest trackers, because I'm sure that ZDZ is rather close to finishing his quest. He got a couple of plates. He has a lot of champion damage. Another aspect of, I think, the quest that goes maybe a little undervalued or under-discussed is solo lanes get quest XP based on champion damage. And so that's kind of why I think, or at least a portion of why we see supports walking into mid so often.
Whoa, Junhao takes the flag and drag to try to chase down Perukia a little bit. It felt aggressive, but doesn't get punished for it too much. ZDZ starting to walk his way down. He will arrive in mid lane before too long. He's got a huge lead on Keshi distance-wise. He's going to arrive much sooner, and ThunderTalk realized this. They have to back away. Haru's still defending mid, and all 5 members of EDG going to arrive at the Dragon. They're going to collect this.
Yeah, Mountain Drag did a hell of a number on On's health bar. This might just be an in and steal.
Feather trying to get in there, tries to make the steal happen for Junhao, will not succeed. Flashback
Ooh.
out, tons of damage here. Perukia gonna get executed by Keshi. He's gonna be able to run down his lane counterpart, gets that kill as well. On shows up, has the taunt from Feather to line up a target for a 3rd kill. ThunderTalk find a beautiful team fight for themselves off of that Dragon Steal attempt and leave now with nowhere left to go. Has to flash over the wall, unleashed power nearly takes him down.
And they lost the Dragon, but ThunderTalk get to turn the fight in the exact manner that they wanted to. Junhao with a great ultimate puts 3 people into the Cataclysm, and On gets to survive thanks to Feather having access to that Stand United. All of this short-range damage from EDG when you have the Trundle, and even the Nautilus, and even this Jace can't do anything when there's a anti-auto attack field thanks to the Shen. Really clutch stuff. I hope we get into a review of that one, because ThunderTalk, I think, played that really, really cleanly. And look, it's a bit of a margin, right? Like, you're going in for this smite fight. It's a 50-50 at this point. But I just like that they put all 3 of them in the Cataclysm, and I get to watch Olaf run into this backline. Ryze and Ziggs are nowhere nearby for this.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where all the damage of that Cataclysm was coming from. It was like the Ziggs was on the other team. It's a beautiful scatter the week from Haru, connects onto all 3, and lines up for 3 or 4 boomerang autos. Just getting rained into that pit, bouncing between those members. And EDG are torn apart. A beautiful setup from ThunderTalk, like you said, and they take the gold lead for it.
And they're putting a lot of members on the bottom side of the map. This is 4 people for a full health turret right now. Haru has to lose his flash. That's Trundle Pillar plus Satchel Bomb. Very creative. Olaf is hitting turrets. Ryze can Realm Warp if they need it. But they're not going to get this turret. We're trying to get gold now, and now we're going to lose TP. Herald spawns in minute 45. I think if EDG were able to grab that turret, they would have felt a lot more secure about being able to contest this objective.
Definitely fair. Kept it held at bay instead. They do finally claim their first turret gold later on. Leeb was able to get that up the top side. That additional damage from the Ziggs, but ThunderTalk very well and happy. Okay, so we can't see the progress on the quests, but we do see when the quest is complete.
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. So both top laners do now have access to the TPs. ZDZ already used his. Keshi has not, so keeping that in the back of our minds for the foreseeable future. Rift Herald's going to spawn here in just about a moment. And again, it is the top side focus here for both sides. Let's see if ZDZ can get more value out of this Jace this time. Oh,
Perukia.
Very nice taunt comes through from Feather. Perukia not able to Spider-Man his way out in time, tries to flash away, but Junhao's all over that Cataclysm for the execution, and ThunderTalk make a pick right before this Rift Herald spawns.
It's probably going to be that Perukia and EDG are actually going to have access to the Rift Herald, and this is going to be EDG or ThunderTalk trying to move in and reassemble their lanes right now, because you have Olaf who's pushing top. Bulldog just is trying to get his Rod of Ages. We are 15 minutes in. This is another instance of Bulldog not having his Rod of Ages early, and he wasn't even put down behind this game. I go back to that Cassiopeia game versus LGD where we're looking at a 15-minute Rod of Ages. Similarly here for Bulldog. The nice thing I can say about this is that it will make it so that he probably gets level 16 a lot sooner than Haru does, but I'm a little bit worried because ThunderTalk are scaling completely fine in this game.
Definitely Haru continuing to farm up here at a little bit of a risk for a dive, but Feather is here to back up his mid laner. Still is a 4 versus 2. They're going to have to back away Scatter, going to stop Xiao Hao in his tracks, but they do stay on top of Haru, and they do finish him off.
No flash, right? They got out on the last play there. This is Junhao, who is now doing the Rift Herald. So many members, 3 grubs here for EDG, and you have the Ziggs. We can keep going if you really need to, but what I expect now from EDG is they're going to litter this bottom side river and jungle with wards so they can get ready for the dragon. Invisible pillar.
On.
Awesome.
Does manage to still walk it out. The Ghost does its job on, holds onto his flash. He's going to be thankful to have access to that one as well, as this guy is now the furthest ahead individual player in the game. And they are going to need to lean on him, like we said. That snowball through Olaf game plan, a little bit on the wayside for the time being. But the scale with Sivir game plan is still well and truly alive, especially if Junhao continues to find those big Cataclysm engages alongside Feather. Both those members doing very well this game.
How do ThunderTalk decide to use this Rift Herald? Because Rift Herald this season has been all about dropping it in the middle of a fight, using it for its knock-up and its ability to move around. It seems like EDG are not going to even bother to go for this. They're just playing the map, trying to get gold. They're under zero threat of like a dragon stacking game. And Haru's got to be careful. He's got no flash coming up. So if Perukia really wanted to, like, he could just walk over. You could have had the Trundle Pillar that could try to turn with ZDZ. Very, very dangerous there for the Syndra.
Yeah, I don't think EDG are happy with this at all. They don't get access to the dragon. They don't get the full turret on top side. They give Keshi a solo turret on the bottom side. He's getting to free farm, get himself back into the game. He's less behind the Jace than he was before those 3 plates went over, and now still able to just establish control over all 3 lanes are ThunderTalk. They maintain themselves a 1,000 gold lead. And they're still scaling into this game. Leave about to get caught. Taunt flash into the Cataclysm. Can't quite finish him off, though. He flashes away. On! Flashes after, connects the full distance boomerang, and now has Perukia to just tear apart. 2 kills to On. ThunderTalk 2-0.
And ThunderTalk are going to go from an 1,800 gold lead to potentially 1,000 plus on this. Syndra's hitting a turret. She's going to get that. They try to cancel the Rift Herald, and it completely fails. They get a mid-tier 1. They're going to go for more.
And this is going to just be another charge in from Junhao. Manages to get a second connection on through. Xiao Hao, love the idea with the pillar, brother, but you left too much space. You got to do it right in his face. Otherwise, he's going to steer right around it.
Okay, so they see Feather here, but they have no control. They know. Oh, leave,
unacceptable.
Okay. I mean, you have to know that he's in this brush, right? Like, we saw him walk into this. He loses his flash. On has to use his in order to grab this kill. And EDG are very, very thankful that there's no time, that there's no Baron up. Because that could have been the turn here for ThunderTalk if this was 3 or 4 minutes into the future. Save themselves that headache, but now you're down 3,000 gold. You don't really have a side lane that you can play for because, look, the Olaf is essentially caught back up into this game, and we're not making a lot of successful side lane plays. A lot of them have been centered around bringing Leave to hit turrets, but we also haven't finished that.
We talked to the pre-show about the On Revenge game. This is looking like an On Revenge game right here. This is a very strong performance on the Sivir. Great job in that last team fight. Love the aggressive flash forward, just recognizing that there is no threat to him. He's got his big beefy Jarvan and Shen right next to him. He is plenty happy to be able to just step forward and dish out the damage.
It is a Hextech Rift, which does change the timings on map movements. You just get out of base a lot faster, even with the home guards change this season, and you can move around. You have Jarvan that can do that. I really wanted to see more map plays coming in from EDG.
Junhao making it happen again. Over the wall, gets onto ZDZ, forces the flash on him.
Go.
Waiting on the opposite side. They managed to get away from the scatter somehow, but On is still here with the damage. Haru there to back him up, and they find their man one way or the other. It's Leave, who finds himself in the death chamber 15 seconds before Baron spawns.
You have to play fast with this Thunder Talk comp, and they are doing exactly that. A great level of execution that we're seeing from them. Whereas EDG, this team wants to play slow. You want to make plays on sides, use the Hextech Rift, use the Realm Warp from Bulldog. That is just not becoming a reality for them. They didn't finalize that kill. I kind of cast my mind back to the top tier 2 that we were talking about earlier, where they were sieging, but they weren't able to take the turret, and they weren't able to punish Heru. That, I think, backfires for them, because I look at On now. He's only 40 CS up, but he's 2,500 gold over Leave, and all of this movement of trying to get the Ziggs in the right place has now left a rather large gap in the wallets of EDG.
Yeah, I mean, On's also just, he's got to clean up all the kills. He's got 100% KP. That's not often what we get to see out of the bot lane. Usually there's some amount of action occurring away from them. Oh, Keshi's getting Realm Warped on, but
it
he's
doesn't
just
matter.
Walk this one out, man. He's got Ghost. He doesn't even need to pop Ragnarok.
Yeah, like, you cannot send Olaf, who is, at this point, like, fine versus just Jace. You can't only send 2 members. It needs to be multiple members, and you have the Realm Warp. I get that, you know, EDG are saying, okay, if we put too many members, do Thunder Talk just start Baron? But you are getting a little bit worried because you don't do Baron particularly fast. And now Thunder Talk, if they get this next dragon, are on Soul Point at 22 minutes, which is very problematic. I'm looking at On, who is about 1,400 gold if he's spent all of his gold on his last back away from an IE, and Leave's not even done 2 items.
Definitely not in the contestable territory here is On. You need to be able to blow this guy up right at the start of fights. And this isn't a composition that's really built to be able to do that. This is the R5 Sivir, remember, from Thunder Talk. They waited to see everything up before locking in this champion, and On is getting paid off for that nicely. Heru agreeing to flex the Syndra over to mid. That's a ridiculous sentence to say, but welcome to 2026 League of Legends. And it opens up the opportunity for this big carry.
EDG find anything in the side lanes. They just haven't been able to make a play. The fact that Heru gets to keep his flash for the back half of this has been rather impressive. Great job from Thunder Talk. I'm liking their comp. It's just getting better and better and better. And the problems we've had with EDG have not changed, whether it is a draft change or a player change. Their mid games have been really, really worrisome. And I again just am kind of baffled that we're not getting. It almost feels like EDG are stuck here in this game. They don't want to make a play because they know if they mess it up, the game's over. But if they don't do anything, they don't find anything, it's also still over.
Oh, Feather coming in on the flank. They see an opportunity onto ZDZ. They find Xiaohao en route, though, and they're happy to blow the CC onto him. Scout of the Week connects. Cataclysm comes out. Flash is forced. Taunt connects onto ZDZ. Heru there for the backup damage. On coming through the base portal, coming into the middle of 3 members, and happy to be able to take that fight. Once again, this guy is just too far ahead. 2-0 team fight for Thunder Talk, and they're going to rip the Baron.
I don't think this Baron is real. It is Ziggs. Trundle's going to come out of base, and Feather On are really, really low. You see that because On can't stand and fight. They're just going to turn.
Ragnarok is up. Here comes the Flash Scout of the Week coming out of Heru. Leave going to have to get back over the wall, but On and Feather are waiting on the other side. Realm Warp out to safety for Xiaohao, but a 3rd kill is received. The Baron might have been fake, but that kill gold is all too real.
Yeah, it's going to be just saving off the Baron here. We'll take a look back as to where this ended up going on. Okay, so we just try to take a portal. Feather tries to go and punish. You get Keshi TP. I won't lie here, Gordo. I think if you are Mr. Rise in this game, maybe a Realm Warp earlier to get into this fight means that you kill Feather and Junhao. This is completely illegal from On. You should never be allowed to take a portal and live, but Spell Shield
Stand
plus
united,
Shen
baby.
ult. Yeah.
All right, well, Baron round 2, melting down very fast here. On doing a lot of damage to this one. It's down below 2k. Xiaohao looking for the steal. Scout of the Week going to keep him at bay. And in goes Junhao. Gets that Cataclysm on the lead.
On!
He doesn't have flash, but look at the damage on On. Way too much, way too fast, and On is shut down. But the Olaf is popping off. He's Ragnaroking through the team. It's a double kill to Keshi. And just like that, Leave is the last one standing. And Junhao has no interest in letting him go. Thunder Talk run down the Ziggs. Ace to Thunder Talk.
And they're going to go for even more. They've got a top turret they can hit. They've got an inhibitor turret that they can take plates off of. And Thunder Talk just roll over them. It is a 1-for-5 trade in favor of them. And now they're going to go all the way up to 10,000 gold and look impossible to break right before the Hex Tech Soul's up.
Yeah, they've got too many threats now. The Olaf has gotten to scale into the game, got enough gold from those earlier fights, and they get on, but it takes a long time, a lot of damage dished out before that.
I was worried about playing Trundle into Jarvan, but maybe you just got to go back to the classics. Maybe you just have to ult the Ziggs so he can't get out. He can do no damage in these fights. And this Olaf is so dangerous. It was put down early, but he was able to come back thanks to some, I think, really creative lane assignments coming in from Thunder Talk, and very obviously, EDG did not push the pace of the game. A few too many mistakes with generating leads around the map. Junhao's invincible, man.
Yeah, Junhao is just always looking for the next fight. In comes the Cataclysm. Peruki doesn't have the flash, and that means Peruki is not staying on the map. Haru cleaning up that kill. 5v4 on the map.
He is a 3-item Jarvan with a GA at 26 minutes. He feels like Thanos.
Yeah, they are going to try to roam more about. They will successfully do so. Keshi, though, getting that cooldown in exchange for his Ragnarok, which will be back up in pretty short order. And meanwhile, On just gets to push onto the bot lane turret.
Is Feather going to find the solo kill?
No
Because
way.
it might be level 15 to 11, but I'm pretty sure you still lose.
ZDZ gonna put that one to the test here. I don't know about this. Protoplasm Artist is popped. ZDZ.
All right.
He's got to use his flash. He gets the kill. Also, there goes Keshi, who gets picked somehow in the mid lane, but it's going to be return fire from Haru from On, and they will trade back too. It's a 3v3 on the map. Thunder Talk going to secure the mid inhibitor and back away.
Okay, my fault. I did not think that Feather would miss all of his spells. You know, if that's the case, then yeah, sure. ZDZ can win. He had to lose his flash for it. But guess what now, Gordo? Thunder Talk, they get a Hextech Soul. The Baron's going to run out. They get 5,000 gold from this. EDG will get a kill on Keshi, a kill on Feather. They'll take this turret if they're lucky. That's not even going to go and happen for them. Thunder Talk are in complete control of game number 1, and exactly why we have seen this team really start to turn it up here in Split 3.
Yeah, weirdly enough, the picks onto Feather and Keshi are probably a bad sign. They're a sign that this game is broken down. We're taking fights in random places on the map. We're just trading things whenever we get the chance. And Thunder Talk get free access to the Soul Dragon. They do secure it for themselves. Hextech Soul now being rocked by this team as they regroup, reassemble, 5 members barreling down top lane. What do you do about it, EDG?
I don't think there's very much they can do. You can play on 2 if you really need it, but I mean, I like the fact that we see Junhao and Feather staying off in Fog of War, controlling it so EDG can do nothing. You can put a pillar, that's nice.
Oh, there goes the Cataclysm. They lock down ZDZ, looking to just focus down this Jason. Junhao will do so. Hook connects on the Feather. I don't think that's the target you wanted. Flag and drag through the team. Knock up on a Bulldog. They're just going to take him down one at a time. Realm Warp interrupted. Xiaohao barely clinging to life with that subjugate, but not for long. On finds him with the boomerang. And Thunder Talk, in a very solid performance, will be able to take out game number 1. They struggled a little bit in the early game, but in classic EDG fashion, not able to finish it out. Thunder Talk take the lead.
22-6. 15,000 gold lead if they can grab and get this kill on to leave. It's not going to occur. 14K will be the last count for them. Really, really smart game from them. They knew, hey, Keshi, it sucks that you're dying, brother. I got double scuttle for Junhao early. We got the first dragon of the game. We're winning on the opposite side of the map. All you have to do is not outright lose us the game. And I think Thunder Talk played around the fact that they just didn't have a top laner for the first few minutes.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the LPL broadcast, the main one, they've got my back there. They flashed up some stats for Junhao and Feather as we were getting towards the back half of that game. And I think these two have been such a huge driver for this team this split so far. I think they're just taking smarter engage angles. They're playing the map better. They're using this kind of double roamer meta to really great effect to set up some very talented solo laners and some very talented carries that are on this team. On has himself a great game. Just get funneled every bit of resources that he can find on a pick that is really well suited to the draft. And yeah, Keshi falls behind, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They're able to find these really strong fights around the dragon, get money back into Keshi's pockets, and use it to find a victory.
The game that EDG has been playing in these game ones with Ziggs and 3 Grubs, I think is really smart and can be a great way to kind of cheat being up on the map, saying, hey, look, we're going to take turret plates. That's where all of the gold is now in the game, outside of kills and massive bounties. Killing turrets, utilizing the crystalline overgrowths and being able to blow up turrets, really smart. But the minute that they floundered on that, Bulldog had 0 pressure in side lane. That's kind of what we talked about from the draft was, okay, if Olaf is dead, if Syndra is weak, then Ryze and Jace get to just be on side lanes the entire game and destroy turrets with a Ziggs. They floundered at the a moment there, kind of at the 15-minute mark. We're talking about that second top tier 1 or top tier 2 in top lane. They needed to grab that. And if they don't grab it, they don't keep hold of the gold lead, this team kind of flounders, and we've seen a ton of mistakes from them mechanically and just at a macro level.
Completely agree with you there. And 100% KP for Junhao in that game, by the way. Not that it's the hardest task in the world on the Jarvan, but still speaks to how much he was a driver. And yeah, this team fight, I mean, is the one that makes all the difference, right?
Yeah.
Really fantastic Cataclysm, really great follow-up from the team. On gets fed, Keshi gets back into the game, and it's full steam ahead from there. They basically never give up the gold lead from that point, and they barely even give up kills from that point. There's like two, maybe 3 kills picked up by EDG after that dragon fight for the whole rest of the game.
You know where they were? It was the Keshi and Feather Death.
It was.
So I feel
I
something
stand by
for the
good
EDG
deaths.
plays.
Those gave the soul eventually.
Those were good deaths. They eventually led to the soul. So I agree with you. I'm with you on that one. EDG, I'm done with the experiment. Can we please stop playing mages? I know that they are strong, but you have an incredibly talented marksman player on your team. Let him play the AD carries. Like, imagine if it was Sivir here for Leave. I don't know of how much things change, because, you know, if we're changing the Sivir, then some other things might change in the draft, but he is a great AD carry player. Let him play. We saw the Lucian game versus LGD. You and I were both there for that.
Yeah. I think that was his best game in the split so far. Not that that's saying a huge amount, but it's been pretty bad games for most of the time. But that said, the Lucian game was good. It was clean up until, you know, a little small error ends up giving over a big shutdown. But by and large, I mean, it looked like you had a much clearer path to a victory than what you've been able to put out here. Once again, EDG, Xiaohao finds a strong early game, has a good plan on the first clear, builds up a lead for EDG, but that is basically the only thing they have going for them, and they are not able to snowball it through for a victory.
Yeah. This is worrisome now, because you are EDG, where you've somehow in your first 2 series, you've thrown a big gold lead, and you've gotten stomped in a lot of these games so far. From macro and micro perspective, you are potentially you're now on the risk of going 0-3, and we already talked about their series coming up, AL and WE next week. Going 0-5 to start a double round robin is kind of asking to end up in the bottom half. It is only 2 slots here that put you into play-ins.
Yeah, and I mean, you're looking at those 2 slots real close right now. You're becoming intimately familiar with those 2 slots. Even though it is only 2, it's hard to do worse than 0-5. It's actually about the worst you can do. It's only
worse by 0-6.
Yeah, I mean, it can only be worse with a 6th game added. I guess it could be a little worse if you didn't get that win over BLG. We're assuming that they don't find more game wins along the way. The fact that they got one against BLG shows that should be possible. Nice player of the game to my boy Junhao here. He remains on a tear since playoffs last split.
Dude.
That is going to be his 5th MVP.
26% damage share, 30% damage taken this game. 6-0 and 16. Having a deathless game on Jarvan, if you just took all the context away, usually gets you reported. This guy looked untouchable on this champion.
Yeah, no, I mean, this guy is absolutely crushing it here. Having a fantastic split. I'm incredibly impressed by Junhao so far this split. I don't know what changed over the course of the last couple of...
He got the mojo.
He got the mojo, man. That's all to be said. And sorry, by the way, I was off. It's his 6th MVP. They have won 9 games since the playoffs started with their play-in series up against IG. They've won 9 games, and in 6 of them, it has been an MVP over to Junhao. This guy is the engine that is propelling this team forward.
Well, I'm really impressed. We highlighted him for a reason going into this series as the big mover, the big shaker for these guys, and now are 1 game away from being 1-2 and having 3 convincing series that makes them potentially middle of the pack here in Group Ascend.
Yeah, and that's looking like the floor too. If this team continues to scale up, which is what they've been doing all season long, by the way, it feels like they started off, they were dirt bad in winter, man. They were bad.
They were Ryan 3 bad.
They were, it feels rude. He's not on the come up like the other guys are, but everybody was bad in winter. And then they start to win games. They start to be in the middle of Group Nirvana in spring. They win that play-in series, and now they're starting to contend up here, taking games off of TES, BLG, and now looking like EDG is on the ropes. See if they're going to be able to close out this series and keep that journey going. After a quick break here, do want to shout out the coffee. Remember, that is the best place
You got to pay your bills.
That is the best place to contribute to LPL English. It's the best place to help me pay my bills that are littering this desk. All of your contributions do go towards improving the broadcast and for paying creators and broadcasters for the stream. It also gives you unique access to our on-site interviews as well as to early content like the LPL English podcast. It's a great time. We hope you see you there, and we hope to see you all back here after just a short break. welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast for the LPL here on LPL English, where Thunder Talk find themselves up 1-0 over EDG Ulk, and we're starting to get a little worried about EDG here. We need to see them convert some of these early game advantages, as they've consistently been able to find them, but they have not been able to turn them into game wins.
It's just been difficult trying to link Leave with the rest of the team, and then if it's not Leave who's disconnected, it feels like Bulldog kind of comes to these fights at either weird angles or just not at the right times. This team almost feels like they are one step behind with each other, and I kind of want to note that it is Bulldog who is... So Bulldog has just joined this league this year. He was playing on KDF last year, or he's playing in the LCK.
Yep.
It is his first time playing with a full Chinese roster outside of himself in the mid lane. At least on LNG, you had a player like Croco who could have facilitated communication with you and the rest of your team. That is just not true. So I do think that somewhat contributes to some of the issues we've seen with Bulldog, just being late to fights and when he's kind of showing up and showing out.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout there. You know, the synergy with Croco was a big part of his success on LNG, and you know, a big part of why they were so good in the regular seasons throughout the year so far. You know, say what you will about the lack of playoff success or the lack of play-in success. They haven't even made playoffs from LNG so far this year, but Bulldog's sitting on a 69% win rate over the course of this year.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you. And it's been very, very good for him in the regular season up until this point. Now, that number's getting lower. That number's getting lower in real time, right before your very eyes. And obviously, he's on a new roster now, but you know, you would hope that, or at least he would hope, moving on to a new team, that this is going to be the recipe to be able to turn around what's been a rough season. This is going to be an opportunity for him to come and play in Group Ascend, which has been the goal all season long. So far, it's not off to a great start.
Maybe he just has the ghost of LNG on his shoulder. You know, like the hand is like ghosting over his own hand, and he's like, man, the LNG boys, they got 2-0 today. Maybe I got to get 0-2'd as well, just to keep the camaraderie, the brotherhood there with some of the guys still on the team.
Definitely. Well, looks like we're getting ready to get on into draft here before too long. As good a time as any to highlight that these two teams have been playing against each other all year long. These two teams have followed each other through every group that the LPL has available. They both started out in the same group in Winter Split.
Perseverance.
Group of Perseverance. Thank you for covering me on that name. I've already memory hold it. Moved down together to Group Nirvana, then moved up together to Group Ascend. So they continue to battle it out all season long, looking like the edge now belongs to Thunder Talk. But there is still the rest of the series to play out to decide who will reign supreme, at least until the second half of the round robins.
So we get into this game. EDG had choice. They went for a counter pick. Thunder Talk chose blue side, so again, another traditional draft. I am going to note that with Shen gone, I imagine that Camille is going to get banned. That has been basically the only answer into Camille outside of, like, Leona, which could be fine for a player like Perukia. Just wonder if we are going to see that. But looking at bans, Poppy, Nocturne, Vayne kind of says to me that they just want to put Keshi on Gnar. We're playing Gnar. We're probably playing Cassante.
Very possible here. We haven't seen Feather play to Camille yet. So EDG could also make the call here that, like, hey, you know, Perukia might be the only Camille player in this lobby. And they are going to take that Lee Sin away from Junhao, which has been a menace. I think if you wanted to ban the Camille, I think you would have wanted to drop one of the mid lane bans, perhaps more likely. It's going to be blind Cassiopeia here for Haru.
No Syndra, no Rise. Sure, I'm okay with that. It does mean that Bulldog is probably going to reach for comfort. We've seen him already play the Talia. Would be an okay matchup. You could also opt for Twisted Fate, but could be a little bit more risky if you try to go for that. EDG on the answer, trying to look for some hovers. I think the Vi hover is very, very good. You're going into Cassiopeia and taking that away. There's no Jarvan in the game anymore, and with Trundle now taken from Game 1 Fearless, I think it is a good enough pick going in. So it seems like they're going to go for the Gnar that we were mentioning and the Vi. Strong team fighting. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good Gnar angle based on those bans like you already called out, but Keshi is the kind of guy who will play some funky Gnar counters. He'll play the Yasuo, he'll play the Jax if he sees the opportunity to do so. His Ambessa is still up. This guy, I think, has really made a name for himself on that pick more than anything. I think it's been his most impressive champion. It's still left up. It's going to get locked in.
Harder lane matchup. We have just seen that even with Electrocute on Ambessa, it's still not enough against the Gnar. We do kind of get some kind of dive with, you know, the Cassio and just this top side here from Thunder Talk. They can get very tanky once they hit 2 items. EDG just, I don't think Locke has enough damage right next to him.
Not into the Cassio.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're not gonna. We got baited by hovers.
Dude, Rookie did
Ari,
it yesterday.
That was terrible. Yeah, that was pretty bad. He's a little old for that. I would do an age check real quick. You have to show your ID before you pick Locke, and they're like, is there a 1 at the start of your birth date or your birth year? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Whew. I mean, that's rough. That's look, Bulldog goes for a different champion this time, so we don't have to hammer on the Locke any harder than we already have. But thank you for not picking it, Bulldog, into Cassiopeia as your matchup. So, bot lane bans now coming on through. Technically, On could also pilot this Cassiopeia. It's not guaranteed to be up against the Ahri. So they do still get the chance to be flexible. That is what we saw Thunder Talk 2 in game number 1. Keep that flex alive for as long as they could. And of course, there will be one more EDG selection before we get to see much more supports being pushed down to pretty late in the draft here. So that Camille stays up. I wonder if we see the Camille ban in phase 2.
Maybe could also go for other AD carries that Leave would want to try to hyper carry on. Senna gets a little worrisome. Okay, so that joins. Wonder if Thunder Talk are going to be looking at the Senna or if they're going to be taking something like the Jhin. Because I do think that Jhin with Vi Ahri is a very, very good combination of champs. Right now, EDG are going for what looks to be kind of like a standard team fight composition. My worry is that ZDZ's Gnar this year has not been very good. I think he's had really bad times of connecting with his team, of coordinating, him having Mega Gnar and them starting fights. So I have to go off of what the patterns have been, and I just don't really like what EDG have drafted, even if the champions, barring away the nameplates, is fine.
Yeah, I think that's a fair shout on EDG and how they've played with the Gnar so far this season. I think that's definitely true when he played it up against LGD a couple days ago. LGD, enunciate, Gordo. As we get to Karma as potentially the selection here, Ezreal Karma is still up as a duo. Can't take both at once. EDG will snap up that Ezreal, so they do give Leave an AD carry.
Feeling good. Feeling good for now. We'll see if that continues to be the case, as now with Ezreal plus Ahri, you can actually outrange a lot of this Thunder Talk composition. Cassiopeia is going to be fine just because she can build usually into Rod of Ages or the Rylai's Crystal Scepter if you just need the HP. On top of potentially buying a Rocket Belt, Thunder Talk now are going to be playing a composition that kind of wants to take fights really slow your opponents down before they can find any bursts. Seraphine is perfect for that. Cassiopeia is perfect for that. Nefiri just having an untargetability skill. I think Thunder Talk, if fights last like an extended amount of time, Jin's going to get damage down as well. They just need to not immediately die going into fights.
Yeah, definitely. I think Feather's Seraphine has been one of his best champions so far this season.
Yes.
I've been really impressed with some of the Flash Encore stuff he's been able to do. He has a really good feel for how that ability should be used, where it can be extended, what the extensions are going to do to the range. Everything about that ability, I think he's been really, really clean with. So I am excited to see him back on this pick, even though we're a little bit less Enchanter focused. Gets the chance to play an Enchanter versus Enchanter meta matchup here. I'm also curious to see Perukia on the Karma. This is his first Karma this year. I know it feels weird to say on a year that's had so much Karma, but this Enchanter stuff has not been Perukia's wheelhouse. I think that's part of why we didn't see him in spring.
Yeah, it's been kind of just, he has a really strong eye for engage, and I will say his Enchanter play has gotten better. I think that he's gotten better at champions like the Bard. He's obviously not had a ton of games to be able to play Enchanters, but it's been marginally playable. I am just looking at ThunderTalk having a Nefiri, and it's Junhao's Nefiri. This is the guy that introduced Nefiri into the global meta last year in 2025. If they find Perukia in a side or him moving around in the jungle, that's just a free kill. And that immediately snowballs the game. There are so many moving parts of this Edward Gaming comp that if one of them falls apart, if Ari's not in a good spot, if Karma gets picked off, I think ThunderTalk just run away with this game.
全军出击！
We got there. I
We
wasn't super pleased because the EDG chants were very unorganized.
Just like
But-
EDG.
Yes! It's top down. It's fans and players.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to go back to your point here about picking Perukia, because I think that is definitely a big risk here. Perukia, coming into this series, leads the LPL in deaths per game. My man has been stacking them up this season so far, so we'll see if he can be a little more responsible over the course of this game, because he's going to need to be. If he just gives over a bunch of kills to this Nefiri, this Ambessa, it's going to spell quite a bit of disaster for EDG.
I would hope that the team that is 0-2 in the league, and I think is 1-4, is the most deaths per game. When you're on the worst team, you're going to be dying a lot, especially
fair.
in support. And he had that Camille game. Yeah, that champion is a deaths per game farm champ. So Juno's going to go for an invade. This is what we saw when we had Vi versus Nefiri in the regular meta. And wait, Lee's actually just... Okay, I thought they were going to try to walk him in, but he really does not want to get spotted. He wants to try to invade.
Ooh, Keshi going to be forced to flash early here, but ZDZ's running him down on the Gnar. Flashes underneath the turret. Solo kill. First blood. ZDZ.
Junhao gets 2 of the early wolves. That's it. So going well for EDG early. Good laning phase. We've seen the lethal tempo get adopted by the Gnar to get all of those hyper procs. Really strong start. And Haru's going to maybe lose his flash here if Xiaohao ends up in mid.
All right. Well, Summoners flying in that top lane, but nobody does suffer a long-term consequence. The TP right back from Keshi. Here comes the dive onto Perukia, who is left out to dry here. Is going to use the flash, but Junhao is all over him and will pick up his first of the game. Now Leave getting back to lane, but going to find that he is partnerless.
It's experience, right? He also went for D-Helm to start, which can be a bit difficult. You know, you're getting all of those resistances, but you don't really have the damage. And just another wave that they're going to be missing here from EDG on at least one member. Great dive, and it's a kill going over to Junhao. It kind of feels like it's exactly how he wrote it up.
Yeah. Keshi still taking the rough end of some trades here up against old ZDZ. Gonna have to reel that play in. He wants to be able to actually get to have his highlight Ambessa games that we do know him so well for. Noting Xiaohao up on this top side as well has been very effective at ganking top throughout this series and throughout this split. Is probably going to get another chance to do it here. Wallop connects out of ZDZ, and he's nearly going to find the solo kill. He might just get it. He already picked up the boulder. Here comes Xiaohao, and Keshi, he's TP-less. He's got nowhere to go. Gonna try to dash back through. Doesn't get hit by the boomerang. The minion wave blocks it. Keshi survives.
That's a massive win, and now they can go for bottom lane as well.
Oh, Perukia has no flash, man. This guy's got nowhere to go. On this immobile Karma, the miss on the deadly flourish will be the difference maker. Botched execution on both sides of the map by both teams.
He was one auto away. Oh, Keshi. Oh, okay. That looked like it was a minor interaction where he got locked out of an auto attack there because the minion died. Very close. Could have been another solo kill, but now he's just going to miss this next wave. It's already going to crash. He's just going to have to deal with it, and he is just thanking his lucky stars he didn't get killed underneath that turret, because that would have made it from bad to basically unplayable.
Yeah, no, that was flirting with disaster there. Gonna be very happy he made that one away. Gonna say very much thank you to those minions for blocking the boomerang. It was on a collision course with Keshi there, but does not reach far enough because it had already passed on through. Ruki gonna be pretty thankful as well for the missed deadly flourish. I think Gonna need to clean that up on if you want to be able to walk away with the advantage that you've earned. It's okay, Junhao still with a faint gold lead, gonna redeploy back up towards the top side as his camps respawn. Not too much interest in the Dragon at this stage. He will get an opportunity on that second clear.
Hey, Xiaohao's actually like far in his jungle camp right now because he's gonna finish his Gromp, which will put him halfway to level 5, halfway to level 6. He'll go to Wolves, which will get him close, and then he gets one more camp and he's level 6. Feels pretty good. He's pathing top as well. Might just go for a dive here. And I'm looking at all of the camps that are spawning here for Junhao. This is going to be a 2-on-1 dive, and Keshi's not even going to hit level 6.
Yeah. ZDZ with the access to that Mar is just so dangerous to jump in onto. Doesn't have control over the wave either. ZDZ's going to freeze this on him. He's having a really solid performance in this lane so far in this game number 2. It is building a lead up to EDG. There's going to catch him with the Gnar, and ZDZ going to look for another solo kill as he shifts back into mini form. Easy peasy ZDZ, 2-0.
Ooh, this is so tough now. I mean, one, Junhao doesn't have the Evolved Smite, so he's going to be down damaged. Xiaohao can now take the bottom side scuttle, get level 6, and then Dragon is just going over to EDG. Great control of top side, and now they just can use this to completely blanket bottom lane. Just using the scuttle instead to get vision and information. Could have been a timer. Maybe you're a little bit trepidatious just because Bulldog took a recall, so I could see the reasoning there as well.
Yeah, man, I mean, this is a matchup Keshi opted into. Getting solo killed twice is not it, man. Really going to be a deficit in the top lane for them. Granted, this was kind of the case in game number 1 as well. We saw the Olaf set pretty far behind, and Thunder Talk had no problems being able to recover later on just by setting up some good fights. We are once again in that territory. They're going to need to find some very good fights as ZDZ is not going to relent on this pressure. I wonder if they called Junhao to try to bail him out or they just abandoned top entirely.
He's going for Raptors right now, and it seems like Xiaohao as well is going to say, hey, we're just going to keep farming. ZDZ, I'm not helping you because you're already a level up at this point. You should be completely fine. When are we going to stop this trade, by the way? When are we going to stop saying, hey, we're going to pick Gnar, or we're going to pick Mbessa into Gnar? Every game that we have seen it so far in the LPL, I'm like pretty sure it has lost lane incredibly difficult. So we're putting 4 members top here.
Yeah, we're going to try to cover this. Well, Keshi was looking for it. He didn't find it, but he did take a peek. Public execution, dangled out, does not connect. And, yeah, it's just kind of a waste of a lot of folks' time here from Thunder Talk. They're going to do the full lane swap. They're going to put On and Feather up here and move Keshi to the bottom lane.
Just get yourself the grubs. Haru's got to be careful, because if he steps too far to the right, he just loses all control of the lane. Xiaohao's here as well.
Really nice dodge there on the charm. Haru's been good at that every time we've taken a peek mid. He's been connecting the Noxious Blast, getting the movement speed, using it to evade charm, and it has successfully given him some strong trades up against Bulldog. And it does look like Thunder Talk, they're not going to walk away from the 4-man top with nothing. They are going to secure themselves all 3 grubs.
Yeah, they're just going to keep these lanes. Look, you're already down 1,000 gold, and it's just an Ezreal. Shouldn't have kill threat onto Keshi. I mean, the ultimate by itself gives you some Omnivamp on damage, so it's just going to be an equalizer just to make sure that Gnar doesn't make Keshi a complete void when it comes to being on the map. Getting any kind of gold is really important. Instead, we're going to get a swap back. Very, very, very big that Keshi is not too far away from the lane because he doesn't have the quest completed. If ZDZ, who's already probably close to finishing it, gets it really early, that's when the experience differential becomes too much. That's when the actual Gnar, I think, takes over the game.
Yeah, you don't want to fall too far behind an XP on the Mbessa. EDG are going to successfully cash this out for the Dragon. The very first going to fall here at 9:30. A little late. I'm not going to be thinking about soul stacking at least for a little while, but still, at the very least, they're going to equalize those grubs from earlier on. And yeah, Thunder Talk kind of pressured into keeping Keshi top lane at least some amount of the time, like you said there, Alk. So will just need to stay in that, deal with the Gnar as best as he can for as long as he can, recognize that trading not really in the cards for him, and he just needs to be using that Drakehound step to keep his distance, keep himself safe.
Just look at the items, right? Like, completed plated steel caps versus none. He's got a D shield, and he's got a couple of swords or a couple of long arms in his inventory. You're not doing very much, and as soon as ZDZ finishes the quest, I'm going to be looking at Keshi and saying, okay, so how much longer is it before you finish yours? Because that bonus experience that you get up there could turn into a full level. It could turn into 2 levels, and then now the onus is on ZDZ to be able to, you know, transition that lead for the rest of his team.
Definitely. Xiaohao up here is on vision, so is just kind of wasted a bit of time. Junhao in the same pixel brush on the same or on the opposite side. But Xiaohao is sticking around here. He wants to make this dive happen. See if Keshi's going to be able to survive this one. Xiaohao coming on through. He does have the public execution. If he can buffer it well, it will give him a path out. And yeah, Xiaohao just gives up on the play because Haru was making a beeline up from the mid lane. TP now going to get used for Bulldog. Junhao going to be waiting for him as soon as he gets out. Not going to take the second hit from the double daggers, so we'll just be a little bit of poke damage from the doggies.
There was a lot of vision for that play, by the way. Like, EDG, they had the ward inside the brush, outside of the Baron pit. They knew exactly where Haru was the entire time, and they just said, look, we don't have a guaranteed amount of CC. Keshi still has flash and ultimate. We're just going to take this. We're going to move ourselves back instead of putting ourselves at a 2 versus 2. I think I was very respectful from EDG, because either they win and it basically snowballs them the rest of the game, or they lose that and suddenly the game is in jeopardy.
Yeah. Junhao taking good advantage of it, though. Does show up to mess with Bulldog. Gets to steal away the Gromp. Almost got the scuttle for it, but thinks better of it as his bot lane is trying to get a recall off. And they should be, at the very least, maintaining CS parity with Xiaohao, if not taking a little bit of a lead, as his own camps are now coming back up for the respawn. Does still have that kill on the Nefiri. You really want to snowball on this champion every chance you get. He has completed the Cyclo sword, and ZDZ is just running down Keshi again. He's going to be forced to flash in the 1v1.
Yeah, and now I hate to revisit this, but look at the quests. ZDZ has had this completed for the last 45 seconds. Keshi has not. That's turning into a level and a half lead, and either he's teleporting to this top wave, or he's going to lose plates and more experience going over to ZDZ. This is going to be more and more problematic as the game goes on. He's level 11 at 12 and a half minutes.
Yeah, I mean, does get the Eclipse completed. That's going to give him a little bit more of a buffer, and he does use the TP up there. So this is likely Thunder Talk seeding this second dragon unless top lane gets set up in such a way that Keshi can walk down. But even then, it has the potential to sacrifice so much more. I think this is probably just them saying, you know what, we've somehow lost top lane so hard that we have to give up dragons. Haru up too far. Xiaohao over the wall, and this guy is not getting out of here. Wastes the flash, although is running it out. He's staying alive up against Bulldog. One more Twin Fang will do it. Does not manage to turn it around. Xiaohao got a little too confident on that too fast. Nearly allows the trade back from Haru.
Wow, the healing from the Ahri passive keeps Bulldog alive versus DFT and the poison ticks there. Such a close margin. I can't believe Haru even almost won a 1v2 there, or at least traded almost. That is really impressive. And that was also the flash there from Xiaohao. So, look, Keshi won't have teleport. ZDZ will be able to teleport. Now there's no flash from Ahri and no ultimate, at least for the time being. This healing from the Twin Fangs is disgusting, by the way.
He gets that Petrifying Gaze on the Ahri.
Yeah.
He gets the kill. Be oneable champion
more.
here. Oh, whoa, whoa. What is Junhao just walking in? Got hit by the charm, walks in further. Does manage to get himself away.
This champion is a freak in nature, man. Like, just perfect Ahri counter, because anytime Ahri tries to throw out a charm, it's like, I have 15 million dogs. Your response, you're not landing it on me.
Yeah, I mean, does manage to escape despite being in a very dicey position. Eviscerate, doing a lot of work for the Nefiri there to be able to move their way out of danger. Dragon number 2 has spawned, we mentioned earlier. This is probably EDG's because of the TP diff, and it does look like that is going to be the case.
I'm a little worried about that. I feel, hey, Vi doesn't have ultimate if we're tracking it. You could just go for a couple of fights, especially if you're going to be going for a Youmuu's Ghostblade on the Jhin, but then I look at the inventories and I say, we have Trinity Force on Ezreal. That looks very unplayable. Perukia's even finished Echoes of Helia. Alright, maybe we're not going for the Dragon. 2 of them going to EDG now. No Mega Gnar for ZDZ for at least another 10 once it comes down. No Herald is pretty big.
Haru has the TP. Do they want to continue to mess with this Herald? Keshi getting the push up in top side, at the very least, farming up. But does look like Thunder Talk do not want to let this one go. It is 5v4 for now. Haru going for the recall. Will he TP over to try to partake, or are they just going to give this one up? They're still dancing around. Here comes the TP. Haru is arriving to the scene. Thunder Talk want to challenge for this. They think they've set themselves up one of their mid-game fights to be able to take this game back. They're going to launch the engage onto Keshi. He gets caught out by the charm. He will be executed in no time, and ZDZ does have his Mega Gnar back and available. Curtain Call opened up. Junhao diving on the lead. He's going to be able to shift out to safety. Curtain Call connects out of Perukia. Takes him to about half HP. The Rift Herald's been smited down by Xiaohao. Objective goes to EDG. Kills go to EDG. Thunder Talk send all 5 members and walk away with nothing.
Great spell usage from EDG where they layer the crowd control. It's a bit unfortunate because that's a moment for Keshi where you just got to use the ultimate to just unstoppable one of these crowd controls, because then it gives you some ability to move out of that. Never uses the ultimate, doesn't get to live. 0 in 3 now on a signature pick of his. Looking like the rest of his team's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting this game, because you are 1,600 gold down with double dragons to EDG, and it's not like we have a lot of great side lane plays to go for. You're a team that kind of needed to roll through jungle, but there's such a big gap in the top side that it's anytime ZDZ comes to a fight, it is basically unplayable for Thunder Talk.
Certainly feels that way. Do got to give a little bit of praise to Thunder Talk for not investing in that fight, despite the fact that they did send all 5 members. They did use Haru's TP. They did certainly want it at first, but when it goes bad, they back on out. They do not give up more than they have to, and their reward for that is that they're still only down about 1,000 gold, and they will have future opportunities.
I'm getting depressed, Gordo. I'm looking at this Jhin inventory, and it's getting worse by the moment. I'm seeing a Yomu's. I'm seeing the components that potentially lead to a rapid-fire cannon. Yep. I just don't see the damage here. Like, we've harped a lot on top lane, but you're going to get a Black Cleaver finished for Junhao. Should be nice. You're going to get 2 item as... Oh, wait a minute. This might actually... Wait, this is turning into a Stormrazor. Okay, I'm less depressed. Okay, I've been cured. Oh, that's barrier
That's
from
simple,
Leaf.
huh?
Oh.
That's simple, huh?
Look, you can cure depression by simply going outside. The sun is great for doing that. And seeing not RFC second item on Jhin is like the beautiful amount of vitamin D. Straight from the deadly space laser.
Beautiful. As looking like Xiaohao making a visit to his favorite lane yet again. Looking for Keshi. This time it's Bulldog who would have to help him out on the dive. Keshi finding a nice trade, though, as Bulldog does take turret aggro for a second from the Foxfire. And Xiaohao is still in there.
No!
There we go. He gets the hit. And Keshi just can't help himself. Sticks his hand back in the cookie jar. But Junhao's there for the backup, and they will have to retreat.
That's his flash. That's his ultimate. You live to fight another day. I'm looking at bottom side, though, and Haru is getting 1v1'd by a Gnar. He is level 14, and he is just getting those hyper procs down, going band for band with a Cassiopeia, usually a champion that can be known for its strength in the one-on-one. Thunder Talk now have to transition all of their lead to the bottom side. Dragon's going to be spawning, and if they lose this next fight, I think it's very realistic with Mininar to actually see EDG potentially contest for a Baron that has a very similar spawn timer.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder Talk still trying to scale into this. The Stormrazor is complete. Haru still stacking up that Rod of Ages. Will not have it completed in time for Dragon number 3. And if EDG get this one, I mean, they're going to be challenging for Soul for the rest of the game. ZDZ is still just so powerful in the side lane, there is no available response. But for right now, as long as they see him pushing on this top side, maybe that opens up an opportunity to secure some vision in the river. If they play away from this Gnar, they are basically at parity.
Wait, he's not going to have Mega Gnar for this fight. even if he goes and starts hitting jungle camps right now, it's going to take a few moments for him to build any kind of rage. They're trying to make a play onto Harrow, but he has a lot of HP right now. I think this is really tough to ask for EDG to go for a dive. They're playing a 2-on-2 on mid. Junhao
Are spotted up on top side, looking for the engage on a Junhao, not quite going to find it. On getting a good trade on a leave, takes him for half of what he's worth. TP coming in from Haru, and EDG are now truly disadvantaged over on this side. ZDZ is starting to stack up his Mega Gnar again, should be able to get it and be able to TP in with that force, but Leave has already lost so much HP. Now getting a little bit of it back. Rift Herald going to get thrown down in mid. They're going to buy a little bit of time with that one as well while On is clearing out the wave. Actually jumping inside of it, looking for the knockups. We'll find them on the Haru. Where's the follow-up? No dash forward from the Ahri. Finds his way into the tower. Xiaohao able to get out of here. Bulldog taking a little bit of damage. Big True Shot Barrage makes its way through all four. Well aimed by Leave. That's going to give them that health bar advantage. Recall back from the Gnar. TP in from ZDZ as the Dragon will get started.
And he's going to teleport in. So is Bulldog. Keshi needs to join his team if there's going to be any chance. Thunder Talk, they had position over the Dragon. That Herald gives EDG the ability to walk back in. Leave. You have to be so careful.
Leave zoned out. Keshi has gotten in off the back of the TP. They do connect the Deadly Flourish. They connect the follow-up with the Encore. In goes Keshi with a beautiful public execution. And they get a one-shot out of the Ahri. Kiting it back out. Haru stays alive. Haru takes down his opposite jungler. Perukia pushed out through the bottom. Haru 1v1 with the Dragon, sustaining up onto it. EDG forced off the play. They lose their potential soul point, and they get 2 for 0 in the fight.
And all it takes is one fight in this meta right now where everything goes back to parity. Another one where, I just gotta say, we're 1,500 gold up on this Gnar. Where was he in this team fight? Great execution from Thunder Talk to hold their nerve and keep themselves in this game. They get the Dragon. We've been praising so many of the individual members. Bulldog getting tagged there for a 2-man ultimate to set up the Mbessa, to set up the rest of this team. Leave was too far from this fight, and yeah, the Petrifying Gaze as well. Thunder Talk just finding the moment, finding the exact answer they need to keep them alive.
Encore to Petrifying Gaze is a hell of a combo. Charm forces them to turn towards you. Haru gets the double stun right afterwards. ZDZ can't do anything, and Bulldog, you cannot get hit by that Deadly Flourish, brother. That costs them the team fight right then and there. No chance to continue on. And they now get their gold lead cut in half. They get their Dragon stacking interrupted. Keshi is stepping up a little too far once again. He might lose his turret here, but the minions being dead is going to allow him to back off.
And if they spend way more time, that's just Baron, right? Like, you have a 2-item Jhin, which is maybe not going to be super impactful, but then you have this Cassiopeia who's level 15, Blackfire Torch plus Rod of Ages. She rips this Baron in half. It is 3-4. I thought this game feels like there's a lot more action than maybe it is reflected in the kill count, but the gold is even now. And Thunder Talk getting that Dragon just feels so good for their chances. They need to be able to protect Taro on this side lane and make sure that he picks up this wave, and I would want to see him pick up this turret because getting closer to 3-item Cassiopeia makes the game just way easier to play.
It's happening again. AUG, EDG get themselves the solid early game advantage, and they start to bungle some of the mid-game objective fights to give it back over. They need to lock in right now and execute on an important objective team fight. Get yourself a Baron. Get yourself onto that soul point. If they lose another one of these fights, it feels like this game is just going to be so difficult for them.
They're overloading to one side of the map. If they make a pick here, they're going to turn to Baron and try to squeeze more summoner spells out. Harrow, you need to be careful. You have no flash, and you're getting completely flanked right now. Nobody from Thunder Talk know this is happening.
No, not a chance to get out of this from Haru. The charm doesn't connect, though. It hits a minion. Just gives them a little bit of time to trade back, but it will still be the quick pick. And they will turn on towards Baron, exactly like you said there, AUG. At the very least, they're going to bait Thunder Talk into coming over here to check.
They want to clear out all of this vision right now, and it's 2 minutes before the Dragon, so it'll allow for them to push this wave on the next round go. Thought they could have gone for Baron. We saw Bulldog backs. He doesn't actually have the teleport at the time, so just a good advantage. Getting that kill onto Haru alleviate some of the pressure. You're going to be able to have more members on the rest of the map. Now ZDZ will push this top wave. He'll probably move into mid afterwards. Ari's catching this wave. So ThunderTalk are going to be behind the 8-ball when it comes to matching side lanes before this Dragon.
Definitely. And want to be able to take that side lane advantage to the promised land. If they can find it, EDG still so strong in that 1v1 anytime they get ZDZ in that position. Junhao getting engaged on, does call the pack to avoid that vault breaker and will be able to keep himself standing. Baron still on the table. Dragon spawning in about a minute. This would still once again be soul point for EDG, but this is why having bought that extra time by taking the Dragon last time is so important for ThunderTalk.
Guys, just hit the turret. It's what, 45 HP. It was one auto attack from going down. The turret goes away in bottom lane thanks to Keshi. I'm looking at these side lanes, still an advantage for EDG. Gnar goes Mega now, which means he'll have it up for the time of the Dragon spawning. Looks like they're getting a reset here for Bulldog, who, what does he buy with this? He recalls, teleports back in, and bought double control ward. Thumbs up. You guys can't see it, but there's a big fat thumbs up for me in the middle of the camera. Like, all right.
All right, that'll do something for you. You gotta hope. 3 items on this Cassiopeia, plus the boots, as she can dish out so much damage, especially on a Jhin that maybe is not going to be in that traditional DPS role. 3 seconds on this Dragon. Control over the river does belong to ThunderTalk. Recall coming on through from ZDZ, so that he will be able to join up this time. He's at a good amount of rage. Well set up to be able to go Mega shortly into the team fight. He's TPing into the long brush by mid here. And does arrive to the scene. And they're going over the wall. They're just going to pull the trigger onto Haru. He's up too far. He is one shot. And ThunderTalk immediately have to bail.
He has 3 items, but none of them are a Zhonya's or a Seeker's arm guard. So great punish coming in from EDG. It's exactly the snap we need to see when you're playing Vi Ari. Dragon Soul goes over, or Dragon Soul Point goes over to EDG, and no ability to contest in mid.
They're trying to send everything they have on towards ZDZ. He's going to back away, but he does get taken down. And they will be able to back on away. Hound's Pursuit resets. A quick pick for ThunderTalk to bring them at 4v4 on the map. And now taking control over of this top side. They're going to try to punish as much as they can. Bulldog forced to flash backwards, worried about follow-up CC. And ThunderTalk just continuing to eke out little bits and pieces here and there.
Yeah, that's just Baron. I mean, it's a 4-on-5. Haru's going to be able to TP, and he has a Rod of Ages and this Riley's Crystal Scepter. He is so tanky. Now they're just going to be able to shred this. Can Xiao find the steal?
Haru stepping up. He has arrived to the fight. It's a 5 for Flash Petrifying Gaze. Does not connect the stun, but forces out both Leave and Bulldog. Over the wall. Almost a missed smite, but it goes to On of all people. And Baron is secured for ThunderTalk.
100 health is what I saw on that. We'll get the replay to check the HP value. That could have been a massive smite steal for EDG, but the Baron timer, it's only 2 minutes 45. It'll still have enough time for EDG if they want to set their map up how they want to before the Dragon. And ZDZ, I mean, we saw him. He uses the ultimate. He tries to bring Keshi in, but the shielding from his passive and from his spells on flashing forward, it's a nice pick. It's gold into their pocket, especially with the Baron. But I think losing Flash on both Haru on the Baron fight afterwards and now with On, these are things that could bite them going into this Dragon and could make it very difficult for them to actually win this game number 2.
It's dire now for EDG. They need to be able to get this soul, man, because they are going to be under pressure across the map from this Baron buff. And really, really nicely done on the chain CC once again here. On being on point with the Deadly Flourish to be able to start that play off. And flashing forward, knowing the execute threshold to be able to finish it. Now ZDZ in Mega, gonna get pushed off this top turret. They will secure it for themselves, and ThunderTalk don't have to stop there.
EDG need to be able to answer on side lanes. I know this is Baron, I know this is 3 grubs, but losing push on bottom lane wave and mid lane's even. This is a good spot for ThunderTalk to get a lot of gold before this next Dragon.
Yeah, tearing through some of these topside plates. They get the inner. Wouldn't mind seeing somebody moving over to one of these side lanes to take advantage of these wave states, but you know, if EDG's not doing it, Thunder Talk are going to be happy to just 5-on-5 siege. They're getting plenty of damage on across. Haru stepping up, stepping up, finding good damage. The threat of the miasma preventing them from defending. An inner turret will drop. It's up to a 2.5k gold lead now for Thunder Talk. Baron power play doing very well for them, as now they look to push the wave up in mid. Fishing with the charm, Bulldog does not find it.
Very dicey. That could have been a charm that wins you the game right there, but I'm looking at the stacked waves here on sides. A great spot for Thunder Talk to be in. 40 seconds. It's going to be this wave, and then the next one after that. That'll be the last ones we see with this Baron. They're going to get 2-3 turrets off of this.
Opening up the curtain call once again. Miasma doing a whole lot of work. It's right into the Miasma. Leave shifts into the Miasma. Gets himself picked. Down he goes.
Well, Xiaohao's looking. He's in Fog of War. Full Breaker goes on cooldown. That's 4 seconds. They're instead turning on to ZDZ. That is Hound's Pursuit.
4v4, Haru did drop in the clapback fight, so it's a carry for carry exchange. Bulldog now with 1 tick left of Spirit Rush, still getting pushed back. Keshi advancing forward with the Drake Hound step. They're working on this inhibitor. They will secure it before the Baron drops on off.
They just got 4,000 gold from this. I mean, like EDG, they were the ones that were up 1,500 gold. Now it's 4K in their advantage. I can't wait to see these recalls. This is going to be LDR finished for On. This is going to be already a 3rd item that was here for Junhao. Everybody on Thunder Talk got paid, and they just picked up top lane tier 1 and 2, mid lane tier 2, and the entirety of the inhibitor in mid. Like, that's as good of a Baron as you're going to ask outside of just straight up ending the game.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do this, Leave. You can't do that. I mean,
that was a Fog of War. That was a Fog of War and Bessa ult. I see the vision. And Xiaohao's dead!
Oh no, Xiaohao found Teshi TP's on top of his head to claim the kill for himself. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. There's going to be no Xiaohao for that one. Thunder Talk successfully prevent the soul yet again.
It's not like this game gets any easier for them, by the way. I look at the inventories. On's he's making his way towards an Infinity Edge. A Seeker's Arm Guard has been completed here for Haru. Like, the longer that this game goes on, that kill threat, that ability to burst out a target with Vi Ahri just gets lesser and lesser. The margin becomes slimmer and slimmer, and now it's another Dragon going over to Thunder Talk. You're always going to be on Soul Point as EDG, but you do not want to play a long game versus Jin and Cassiopeia.
Not at all. And Thunder Talk keeping the pressure on this bottom lane, making sure Junhao's going to have no problem soloing out this Dragon with all of his dogs. That will go over the way of Thunder Talk, and ZDZ and Haru now caught in a 1-versus-1. Good dodge on that Petrifying Gaze from ZDZ, and a little early on the Stasis should give over the one-on-one. Or will it? Haru trying to fight it out, flashes back onto his own Miasma, will be able to regen a little bit off of the minions, and Feather now coming out up. Feather, he's in there! Oh, no beat drop to stop that potential TP. Crazy 1v1, though.
So what do you value more here, Gordo? In a game where you are 34 minutes deep, Baron's going to spawn in 40, do you value having TP and Flash on your Gnar top lane, or just the Flash and the Seeker's Arm Guard gone from Haru? Is he going to get this with the snipe? Oh my god. The observers were setting us up for it. Not properly timed, nor was the position on it that great. Please tell me, Haru, you're going to have finished this Zhonya's. Not the case. He is not going to have either of those tools available for him.
He goes Oblivion Orb instead, interestingly enough, but will just be that little bit of value coming in towards this next fight. And I mean, it just means he's got to play full backline. That Charm connects onto the Fury. That's a rare sentence to say. But Junhao is able to get on out of there with the call to pack anyway.
And the Mikhails. Very important. Mikhail's no longer available here for Feather going into this fight. So another Charm to be able to find. Haru is stepping up incredibly bold here. No Flash and no Proto Belt, no Seekers still. That's a scary place to be in, but hoping that his team can back him up. Baron is up. Dragon doesn't spawn for another 3.5 minutes.
Junhao getting engaged on here. We'll be able to back it on off. And now landing can poke over the wall. Haru going to get hit by that Charm. Will be able to get away. They don't have the follow-up. They can't get over the wall. And that ramp cut off by the Miasma. Haru, though, probably has to recall here all game long. He has been betting on his mechanics. He's been connecting these Noxious Blasts and relying on the movement speed to be able to dodge out and outplay, for better or for worse. This time forced to recall, coming back out. But it doesn't look like EDG are going to be able to find an opportunity to get much value out of that forced recall.
How much would this game have changed if On had landed some of these deadly flourishes? Picks onto Perukia, picks onto Leave, not materializing for this team. Baron is getting started. Bulldog is walking here. ZDZ has no Mega Gnar for this fight. This might just go over unless Xiaohao can find some kind of a steal. This is another Baron.
Chaparral coming on across, going to give them that little bit of vision. Xiaohao going to look for the steal, cannot get it, goes for the flash engage instead. They send everything they've got on Heru, and they do not kill him. Finally, Bulldog going to get the job done, but it's after the rest of the team fight has already been decided. Flash forward from Feather for the beat drop to lock down the carries.
That's it!
An ace to Thunder Talk for just the kill on Heru. It took them so damn long to stop that Cassiopeia, and before they know it, the team fight is over. 2-0 series for Thunder Talk to start off their first win of the split.
Show me On's player cam after that Baron another time. I need 100 of those.
Oh.
Inhibitor's gonna respawn. It's not gonna matter. Death timers are long, and they've got a Baron here. Thunder Talk getting revenge for On here yet again, and they're gonna start off with a win in their third series of the split. Incredible stuff to fight back after that early game deficit.
You prepped us for the night talking about EDG early games, and I think that's going to be something we talk about all season long, unfortunately. Once again, 2 games in a row, EDG find the early advantage, get ZDZ ahead, and it does not matter.
Dude, just watching these fights, Junhao on the Nefiri, so many things coming in at the right time. Feather Seraphine, we didn't talk about it all that much outside of, the really big ultimates, but that alongside just so many different factors in this game. A great job here from Thunder Talk, but where did that lead from ZDZ go? Just so many fights discoordinated from them. I'm worried for this team because now they're 0-3 in the first 5 days of the split.
It's a rough start here for EDG, but look at this Thunder Talk team, man. In a game where, in a series where we're going to be critical of Keshi, and there's plenty of those. There's been plenty of those all season long. I'm so impressed by how disciplined they play out these objective fights. They're really doing a great job of playing around the Narbar cooldown, diving in and out, recognizing when the fight is lost, sacrificing the opportunities, cutting their losses, and preventing the game from becoming unwinnable, and finding such great angles even from what appear to be on paper disadvantaged positions, taking the 4v5s in moments where members are cut off to be able to eke out more resources, eke out more advantages, and put themselves in a winning position.
Every part of that game heading into the 4th Dragon fight was EDG favored. EDG looked great. They spiraled a top lane lead to then move into some of these other lanes. Leavin Perukia almost kind of felt invisible for the most part, but they got the dragons and they were setting themselves up for a Dragon Soul win condition. They lose a huge fight where they don't have the consistent damage. And yet again, I come back to this part where we talk about this mid-jungle for this team, for Edward Gaming. Where are the Flash Ari charms? We get some of them, yes, but we need to see Bulldog and Xiaohao activated so much earlier if they want to be able to play a Vi Ari. Vi and Ari together have been nerfed multiple times since last year, and to the point where this combination has really started to fall off outside of other champions starting to rise as well. You need to do more in the early game. I want to see them do more if you're going to be picking this comp.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It is a rough start to the season for EDG, still showing some promise with what Xiaohao's been able to get done in the early games, with what ZDZ's been able to get done in the lane. 2 solo kills to him in this game. Puts himself into a favorable position, but they are just not able to execute around that advantage. A lot of it having to do with those Narbars, right? We continually talked about not having Mega at the right moment, losing Mega at the wrong moment, blowing the cooldown before you even TP in, and recognizing that that gives you like a 40-second window where there is no risk of that big flanking Mega Gnar. and they just make great use of it every single time.
They did a really good job, I think, from Thunder Talk of just the calm heads on this team. Yes, the solo laners, rookies, they sometimes make the wrong decisions, but it is so pivotal to have the people who are shot calling the game, or the people who are in the best positions to maneuver these pieces, be in bottom lane and in jungle. Junhao, kind of a journeyman. Same thing now with Feather, who is coming up on 3.5, 4 years of playing in the LPL. Same thing with On, who's been playing for forever now. Like, those are the consistent places that I want to have, like, the people who know the most about the game, or the people who are going to drive, especially Junhao.
Absolutely here. And a continuing really good split from Junhao. I don't think he gets the MVP in that last game. I think I would give that to one of the bot laners. I think On and Feather played a really clean game there. They weren't the driver of every single play, but I think they did a really good job of just holding their own, scaling into the game, and showing up when they had to. The encores were good. The flourishes were hit or miss, but when they hit, they sure hit, and On was able to dish out the damage as necessary. But all in all, I mean, I think Junhao continues to be the engine for this team. He continues to be doing such a great job of snowballing some games completely out of control, and at least being responsible and filling his role in the other games.
Look at this gold lead. Only 2,000, and at some point, ZDZ was up 3K. I was really impressed, or I thought he was anyway. It felt like he was up 3,000 gold, but we just never transitioned that lead. There's a lot of things that I think EDG need to look back on. There's obviously some map decisions that they made in game number 1 that they weren't able to cover over. Game 2 now, it almost feels like we just didn't have the same execution. And this is why I was hesitant about this change in mid lane, about bringing Bulldog in. He had good moments with Croco, but bringing in a non-native, I'm sure Bulldog has been working on his Mandarin, but it is not at the level, I think, where he can more accurately and really deeply convey what he wants to do in a game, at least quickly on the spot. It is just leading to really big issues for this team to be actually able to do anything. Even if Leave gets a big lead or ZDZ gets a big lead, it just, you can never materialize a win without your mid jungle.
No, not at all here. And, you know, this is one of many fights that we're seeing here where Haru was the focus each and every fight, as he needs to be, but they just struggled to get this guy down. He survived multiple team fights on tiny slivers. Really good job by the rest of Thunder Talk to be able to cover him, and then also just, you know, barely short on resources. I think that's some of where those Vi Ahri nerfs come into play there. All like, this was last year perhaps. Some of those combos do end up killing, but not the case here.
You also just went for a really weird build, by the way. Like, Malignance can perfectly fine. I actually want to... I hope that I can go back and catch Nymera's idea of this build, because obviously they're the big Ahri guy. Went for Malignance into Rocket Belt. You just do no damage on this Ahri at that point. So you need the ability haste, I get it. Just pick up a Crypt Bloom, get your free one. It comes with every single mage. This pick, we didn't see the start of this pick because we were in the middle of a replay.
Yeah. I mean, just finding him. Just finding him out there. I mean, Junhao's got tons of damage at that point. He's got 2 or 3 assassin items in. I think this is the Baron that gets last hit by Jhin, by the way, so that's a little bit that's a little bit iffy, but you know what? Despite the early game disadvantage, Keshi shows up to the team fight, gets a good flank, gets on top of 3, dishes out a bunch of damage, and this is also another fight where they're diving back onto Haru, and they just can't get the job done fast enough. Eventually, they do finish him, but
it's too late.
It's a 1 for 5, baby. It's not worth.
They put Vi Ahri combo plus Ezreal, and it took half of Haru's health on the Cassiopeia at that point. Like, that's how you know the game's kind of cooked at that point in the game. I also look at Thunder Talk's coaching staff. They brought in Benny, who was the coach of Ultra Prime previously. He's had some individual successes in just being able to take some younger rosters and bring them to some prevalence. I'm excited to see what this guy can do, especially with the Thunder Talk lineup that has been on the up and up. And now it's like, where else are we going? I'm looking at the schedule right now. What games do Thunder Talk play? They play against JDG. That team is 0-2 right now. That's free. They play against AL. We'll see what happens. They play against WE as well. So maybe a coming back down to earth in week 2. But if they win 2 out of 3 of these next series, over the moon.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. You know, you would take 1 win in the next 3 series at this stage because 0-3 start, really, really rough in what is going to be, you know, a somewhat condensed season. You're only going to play 14 series. 3 is a pretty big percentage of that. You know, do some quick math in your head if you like. It's a little over 20% there. Not going to feel very good, especially if that loss streak continues on going. You've got plenty of tough matchups ahead of you. We talked at the beginning of the night. These matchups within the promotion teams are going to be so critical, assuming that nobody levels up and starts to really be considered among those top teams. Thunder Talk getting this win going to be huge for them, and EDG now being 0-2 against their counterparts.
Yeah.
I mean, they're basically out of their conversation. If they want to be able to get out of the play-in stage, it's going to need to be on the back of wins against top 5 teams.
Yeah, and then that's also not including that they then need to win against them in the second round robin, right?
Yeah.
You need to be able to beat Thunder Talk and have a better match score. That's probably what it's going to come down to. For anybody who doesn't know, a lot of our tiebreakers and head-to-heads goes to game record first, or game differential, and then head-to-head. So you need to make up a lot of lost ground against the top teams here in the LPL, which does not seem like that is going to be the case if this is the Edward Gaming we're going to get for the rest of the season. We're waiting to see who our player of the match and player of the series is. In this game, I think probably could go to On for game number 2 on the Jin.
I'm on board for that.
Yeah.
Him or Feather. Oh.
Okay.
Wow.
Get solo kill twice into MVP. It's gonna be the fact that he
True
landed
combo.
the ultimate onto leave underneath their tier 2. That kind of helped end the game. The casters know. I see that smile, and I'm gonna interpret that as we know who.
Computer. Give me the Keshi MVP.
Show me. I've never been so invested into A.
There it is.
Wait, okay. 3 votes top lane, 2 votes jungle, 1 vote mid, 1 vote bottom lane, 1 vote. We voted for all 5 players. It actually is an AI diff.
Everybody else split the votes, and the fans, the AI, and one of the refs are the ones who decide our MVP today.
Computer generate me a top lane vote. 3 out of 8 votes is a majority. Wonderful.
It's a plurality. It is not a majority.
Wow. I can just imagine what this says is Keshi got MVP because even though he got completely bodied in the first 15 minutes of the game, he stayed stalwart and resolute, and he had game-defining picks at the end of the day. And it's a Junhao player of the match.
Go.
Wonderful.
He's
Well
gonna be
deserved.
stacking those up this year,
Yes,
assuming
he
the Thunder
is.
Talk can win more
30
series.
KDA!
This guy's cooking, man. I mean, keep an eye on this Thunder Talk. If this Thunder Talk team is good, Junhao is going to be in the All-Pro teams. Tremendous through 3 series. Tremendous through 3 series. I said if Thunder Talk is good. If Thunder Talk stays bad, then forget about it. It's fine.
Yeah. His KDA for week 1 is going to go nuts. He helped take Dragon. All right, that's how I know. Computer, let's wrap this match up and get ourselves ready for game number 3, or series number 3 of the night, Gordo.
Yeah, we're going to hand you guys over to Jbeto and Slayer. Stay tuned to find out who helps take the Dragon in series number 3. But it's been a party with y'all. We'll see you after a short break.
Hello one, hello all, as we return back to the LPL English Twitch stream to round out our Super Saturday, Super Sunday, whatever you want to call it. We have gotten to the main event matchup for our stream, that being Billy Gaming taking on Anyone's Legend. And I will, of course, be your play-by-play Leo Slayer Silverman, covering the western side of the Pacific Ocean, and then all the way down in Australia for one of the rare moments, my friend Jack. We got to do this more often. I'm joined by Jay Beto to help me on the analytical side. Jack, it's a pleasure, my friend, and what a matchup we have in store.
Yeah, it's been too long. I want to say thank you to our other casters that casted tonight, and obviously the teams. But this is the main event. This is what everyone's waiting for. This is a match that I've been really excited for this week, not only because I'm casting it and it's the first time back, feels good, but I think this is going to be a really exciting matchup. The last time these two faced, I believe, was the Split 2 playoffs. It was a 3-0 for BLG. Obviously, things have changed since then. Specifically, top laners for both of these teams looking different. A lot of thoughts had on Twitter I've seen about these changes, whether or not it was the right thing. I know that there were some behind-the-scenes reasons for some of these changes, and I'm not going to comment on that because I don't really know the full extent of it. But in the gameplay, yeah, I don't think personally I've been super surprised by either of these teams from the top lane so far, so I'm hoping we can see something a little bit more come out from tonight.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you there, Jack, and especially from the AL side of the new top lane look. Let's, of course, look at how the Pandas are set up roster-wise here for Split 3. The man we're alluding to, of course, is Breathe, who, you talk about a lot of the takes that have been thrown around, of course, Jay Beto with a lot of these roster swaps. I still come away with this Breathe change thinking that this could be a really positive sign for AL. I feel like it's a team that could actually use a more resource-heavy top laner that does have potential to carry out of his lane. It's the opposite of what Flandra can be. But so far, through the limited series we've seen from Breathe, definitely seems like, he's taking some time to get adjusted to his new roster, which you can't blame him with how quickly I'm sure he joined this team with all the, shenanigans that the LPL mini off-seasons always bring us.
Yeah, and we never know. Maybe in 2 more weeks there's going to be another off-season, in-season change up and everyone's going to swap around again. Who knows? But yeah, I think in their first series specifically, Breathe was put on Mbessa. We were talking about this off-air before we went live. Mbessa into Nah tends to be a matchup or has been a matchup this split so far that's been very Nah favored. Breathe was very shut out of the game. Then he was put on tank duty for the remaining 2 games of that series, and they ended up winning. I ended up winning, but I think Breathe did a good enough job of finding, synergy with his jungler, finding some good ult, but then there was some other times, one in particular that we'll take a look at in a bit, where he just completely loses the fight off of a mechanical mistake. And this is not necessarily like, oh, how dare he do this? What a dumb mistake. Like, it's reasonable, and if he did land the dash, it probably could have been a lot better, but it ends up costing him. So you can see here, like, pretty simple plays. Nothing crazy, linking up with Tarzan, getting some picks, playing well. There's one here on Cassante that looks pretty decent mechanically. Like, there's nothing shocking. It's like, oh my god, Breathe is going to take over the league in Group of Sand and really shine. And I think that's the concern, because otherwise, like, why did you make this change? I don't see anything that was like, oh, Flandra needs to be out. This is the clip I'm talking about. Breathe on, he goes for this dash and just misses the wall. He might have even just knocked up one and then dies to nothing, or to everything. He has nothing done. The ult hits nothing either. You can't really be making these mistakes against a team like JDG, and tonight you're against BLG, who absolutely will punish you for these mistakes.
Except in lane, right? Wenbo on the other side, definitely a favored matchup there for Breathe. But I agree with you, Jack. I think the jury's still kind of out. I am definitely someone who felt was a bit more of a Breathe truther. I put him on my All-Pro ballot with IG last split, but Flandra was also up there. Some people put him as an All-Pro top laner. I just want to give it some more time. But this is definitely a matchup, like you're talking about, where we'll be able to test him. Let's talk, though, a bit about what else has looked different here for Anyone's Legend, and that has been how much the meta shift we feel like has really helped out this team and mostly helped out their, otherworldly level support in Kyle. And in the words, similar to the great Christina Aguilera, what a girl wants, I'm here to say what a Slayer wants, or what Slayer wants, I guess. And that is for Kyle to break out a couple champions in particular that I think really fits this early game support roaming style, and also the fact that I feel like enchanters are taking a bit more backseat to engage champions. So Rel, of course, there, Jay Beto, being Kyle's most played champion of 2025. I think he is by far and away the best Rel that we have in this region. He played 22 games of it. He's only played 5 so far, as we had to split 3, which makes sense with the meta, but I think there's a lot more spots to play Rel now. And then you have the 2 champions I'm kind of alluding to, Jack, Camille and Shen, who I feel like are 2 of the best supports right now at kind of just dominating playing on the map, away from the bottom lane, linking up with your jungler. We've seen him play a bit of the Camille. I'd like to see him pick up the Shen, because we've seen more supports outside of Owen actually pick up the Shen, and I feel like it fits perfectly for what Kyle and AL need to do in these early games.
Yeah. I love having Rel in the meta. It's been, not that I don't like enchanters, but it's been a little bit of a sad time not seeing some of these fun engaged supports. I think that a lot of players can really shine, and you can't really do that when you're playing like Nami. I mean, you can, but not as much as when you're finding these great engages. I think Shen is a really fun addition to the meta pool. Some of the dash, like the taunt flashes, are really fun ways to start fights. I think that he synergizes pretty well with some good bot lanes, and then obviously Camille has been the premier pick recently in this meta. I believe, I could be wrong, but I feel like this was a carrier thing that he started it. But I definitely could be wrong. Feels like Ziggs Camille was them first, but talking a little bit about the enchanters as well, I think there is still a great place for them, and the reason that we're seeing these picks come through is because you can get through lane, you can even force all-ins onto the enchanter bot lanes, and then you're picking these mages, right? You're picking the Mel, you're picking the Ziggs, and you're allowing the Camille, the Shen, the Rel to roam with the jungler hand in hand and impact the map other places while the bot lane doesn't get a big enough of a lead because their wave is just insta-deleted. So in the Enchanter meta, you were sitting there. It's a lot about the AD carry and who can get the upper hand mechanically. Maybe some jungle intervention as well and around dragon fighting. But now the answer to that has been, well, what if I just pick Mel and delete the wave instantly? You don't have a wave to make plays on. So it's been fun to see this change up kind of start in MSI and now bleed into Split 3 of the LPL.
Yeah, it is hemorrhaging into the LPL at this point. You talked a bit about the Mages bot that play a key in this. I want to tab that conversation for a bit down the line here before we get set for the series, because let's introduce Billy Gaming in their entirety. Their new look, of course, with Wenbo in the top side. That's the matchup we alluded to. We feel like Breathe should have an advantage on in at least lane matchup-wise. But the rest of this team, of course, is the same stack team that was 1 game away from taking their golden road into Split 3. And that Mage bot conversation, Jay Beto, we can have it now. Because if there's anybody that's been the focal point of that, it has been Viper, who we will likely see break out some more mages today. Of course, the Xerath is the big one to see. But first, of course, we need to take in our teams heading to the stage here for this heavyweight matchup of Group Ascent.
Yep. 2 titans of the LPL in recent years. AL, despite having that amazing year last year, still only 1 championship. BLG winning the end, and then obviously winning the 2 so far this year. But it's been an awkward 2026 for AL, in my opinion, because they came away from Tarzan, and I've said this many times, that I think they did the best last year at Worlds, despite not getting as far as Top Esports did. I still think that the performance against T1 was better than the performance that Top Esports put up, and they haven't really found the heights of that year at all, even remotely. And now they've made changes, and we've yet to see AL reach that peak. And BLG, a team that has been very, very dominant this year in the LPL. It's been dominant internationally as well. 1 game short of MSI, continuing their golden road. Sights obviously still on the Split 3 championship that we're, going up to, and then Worlds after that. But I think mostly it's a mental thing that these guys have to work through. I know, I've seen opinions about people talk about how after 2024 Worlds, BLG kind of crumbled. because of the mental strain of that, and I really don't want that to happen here. And maybe a new top laner is the thing they need.
Maybe it will be. And, you know, I think it does have its benefits in different areas that we'll talk about a bit later when we talk about, you know, certain resource allocation here. But we can revisit that conversation we were talking about with Viper, because he has been at the forefront, like you mentioned, Jay Beto from MSI, breaking out some mages. He was the one, you know, rocking the Talia 80 carry in some of those games. Now he goes back to the LPL. He's got even more tricks up his sleeve. The Cassiopeia is a bit more of a known flavor of the mage bot meta by now, but then you got stuff like the Xerath, and, you know, some of these clips are hilarious to me, Jack, because we watch, like, the Xerath gameplay. He picks up, like, a couple double kills in some of these plays. And the funniest thing is, in true Xerath fashion, you're going to see it right here. He's, like, not even on the screen, and he's picking up double kills. That's just Rite of the Arcane, and that's just Xerath for you. But it's still so funny to me to see.
Yeah, very strong champion. Good to see it back. A bit of a change up of, like, we're having this discussion, and Alk's here in production, so hi, Alk. On the podcast about mages and ADCs and what's the right thing, and it was Mazel, Alk, and I. Alk likes them. I was middle ground. Mazel hates them. So it was a good spread, but I think that adding more makes me like it a lot more. When it was just Ziggs-Mel, wasn't as big of a fan, but with the Cass, the Xerath, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit later, but some other picks that we may see, I think it is quite exciting to see these picks come out and change up the game very significantly. I don't know if it's going to, like, how long Riot wants this to last, whether it's going to be an entire split thing or whether it's going to be a interworlds thing as well. But regardless, it is quite exciting for now. It makes 2026 have this very novel feel to it that past years, the recent years, might not have had. So I think that is very good from a viewership standpoint. And Viper, like you mentioned, is very experienced and very talented at these mage bots. Yeah,
you know, Jack, I'll just throw out my opinion on the mage bot thing, because you know as well as a lot of people do know that. Yeah, I figured you would. That I am an AD carry player. The opinion that I'll arrive at this point, as we get set for a draft that will likely include these mages, for pro play, I'm mostly on the positive side with you. I think it's very fun. It's a fresh new flavor. I'm a little bit away from full positive because I do think marksmen are the most mechanically challenging champions we could see our AD carries players play, which are, you know, usually the most mechanically best playing players on the roster. But for solo queue and me actually playing the game, I think it's the worst thing ever because a bunch of skillless noobs just get to delete waves and I don't get to interact with them and show them why they're worse than me. So that's where I've arrived. Let's see if we get some of these mages into the Game 1 draft here. Jack, we're diving headfirst in. AL are going to have that first pick on the red side, and we're seeing some usual suspects come off the board here. The multi-flexible Jace is being banned away from BLG, the multi-flexible Syndra, of course, and then that Camille support. AL do not want to let that go into On's hands, but it is a little bit interesting to see them banned on the red side with first pick, I will say.
Yep. Yeah, a little strange. I want to talk about as Riot's first pick does come through. Viper solo queue account. Spoke to you a little bit about this. Yep. He's been playing everything. He was playing Vex last night. He played Veigar bot. He played Lux bot. What was the other one that he played? I can't remember it exactly. It was something ridiculous. But he's been really experimenting in the bot lane. And then globally, also spoke to you about this. We've been seeing some crazy stuff. Sylas, Akali. I think there was a Jace bot as well.
Yeah.
A lot of really unique picks coming out. Let's have a look. What was it? It was...
I remember you talking about... Were you talking about Kled and... was this on the Viper solo? You were like, Kled and Darius was getting played in bottom lanes you were seeing?
So he was... The other one was Orianna bot, but I was saying that Viper has history on those picks. He's played that in Tier 1 before. So is the most experienced to come out with a crazy pick, but Ezreal going to be the pickup for this game with the Nefiri for Shun. Very strong jungler. Very good for the invades, and AL with a little bit of the roaming potential with the Ryze. I could see a Vi, although I'm not the biggest fan of Ryze specifically, but it might just have to be this Lucian Milio, Lucian Nami bot lane lock in here for AL. Get some strength through the bot lane.
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting about the flip side of the AD carry matchup with all the mage stock is that Hope hasn't, adopted a ton of them yet, right? We've seen some Ziggs games from him, but he is still trying to play some of these marksmen. So with all this mage bot talk, we are going to get a more early 2026 bottom lane matchup when we talked about all those really strong 2v2 pairings. Ezreal Karma's going to come through here for Viper and On, and then you mentioned it, you called it, Jay Beto. It'll be the Lucian Emilio on the other side. We'll make this matchup interesting, though, is I do think that On is going to be able to get out on the map a bit better than Emilio can. You definitely want to stay in lane a bit more, and Viper is on the Ezreal that's ever safe in the bottom lane, even in the 1v2. So I really want to stress the fact that with Wenbo here instead of Bin, and supports being able to roam a lot more, Jay Beto, I've been really impressed with how much On has been able to support Shun in those early games. I think Shun getting a lot more resources, playing these carry champions like this Naafiri we're seeing in Game 1 is kind of their new recipe for success, alongside, of course, feeding Knight some resources. So we're kind of getting a taste of that here in this Game 1 up against the Pandas.
Interested to see what AL are going to go for their top laner here. No Jace, so the Yorick ban can't be for covering that. I'd be pretty surprised if they did go Rumble, which the Yorick ban would be for as well, because you'd probably have to go Vi, and then I'm not a huge fan of this comp at all. But both bot lanes, like you said, having this synergy in the lanes, like very standard, like Ezreal Karma, Lucian Emilio, these duos that are very notorious. The Vayne ban could be a Gnar. I could very likely see a Gnar for AL get breathed on something like that into a lane that we spoke about before, didn't do well on the Ambessa side, but BLG here going to pick up their mid laner, just a bit of range, so they've got a lot of range. Naafiri in this comp is going to function like a poke champion, with the ability to also go in with the Karma shields as well. The Anivia fills a very similar role here, just poking. You're going to keep AL at range, because look at how short range they are. So they are. Rise, Lucian has gap close in the range from the Milio, sure, but it's pretty tough. It might just be that Rumble.
Could be the Rumble. I really need something reliable to help further set up these damage dealers.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking at. So I think it was a great shout from you, Jack. The Gnar makes a ton of sense here for Breathe. Also, you're recognizing, hey, I'm gonna get counterpicked by Wenbo here. It's final pick over to the BLG top laner. Gnar's pretty safe. You banned away the Vayne. It feels like there aren't a ton of top lane matchups left where you're just kind of expected to straight up lose with this Gnar. So I like the blind Gnar coming through here to finish off, to almost finish off this AL comp, because of course the king of the jungle needs to make this final pick with as many of the champions off the board as possible. Let's see if he does go for that Vi that you weren't too sure about.
Yeah, the thing with the Vi is I want a champion that can play fast with her, and Rise does have damage, but it takes time, and it's also, like, I like Rise Lee Sin, I like Rise Wukong, but it is just going to be this Ambessa matchup that has been rocking up quite a lot. The last couple of times, it's been very, very Gnar favored, so Winbow's going to have to be on his A game. A lot of engage for BLG with the public execution and the ult from Shun, but it's not guaranteed. It's no Nautilus, it's no Leona stun, so they're going to have to really be poking AL down. This comp is not super easy to execute on. On the other side, it is quite easy. You've got the Vi. You've got this really nice front to back with a Vi. You can also dive if you need to, but I think that in this game, if you're Vi ulting too far because of how much range there is, you're going to die because your team can't follow. So ult the first target. There's no tank. Burst it down with the Rise, with this Lucian Milio, and try to take the fight after that. I think that AL need to be really levying fights with their Vi, and with this Rise ult to try to impact the side lanes. BLG's fight is pretty difficult.
BLG definitely need to show some skill expression to find those winning fights. Also, you talked endlessly about the Gnar and Ambessa matchup, but for Wenbo, we're, still getting more and more games under his belt with this BLG roster. Out the gate, it was kind of expected champions, right? He was playing like a weak side Yorick, where he could just play away from the team, or he was playing Cassante into a weaker matchup. He'd just be a big tank later on. Like, very easy jobs. This feels like a pretty big test for Wenbo, picking up this Ambessa that very much so, like you mentioned, needs to get into the back line and needs to hit these not guaranteed public executions. We're on to the Rift, BLG AL, Game 1. Both fan bases ever passionate. But it does sound like we've got more BLG fans in the building here, Jack. Not by much, but slightly.
What I will say, Leo, is damn, it feels good to be back here in the Giants.
Yeah!
I think Mazel and Cubby were talking about this a little earlier. Something about the NACL and how good the Giants are. Yeah, I agree. Speaking of something Cubby was talking about before, made a great point about the exhaust, as we actually do see the double exhaust used really early. I can't remember who I heard this from, as might need to hold this point.
Yeah, Shun is up in Tarzan's business, but he lands the Vault Breaker over the wall, gets some decent chunk damage in. Just trying to, buy some space here. Shun's trying to be a complete pest at this point, seeing if he can maybe smite away this Wolf. Vault Breaker being charged again. That's really funny, the vision toggle. Wolf is not actually in vision at all. On is roamed up here next to Kyle, who's level 1, by the way. On is going to have access to that extra spell, but it's just going to be the heal expended by Kyle. The Wolf Camp was secured by Tarzan, but can't say the rest about his blue buff. Definitely some weird jungle pathing we're already getting here in game 1.
Yeah, we don't need the engaged supports to roam. We just play Karma Milio and we'll roam anyway, and
Jay Beto, we're so back, man. We're fighting over blue buffs at level 2. This is the LPL. I've missed you so much. Smite's going to go over to Shun here. He's going to get some health back, but Shanks has the first one. Immediate flash there from Shun. Try to get closer to Hope, who gets the double tap down and picks up first blood with ease. Vault Breaker flash is going to grab On, who takes an extra turn shot on the way out. And this should just be more gold going back over to Hope, but the light-piercing shots don't find that kill. Knight, meanwhile, is in a 1v1 with Shanks, hoping he doesn't get popped into his egg form, and the Scorch won't do it. Oh my God, that was 12 HP. AL, though, still get first blood exactly where they want it onto Hope Solution.
That's crazy. I'm fairly sure, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly sure that was a flash fail from Shun. He wanted to go over the wall, and he clipped down and went towards his team. It almost actually did get him out, so maybe that was the intention, but ended up getting caught anyway, and nearly a bit more in favor of AL. But what I wanted to talk about earlier with these exhaust is that oftentimes people will start going cleanse in metas where you go exhaust and then you can not go exhaust and enemy just has cleanse for no reason and you have the barrier for the all-in. But in this game, both have exhaust. I think it's really good because there's like 1 or 2 targets on both teams that are going to be diving the other. Not like a bunch of massive team fight, like a big skirmish. It's more like Nefiri going in, or Ambessa ult is going in, Vi ult is going in, and the exhaust is going to make a ton of difference in that. It's also going to make the 1v1 really goofy, because both AD carries are just going to be exhausted at the start and then have to walk away. I guess it's a good dissuasion, because once you exhaust, the other has to exhaust, or you'll lose, and you can't cleanse away from it. But, yep, pretty interesting start this game. BLG getting a little bit of invading going, and then AL able to punish that back, but it'll be scuttle trade, or at least it should be, unless Shun can get down here and steal, although Shanks is covering very nicely for his jungler here.
Yeah, very nice.
Good damage.
Yeah, some good chunk damage. Shun will not be able to get close towards that crab. And this can kind of open up the conversation that we're going to have with how much these teams parallel their early game styles, right? Jay Beto, it's the kind of the aspect of Tarzan really wants to get up and ahead with the help of his support nearby. Is, oh my God, Breathe has got that lethal tempo stacked up. Wenbo in a bit of a world of hurt. The point being, we really want to see which of these junglers can get out and ahead early, because that's always Tarzan's comfort zone, and something that Shun has been a bit more accustomed to in this new look BLG lineup, and definitely something he wants on the Nefiri. He takes a bit of a look towards this bot side. He's not on vision just yet. On has the tether down. Gonna land, and there's Shun over the wall. Gonna jump right on top of Hope. Does have that flash and exhaust, though, and there's just really not enough damage to really even threaten the Lucian. So Shun's gank is just gonna basically back AL's bottom lane off the wave, and that's about it.
Yep. Exhaust coming up. Bit of a scary one. Same timer as his AD carry, so he can just easily check that. But yeah, like you mentioned, Nefiri, a champion that loves gold, needs it in most games, especially against a Vi who doesn't really need gold that badly. Like in the early game, it's great. Obviously, every champion wants gold, but it always has that point-and-click ult available. Speaking of ults...
Wenbo hitting it blind. First ult, flash for flash. Breathe is able to barely limp away. Bot side, Hope's going to get exhausted as Viper shifts forward. Double flashes as Kyle tries to cover. Hope will survive, but key summoners being dropped on the map here. And I'm sure the junglers we've been talking about, Jay Beto, are paying close attention.
Yep. Public execution and ult that is, I feel like they over-nerfed it. You know, I've played Ambessa a couple of times. I'm not a top laner, but like, man, this ult takes time to cast.
It's a wind-up.
You know, you get it in an ARAM Mayhem, and I did it once, and I was like, is my game frozen? When does the ult go off? But Wenbo hits it offhand, no setup, and then flash expended by Hope. But again, just the double exhaust trade, and like you mentioned, which jungler can get involved. We're ticking over to level 6s very soon, and while it's not exactly the same, the ults do very similar things in which the point-and-click engage. Obviously, Vi's got the CC, and Nefiri has more damage related to the ult and the kit in general. So, whether or not you're going to be able to impact the bot lane for Shun, who has his flash up, ult now as well, whether it's just going to be this dragon, is upgraded smite for both junglers as well.
Yeah, they're working their way over. Both supports attached by the hip to their respective junglers. But remember, Hope and Kyle both without flash. Kyle nowhere near level 6 either by this point. Both supports at level 4. They could be fighting over this crab. Vault Breaker forward comes across from Tarzan trying to burst down on. There comes the Coley, but Shakes will pick up the easy kill. The season assist interrupts Shoot trying to dive the backline on his own. And a great flash from Shakes gets him out of dodge. Down goes Tarzan. Into the egg form goes Knight, but Viper is trapped in the back of the pit. Knight is going to resurrect here, but he's got Kyle and Hope right on top of him. Good stun and fade away, but Billy Gaming once again going to lose out on the skirmish led by Tarzan.
Yep. Well done from Tarzan, and it'll be both flashes from the junglers. You can see there that both junglers end up doing basically the same thing. They're ulting to go in. Tarzan actually ults Shun, I believe, to stop him from engaging on his team.
Yep.
Ends up getting out, even though that does happen, which is very impressive. Shanks gets out 1 HP, and then Viper kind of saves Knight here by having a little ring around the Rosie, around the dragon, and then Arcane shifting out. Close skirmish. I think that if a couple of things had gone different, like if Shanks had fallen down, if Shun had been able to get a little bit more damage down as Ivan bot.
Yeah, they just spot Kyle. Tether's going to land here. Can the Mystic Shot go through?
Wow.
Yes, it can. Snipe down from Viper. He's been practicing those skill shots on the mages, so you know he's going to hit him on the 80 carries.
This is something that I'm a big believer in, about what 80 carries are actually meta right now, or like what are strong and viable A or S tier, you know what I'm saying? And I think it is the 80 carries that function like mages. Not necessarily just cast to ADs, but ones that can function by themselves. And Ezreal doesn't have the best wave clear, but he does function very similarly to a mage in a fight, like you just mentioned. Lucian's good because he's so good with Milio.
Yep.
And then other things like the Varus for casting. Jhin is also like a caster
range,
and
yeah.
can sit back like a Xerath. So I think that is the 80 carries that are really, really strong right now. If you're going to pick up something like a Xayah, it really needs to be a good game. Bait and mid potentially.
Yeah, but it's
Close.
just so hard. This is the holdup, right? With this BLG draft, you really pointed out so well, Jack, is that they're kind of just hoping people overstep. There's not like a reliable just snap and grab depth charge you can throw down or cease and desist like Tarzan has. So you see spots like that where Shun and On are just kind of hoping that Shanks makes the mistake, and that's a slippery slope to go on. As I say that, though, Shanks takes quite a licking there from Knight. On, though, is going to get trapped by the kickball. Hope nearly finds the double tap onto On. Flash being expended there. Lucian definitely starting to take hold on this 2v2 a bit. That is a proxying Anivia. That is just how chilling Knight is right now in this matchup.
Yeah, that looks like a pretty tough matchup. I think Shanks is doing a pretty good job. Like, 5 CS down, he's going to basically even it up if he can get all of that CS right there. The support down, Shanks able to TP back, and Knight having to base with no TP. This should be taken over for AL, although BLG are rushing pretty quickly over. Shanks has Realm Warp to join. Maybe BLG none the wiser and are not going to go over. No, of course. Shouldn't thinking about it. He's not gonna. Just Dragon for AL.
At 11 minutes, that is the opening Dragon, so something to take note of. How much later we expect, potential Dragon Souls to come about. But the win here for AL, and of course it being Tarzan, no surprise here, Jay Beto, is he picks up all 3 grubs uncontested that first Drake, and that's a pretty big marker to hit. A lot of teams that win a lot of games of League of Legends, folks, they get the first 2 objectives fully into their own pocket. So great sign there for AL, but BLG have actually been able to come back from that 1K gold deficit to sit us at about dead even here, with quests getting completed shortly for a lot of these laners.
Yep. We should be cruxing soon into the part, nice base cancel, to the part of the game where I want the Lucian Milio to start doing more. Be in the mid lane by 15 minutes, maybe a little bit later, with 1 item, boots completed, pushing mid waves is in top.
Wembo just getting walked down. I mean, Breathe had the Narbar stacked up pretty highly here. He's going to use the Nar ultimate. Public execution this time will be sidestepped by Tarzan, and Wenbo is mincemeat here for Tarzan, who is looking for a feast. Only a matter of time. One more Vault Breaker will do it, and Tarzan, stop me if you've heard this one before, is ahead and gold rich for AL.
Yep. He is ahead, and so is Breathe, but Viper's 1K in the lead against Hope, with honestly not that much jungle intervention. Like, there have been some team fights around the Dragon, sure, but it's, plates and this CS lead that is quite nice, and items aren't terrible right now, but when Viper's able to get the Mana Moon online before this Lucian is, you can already see Ezreal's in the mid lane pushing in, while Lucian is in the bot lane, kind of sad. And here comes Realm Warp.
BLG getting pinched. Yeah, the Realm Warp is going to bring 3 members of AL. Fallbreaker flash from Tarzan's going to lock on in place. Tether his last-ditch effort is going to get something back for BLG, but Breathe finds that kill. Knight trying to flash away from a Rune Prison. Lockdown from Shanks here. He does have access to that passive, but the cease and desist is going to make sure he's going into an egg for one way or another. But Shun is able to pop Tarzan. There's the passive down. Do they have enough DPS before he reses? Yes, they do. Breathe in Mega Gnar fashion will make it a winning play there for AL as they overload the top side.
Yep, Breathe's having a great game so far in this first game. Now, he's the one up 1K. Tarzan does die and is no longer up a meaningful amount of gold, but Breathe is up a lot. Wenbo will even that up a little bit with the tier 1 turret taken, but now the Gnar TP's back down, can maybe do a bit of chunk instead. Wenbo will run away, and Breathe will be able to take that. As we take a look back, this is a really smart Realm Warp. Because Ezreal can't join their down numbers, great punch from Tarzan, the punch flash to catch on underneath the turret. That takes a lot of damage from Breathe, and then this kind of slow chase. The root is great. It's just well played. This overload on side from AL is what we wanted to see from the Rise, and they're utilizing it really well, giving Breathe this lead. We just have to see what he can continue to do with this lead, because he's got a really good team comp to snowball this lead.
Looks like BLG aren't perturbed by that AL punish on this top side. They're once again sending Shun up here with On. Knight hammering onto that tier 1 turret. So despite that great map play you called out, Jay Peto, BLG are not disturbed at all. They are going to cover for this top lane push, going to steal away some camps as well. There's not a lot for AL to do on the flip side. The real only option here is for Tarzan to possibly look at a dive onto Wenbo. He's going to steal away Krugs, and well, he's going to look to commit. There's no cease and desist here, but Breathe has stacked up in a Narbar fashion, but a lot of chip damage from Wenbo is going to likely dissolve that dive. The wave is done for, and BLG look to go unpunished taking this top lane tier 1.
Really like this. I don't know if this is the team that did it first, but I like to call this the Gen G, where you rotate almost your entire team. To specifically top lane is when Gen G did it, but it can be anywhere. And you just stand there behind the tower and you keep them out. You keep their entire team out and you just funnel the waves in. You take the entire turret in the enemy's face. Ginger used to do it a lot last year, and BLG doing it right now, making it look really easy. Well done. And also Wenbo living on the cross map too. Really well played. I think when Breathe goes into Mega, like there's the CC, sure, but he doesn't have anywhere near as much damage with the lethal tempo setup. So not able to. Now TP's back. The Herald is an option for both teams here. I want to see Viper participate in a fight. He's got a ton of items and damage with these items, and he hasn't really been a part of a fight yet since he's completed this Trinity Force. And I think that when he does participate, it's going to be a big problem. AL could look to just give this Herald, though, and go for the second Dragon, but they're not confident at all with the map state. They've got waves pushed in bot. Ezreal is constantly winning mid-push against Lucian, which should never happen.
Yeah.
Lucian Milio should always have wave prior. I know Karma's scary, but AL are trying.
Tarzan's trying to force this, right? He starts to drag it up on his own. Wenbo's going to disturb him a bit. Public Execution, though, is going to snipe on a Kael, immediately uses that Breath of Life, and Viper's poke is starting to come through here on a Tarzan. Wenbo trying to create some space between Breathe and Tarzan. No cease and desist, though, and the Gnar bar is quickly dissipating. He's going to be able to get that ultimate. The stun, followed by the Vault Breaker, is pretty seamless, and Breathe will pick up that kill, but here comes the BLG flank. Shun from behind is trying to corner the Pandas in their cage here, and they've caught Hope. Viper gonna knock him down with a Mystic Shot, and there's the Rift Herald charge into the tier 2. Breathe is trapped between the wall and all of BLG, and Shun pounces on him. No dragon needed for BLG. They're just gonna gobble up a ton of gold to the tune of 2,500.
Yep, great delay play from Wenbo there. Sacrifices himself, but buys not only a lot of time, but also does enough damage so that when BLG come over, it's easy pickings for some low health AL members. I don't have another way to put it. Hope is just useless this game. He is doing nothing at all on a duo that is very strong. I get Ezreal Karma is scary in the lane, but it's become a massive problem in this first game, and the bleeding is not stopping. Like you mentioned earlier, it's hemorrhaging in the bot lane. So take a look back. Wenbo does go in. It looks a bit scary. He's trying to join his team, and then eventually just says, no, I'm not getting out. I'm going in. I'm going to buy as much time as I possibly can. And all of AL decide. That's the play. Shank's actually on the other side that we didn't get to see.
Yeah.
Realm Warp's underneath the tier 1 tower. So he's completely... That's essentially a kill. He cannot join. He will not join. Wenbo buys time. But look at the health bars of Kael, of Tarzan, of Hope. And this is a really nice tether from On to allow Viper to get over. Shun drives the Herald as well. Really well played from BLG off the back of Wenbo's sacrifice.
Really good patience by BLG here. And once again, yeah, Wenbo, good job kind of just serving that role like you talked about, buying all that space and time. Because if he doesn't do that, if he goes down quicker, AL can kind of just exit. And now Wenbo's feeling a bit confident here. Just ults on top of Breathe, who does go mini. AL have members waiting in the fray. They won't commit to that dive, but Breathe is able to walk away. Problem is, all this attention towards the top side. Viper with that mid push like you were talking about, with the help of Knight and On, will get rid of that last tier 1 turret standing. So a ton of the map now accessible by BLG.
Yep. I mean, Hope kind of being left alone as well. That ult did literally nothing. Not saying it was a waste of an ult use, but it just did no damage at all. Really struggling in this first game. What I will say about Wenbo is that if this keeps up with the 1k deficit in the sacrifice, he will get MVP by the AI. That's what I will say.
Oh man, it has been it has been entertaining to see those. That's how I will label it.
That's a word. That's a way of putting it.
I'd like to think that's the journalistic safe approach to the thoughts. Jay Beto, you may take a more direct approach if you would like. Feel free, but
what kind of direct approach were you referring to? Obviously, you have stronger words that you were thinking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Incorrect voting. That's also a way I think to phrase it. But hey, you know what? Everyone and I guess everything is entitled to their opinions.
Speaking about entitled to your opinions, and I'm doing this half because I want to and half because producer Ilya told us not to. I don't know anything about basketball, right? Very little.
Yes. Yep.
I know how you score. That's about it.
There you go.
But I have been seeing on my timeline a lot of this like old gen versus new gen debate. And since you're the guy for basketball, where do you line up on this debate? Are you like oh, these new heads wouldn't last a minute in the 90s? Or are you like, no, LeBron would score 150 points every game?
I'll safe to say I'm a little bit biased on the LeBron front at this current moment, as he is recently joined my team.
Your team, yes.
But no, I definitely line up on the new age is definitely the better thing. The better squad. It's kind of like a human evolution thing. The game has evolved. It usually gets harder. Same way we think about League of Legends, right? The best way to think about it. League Classic, you guys, I'm sure a lot of you will get to play it when it comes out soon. You've seen some of the show matches. If you watch the game, it's a lot more simplistic. And when you play it, you're going to be reminded that the game we play now is much harder and much more competitive. So that's where I'll land in that agreement. But, Jack, let's talk about the new gen focus of this game, which is going to be into the future, which is this Cloud Drake that's in about a minute. We, of course, have the Baron on the map, but it's just BLG that hold a lot more space, and it's making AL a bit more skittish about trying to make these cross-map plays you really hyped up.
Yep. You know what's scary? Karma with the Cloud Soul. Nefiri and Embessa with the Cloud Soul. That's pretty terrifying. Obviously, AL, not bad with it either. Like, Lucian with the Cloud Soul is really scary. Vi is the same. But yeah, Cloud Soul is very entertaining to watch. It's like the soul that, in my opinion, has the most value that you can't directly see, because Hextech Soul, you can see extra damage numbers, you see the lightning. The Infernal Soul, you see the explosion. But Cloud Soul is, like, not objectively. It's underratedly maybe the best soul, because movement speed is a ridiculous stat in the game. Yeah. Especially for a comp like BLG, where they struggle to get in because of the no confirmed engage. But if they can get in there much quicker, especially with the Cloud Rift, they love kiting you, walking back, walking forward. And if AL don't have that, really tough. On the flip side, if AL can get the Cloud Soul, they can close the gap a lot easier. Dragon being started up here. Flash is available for all carries, but Hope is in the bot lane.
I'm just going to play for that turret gold. It is, remember, only the third Drake of the game. The first one we got was at 11 minutes, so third Drake, second Drake for BLG, not too dangerous of a thing to give up here, and AL just making the gold-conscious decision, and I don't necessarily hate it, because I think buying some more time could be valuable for, mainly guys like Shanks on this rise. He went the double defensive, health sacking route, so Shanks is really the huge last-ditch damage effort of a later game scenario, and he should now be able to just stack up some pure damage items. That will buy them some time. But, hey, like you mentioned, BLG, a Cloud Soul would be amazing for them. And they're still cruising behind Viper, who has hit that more amount of power spike and then some. Jay Beto, this is really the strongest point we consistently see Ezreal at when we talk about game state-wise.
Yep, very strong point. Has the Gluts finished? Working on, I believe, Shojin, although I could be wrong. Double Ruby Crystal Pickaxe, I believe it's Shojin. So that'll make him even tankier. The thing with this build, and we haven't been seeing Corki a lot because he doesn't function like a mage at all. He is kind of a caster, but he's just too short-ranged. Yeah. He's too dependent on the support pairing and being babysat by a support. Hold on.
All right, we're just ripping the Baron here with Viper. Tarzan trying to make his way over here. Kyle's gonna
damage
spot
check
this
maybe
out with a pink ward. Yeah, and they just gonna maybe just testing the response of AL for now.
Yeah, just fishing, seeing like, all right. Let's have a look. See what we can do. This is something that BLG have been doing a lot since MSI, and they started doing it a lot in MSI, and I have a feeling they were scrimming a certain someone who does this all the time.
Wink, wink.
Yeah, wink, wink. And it does work. It really does. It's a very easy way to say, quick, are you ready? And if you aren't, we get Baron. If you are ready, we lose nothing. Because it's a very like high reward, low risk play. But AL now with positions around the Baron. Don't want to run the risk of having that happen again. So they put down some vision themselves. There's the Shojin completed. So talking about this build, one of the reasons why it's so strong, and on Ezreal specifically, like it's really, really good to the point where he just hasn't been not meta since he came back however long ago, is because it makes you really tanky. it makes you kind of like a pseudo fighter while also having damage equivalent to an 80 carry because you are an 80 carry.
Yep.
So other 80 carries, your full glass cannon, you get one shot. Ezreal doesn't really get one shot with this build because he has so much health. True?
Hey, listen, you know,
Ezreal's splaining.
I'm here to just oversee, you know, and everything you're saying, you're spitting facts here. And the audience now understands the world of an Ezreal player. The one thing I'd add on to what you're talking about with this build, J Beto, also, the obvious thing with Shojin is just pure CDR, right? He doesn't go the CDR boots with the Gluttonous Greaves. He played for the power spike, the fact that he's so fed in the head. So now getting that CDR behind him, you can fire at as many Mystic shots as possible. That's also big reason why you see this build path come across for Viper, and he's going to show off his stuff here in this potential fight brewing around the blue buff, but BLG are going to back off here. It seems like they're trying to play for that really tough juncture for AL between Baron being up on the map and Cloud Soul Point in about a minute's time.
Yeah. Are you a endless hunger Ezreal kind of guy?
I think it's really situational on third item with Ezreal. I think in a game like this for Viper, I wouldn't have hated it because it's not a super tanky comp and you got ahead, so you just want to do as much damage as possible. But in compositions where you think you're going to throw a lot of Qs out, you can go Shojin. Neither are a bad choice, is what I'll say. BLG are back to that Baron sneaking antic you talked about, Jay Beto, and Tarzan going to Vault Breaker over the wall. He's going to go after the support.
Okay.
Sees an assist on to on. Going to survive for now. Shun goes all in with the Hound's Pursuit, but he will be interrupted. Wenbo going to TP right on top of Shakes' head, though. Tarzan going to Vault Breaker on top of him. Flashes come out as Breeze gets a two-man Narbar and picks off Viper. The big bad Ezreal drops to the floor, and now AL can flourish. Shun going to look for a trade, but can't even get it. Well, it goes untargetable and does actually end up finding Tarzan, but he's the only one that ends up surviving in the river. AL finally make that miracle pick and slow down the BLG freight train.
What a huge ult from Breathe. Single-handedly wins the fight, but a mistake from BLG. They're trying the Baron. They're trying to pull you away from bottom side because they don't have priority on the bottom side of the map, so maybe they can recontest mid, they can rotate down and get vision down there again. So Tarzan goes in, and it's not great, but Shun's is way worse. Where are you going, my man? And then Wenbo's in way too deep, health bars from BLG alone, then Breathe finds this awesome flash ult onto 3 in the backline, and Wenbo, yes, he's diving, but it's just not quite doing enough. He doesn't have enough damage, and Breathe absolutely does. He tears through BLG, and it won't be Baron just yet, but AL are starting it.
AL starting it up here as BLG are still messing around with the mid wave. And they just now, Scryer's Orb spot the Baron going down. Already below half HP, the Calling from Hope trying to keep BLG out of the pit. But here they come, and AL do not want to risk the 50-50. They're going to get out of the pit with Shun taking quite a hankering of damage. Cloud Drake is spawned in the bot side river, and BLG are going to be able to first move towards it now, with AL looking to take some split resets here.
Yep, I would much prefer BLG play these fights slower. I really don't think that their comp is as good as they want it to be at throwing themselves at... This is a problem. They should have done Dragon. Not seeing this is a massive mistake.
They're going to walk right back in.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
This is the ultimate... It was the ultimate game of chicken game 1, J Beto, with these Baron pulls. We've had both teams now mess around a bit. Wenbo's going to spot Breathe in that Pixel Brush, but he goes Mega Gnar. Ultimate not going to land. No public execution from Wenbo. He splits the uprights between Shakes and Breathe. Realm Warp now going to be used to get Breathe out. And Shakes is already on the right side of the wall. These recall timings, these fake outs on the Baron are really testing the decision-making processes of both of our teams.
Yep. It's really hard for the supports as well because you want to reset for more wards, but then someone needs to be over to check. And you'd hope that...
Oh my God.
So again, AL want to do the Dragon, and BLG say, no, you're not allowed. We're doing the Baron. And they do it much faster.
They're burning through it with Viper's damage. Tarzan, Vault Breaker charge. He's going to get stunned, though, by Knight. The wall goes up, and Knight's going to prevent Tarzan from getting close enough. He does get near, but Shun's going to smite it away. Baron secured from BLG. Cease and assist on the Viper, but he arcade shifts away from Tarzan, and Shanks is caught in the Glacial Storm, right where Shun wants him, and Viper goes forward. Shun's Hound Pursuit gets on top of Hope, and the Darkened Daggers with the bleed will be enough to knock down the Lucian. BLG called the bluff of AL, and now they're going to break him open down the seams. Viper finds a second onto Kyle. BLG break open game 1.
Yep. And that might have been the thing that broke the entire game completely. AL might not be able to come back at all. This should be BLG getting Cloud Soul point as well. If they can't even just end the game right now.
Have to see here. They're onto that inhibitor turret. They seem a little sheepish, J Beto. They're going to back off. They're going to take the safer approach.
Yeah, 10 seconds, so that's a bit risky. Got to take your advantages here. But the Baron goes down so quickly. AL also do the Baron quite fast with a Gnar, with a Lucian, and a Vi. But BLG do it just as fast, despite having not the best comp for it even. The wall is excellent, and Tarzan does smite this. What does it go to? 131. Very close. And Hope, like, I just haven't been that confident with how Hope's been playing. Breathe is also isolated. Shanks will be out here.
All right.
But Breathe is the gold lead there, and he's fighting Wenbo, who they end up killing. Hope is a large portion of the consistent damage alongside Breathe, and he's also off chasing Ghosts, which is Wenbo, who's 0-4. And the rest of the team needs to deal with the 3k lead Dog, the 2k lead Magic Thief guy, and the 1k lead...
Archaeologist.
That's right, that's right. He's got a permit, right?
He's got a permit for whatever he wants. That's exactly how we think about it, J
Which
Beto,
I do not have a permit. And the 1k lead spellcaster. So I really don't like the target selection from AL in that fight. I think that they still are in this game. 2k lead is nothing to write home about just yet, but Cloud Soul is coming up soon, and I haven't been super convinced by AL's team fighting despite the fact they have more individual kills. A lot of those are on Wenbo.
Yeah, 4 of them to the T of their entire kill lead. Baron push is full throttle onto this tier 2 turret here. And with the Nivea as well, that Glacial Storm, the threat of a slow, the threat of a wall that will allow Shun to dive forward, Wenbo to get that public execution is such a daunting task to solve for AL. So they're going to give up that tier 2 turret. BLG are indexing everything into this top lane push with supers pouring in from the mid lane. Just see how difficult the range Knight brings makes solving these waves for anyone's legend. They're going to try and go off to the side against Wenbo. Cease and assist goes on top of him. Tarzan has the GA. He doesn't care about his life. He's throwing it to the wind as Wenbo will drop to the floor. Nice pick found there for AL. Will stymie the rest of that Baron push.
It is just poor Wenbo yet again. But that's kind of the front-to-back style I was talking about a little bit in draft, where you just kind of have to hit the first person. If you're ulting onto the backline as Tarzan, well, the game is gonna go the way we've seen so far. Shanks has the Actualizer finished. Very scary on this Rise. I'm hoping that with these, like with 3 items on Hope, going towards 4 items as well, whenever this LDR gets finished, that AL have enough damage to actually kill a meaningful target that isn't named Wenbo.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tough thing to solve, right? Because Viper's so slippery at this point with how often he can get that arcane
But they've
shift
got a Vi.
his Qs.
You know, you'd hope that the comp could deal with it, but they haven't been able to at all. He's died once.
Oh my god, Olin just flashed to cancel Kyle's back. Kyle's going to have to flash now himself.
What a goat.
Shurelius was popped there by Shun to nearly get in there and find that kill on Emilio. But like you're mentioning, you know, the Vi issue, I do think at this point it's not necessarily the Vi that's the problem for Tarzan. We kind of saw that in that last fight. It's the issue you saw from draft, Jay, but I really want to praise you for it. The follow-up for AL on these cease and desists is not really that reliable because they have to go into that Anivia combo. They have to go into this Ezreal. Hope and Shanks are just not finding windows to follow Tarzan when he does click R onto the back line.
Yep. We need to hope for another Breathe masterclass around this Soul.
Yep.
Hopefully getting on his 4th item. He's basing now, so he should have it. And he does. It's actually more a reminder. I guess there is a decent amount of healing with Embessa and Nefiri, so sure. You don't really need the passive from LDR anyway, so it makes sense. But at this point, to be honest, you need to like Realm Warp in. You need to Vi ult in with Breathe on a flank, and then Realm Warp your Lucian in with the Rise, because you have to kill this Ezreal. Knight isn't like he might be doing a lot of damage, but he's not even getting kills. He's just putting wall down. Gonna slow you. I'm gonna stun you. And Viper is having an amazing performance. 5, 1, and 3. Has 4 items. He's got the pen now going into some more cooldown like you were mentioning before. Could be that Endless Hunger, which would make him even more survivable, especially when he gets a kill. Gives him even more ability haste as well, which is really scary. And now it's really hard for AL to walk in because there's so much damage that they have to walk into as they face check because they have no tank.
And that Covenant Cloud Soul is the threat, but Tarzan gets stunned, vault breaking over the wall, and there's a wall to his face as well, courtesy of Knight. That's Tarzan flashing out. His GA does not get toggled, but now he has to heal up very quickly as BLG. I don't think they care about this Baron J. Beto. They would much rather have the Cloud Soul if this is a true flip.
That
or
is
the base.
The smarter decision, but it's BLG. Are they ever going to shy away from a fight like this?
Good call. They're not looking to. They said, Wenbo, you got that Cloud Drake. Shun, get on in there, my friend. Let's see about that smite. Tarzan will win it against Shun, who does have to flash away from a vault break from Tarzan.
Oh, big damage.
Shakes with the actualizer, is able to force Knight into the egg form, and they'll knock him down. Now they cease assist on the Viper, but he interrupts with the arcade shift, flashes away from Breathe. Viper kites back beautifully. All the GAs come up, and Hope's flash does nothing for him. Viper's able to survive until Breathe throws him into a wall, but it's too little, too late. Bye-bye, Pandas. Ace to BLG. And they'll walk up mid lane victoriously to take our game 1.
What a difficult fight from BLG. You can see how hard their comp really is to play. Knight dies instantly. So much damage coming out from Shanks. They lose the Baron to the flip. But Hope is just really not having a good game. He flashes, misses his W, dies from 1 HP. And they take down Breathe at the end to wrap out a very back and forth game number 1 of a Titanic series at the beginning of our Split 3.
Kills dead even. Nexus explosions not. BLG taking, like you mentioned, the opening round of a very important series, albeit even if it is the early in the split, for those Group Ascend projections. And what a game it was for Viper. Yeah, is it a shocker that I'm going to start the conversation with Viper here, Jay Beto? No, of course not. But I think he plays this Ezreal masterfully. You pointed it out. And in that last fight, we'll get a replay of it later. But, you know, those small, you know, micro decisions that buy a bit more time are so important. He always arcane. You see it every time he gets ulted. He arcane shifts. Even though he's going to get the knock up, it creates a bit more space. He's able to flash away from Breathe. And that quality time he buys is what really wins them the end of that fight there that we'll see, of course, in a little bit.
Yep. I think you've got to take a look at draft for AL. I really do. We're talking about it before. We've been talking about the whole game. Well, I think BLG's draft is difficult because they don't have any engage, like a guaranteed engage. I'm always a fan of that. It's more simple, the better, in my opinion. And they also don't have a tank. They really need to be on point with the way they take their team fights, the way they set up their team fights. It's really difficult for AL to, on even ground, find a way in that isn't Vi basically sacrificing herself to get an engage, and even then, and if your wall and if your ult goes behind, you're zoned away, it's really hard to play against that, and that's kind of a problem when not only do you pick Ride's first pick, you're opening yourself up for these counter picks. I mean, Cass was banned, sure, but Anivia's still there. But also, you take the Vi at your 5th pick.
Yeah.
You kind of saw the entire comp face up. You knew it was coming. So, I really don't particularly understand what that's about. Great gold graph. Lovely LPL gold graph here.
Yeah.
But for me, The damage numbers aren't bad, but I think Hope needs to have a much better game in game number 2.
I don't have the facts in front of me, Jay Beto, and I'm sure there are people that will be able to fact check me. Dare I say this is the least amount of damage Knight has done in an LPL game all year?
Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Not a lot of damage, but a lot of impact, I think.
Totally.
Not enough for an MVP of this game. Definitely Viper
There we
popped
go,
off.
yeah.
You don't have to convince me. You don't have to convince me.
Listen, I'm just gonna gloat. You know, it's my main and it's my boy. You know, it feels kind of poetic to me.
What do I want him playing then? I like Aphelios. I wouldn't say that's my main, but it's like one of my favorite champions. So maybe Viper, you can hit me with an Aphelios POG for game 2 or 3. We want a 3 gamer. But yeah, I think that this was a very back and forth game. I do think that this has the potential to go 3. I thought that before. I think that now. But I think that AL need to think about when they're drafting, like if you're going to draft a comp this short ranged, you need more engage. You need like a Leona or a Nautilus and like a Sivir instead of the Lucian. Because at least in that case, you're going to be able to generate prio clear waves very, very easily. You'll have a very scary late game threat, and then you'll also, I mean, maybe not Nautilus into Anivia is pretty miserable, but you know what I'm saying. Something else that allows you to get in, a Rakan maybe. If you're just allowing BLG to get this poke comp or this range advantage comp, and you don't have a way of breaking it consistently, then you're going to find fights where you are really, really struggling to close the gap, where although the Anivia didn't have the best game in terms of stats, the walls are impactful. You can see right here, it forces Tarzan to use punch. That's what makes him have to go in, then he ults in here. This is what I'm talking about. Hope and Breed at the bottom chasing a ghost. I don't understand. He's gone. He's out of the fight.
Yeah, and
I would love if Breathe was there.
Yeah, and you were talking about it, right? Like, Wenbo was so far behind at this point. The threat of an Ambessa, like, ruining a fight like this just really wasn't present there. But like you're talking about, what do we lead off this series with, Jay Bennett? What was one of the main things we pushed? Kyle back on engaged champions. Kyle back on just playmakers. If it's not going to be Rel, it's not going to be Nautilus, right? Give me a Camille. This game, you know, Shen's gotten some looks by more supports than just on this split. Something like that. It hurts me every time I have to watch Kyle play Melio. Because sure, he probably plays a great Melio, but there's only so much you can do with this champion. It's like outplay with your ult. Maybe a nice kickball. There's just not much else he can do in this game to help out his team. I just like AL when they play a lot more for Tarzan with Kyle playing the map, playing for Breathe, and putting hope on stuff like Ziggs where he can just sit and clear waves like we've been talking about with his bot lane meta. They went away from that for this game, and you pointed out so well, it really cost them with how much their bot lane was lacking.
Yep. I would love to see now that some of the picks that really do harm that, like the Anivia, do lock in something like the Nautilus, you know, whether it's Rel or Camille or Shen. I think that these are great options and, pardon me, places to go for AL. So, obviously they have the rider selection here in the next game, so whether or not they want to take the first pick again, I have been of the opinion that BLG are a really big fan of second pick, and I still think that giving it to them sometimes is a bit incorrect. It goes to Shun.
No, man.
He did damage.
Shun?
This guy? No, I'm kidding.
I mean, no diss on him, right? That's not the main point of it. But I do really think that Viper has the numbers to back up a player of the game here. And the thing that I stressed a little bit, those really close fights, the amount of small space, the couple of seconds he was able to buy with those jump-ins from Tarzan, I felt like were the real big difference. So Viper, I feel like it's a bit robbed. We'll get to see the voting. I'm sure the voting was pretty close. Yeah, so, it's 3-2-2 is what I'm seeing here, and it actually looks like our new friend, the AI, is the one that swings it. Oh, 4-2-2. That's what I saw, actually.
Go AI. Big fan.
All right, well, Shun is our player of the game here, Jay Beto, and you outlined some good things that we need to see here for AL. Mainly, folks, one nugget to take into this break, which is coming right after this. Let's just see Kyle on a playmaker. It's so lame to watch him on Melio. See if the Pandas make that adjustment, or if BLG are just going to steamroll one of the few teams we feel like could potentially challenge them with their new look lineup at the top of Group Ascend. BLG, AL, Game 2 coming your guys' way. First up with that draft after this break. Back in a flash here on LPL English as we are one game into our show match series of our Super Saturday, Super Sunday, Super Weekend set here. Jay Beto, BLG able to take the game win in a scrappy back and forth affair, tied in the kill count, but it's those just important team fights that AL seemingly come up short like they have many times this year up against our two-time champions.
Yep. Hoping to make the result not the same as their last one. Obviously, it can't be the exact same, but definitely don't want to get too old here. I think that they have the potential to obviously win one, but not even that, win the series. I think that they displayed good things in that game. I think that the comp was quite difficult for them to play against the comp of BLG, but that's in the past. Talk about the comp for this game. I want to bring back up points you made earlier about the Kyle picks, specifically the graphic with the Rel and the Shen and the Camille, and I am on board. I just need the keys. Maybe you can drive, but I'm on the bus. I'm ready to go.
On. Yeah, let's do it. You know, since if we have a bit of time, production, I know we didn't get to it earlier, but on the flip side, talking about champion picks as well, we can talk about Viper a bit, maybe with those more mage picks that we've seen him have. And yeah, Mage-tastic Viper as he is known. Well, I find what I want to compliment our awesome graphics team on here is the ones that are kind of, I guess, what's the word? A little bit invisible or see-through. Are the champions that we know he can go towards, the mages we can know he can play here, Jay Beto. We've seen it in other places like MSI, when you think about this Talia pick, or the Ziggs, we obviously know he can play. But the Xerath and the Cassio are just the tip of the iceberg so far for Split 3. Those are the only two he's picked up through the first two series, and there's a whole lot more for him to tap into than just those two.
Yep. The thing I was talking about a bit before but didn't get a big chance to talk about was the plethora of champions that Viper has played in his career that aren't ADCs in the bot lane. And there are some really goofy ones. Not that any of these will be picked tonight or at all in Split 3, but he's got games on Gangplank, Kled, Darius.
Wild.
I don't know why I was not watching League at the time, but yeah, he can play those, or at least somewhat. And obviously the solo queue shenanigans that are going on, if you, want to take a look at his solo queue account. But yeah, the Kyle picks, I think, is an important change of pace for AL. I think that through bot lane was really slow. I think Hope really struggled that game to find advantages against the Ezreal Karma. So maybe even taking second pick and getting a counter pick support would be kind of nice too.
We'll look out for it here as we dive headfirst in to our second
second
draft of the series. And app description there from you, Jay Beto. We'll see if they use that counter pick for good old Kyle. Not seeing a Camille ban come up just yet. For BLG, they're kind of daring AL to ban it away is what this screams out to me, and they won't. So is On just going to jump right on top of one of the most broken supports we have right now in the meta? We'll have to see.
My guess would be
no.
that these teams think that Camille is a second, like a red side ban, a blue side ban, because if you pick Camille early, you can go Shen or Rel into it, and you're not super happy with it, with that matchup. So we could see AL just pick the Camille, and I'm completely wrong, but the fact that they banned it in game 1 from blue side and now aren't banning it on red side tells me that they have an answer to it. But we'll have to see. The Skarner picked up into the Lee Sin, which is Lee Sin is going to have a lot more priority through the early game. Shun, another champion that can really get in there and invade and disrupt Tarzan's game plan. And it will be the victor this time, likely for Shanks. Good range, pairs well with the Skarner. I like the ult pairing quite well.
Yeah.
And obviously the Cage synergy too, quite nice. For the Lee Sin, and there are still plenty of things, right? You can go Annie would be the one that really pops into my head I would like to see from Knight. He's great on that champion. Or, again, you could go bot side.
Can always go bot side, without a doubt. AL, I wonder, with Rumble not being banned, I'm curious if Breathe just slams this, because you talked about the synergy of Skarner and Victor. Imagine the chaos, the gravity field. You bring him over with the skewer, and then you put on the equalizer. BLG this is classic BLG here, Jay Beto, isn't it? We are going to pick a bunch of early game lane dominant champions and look to kind of just run you over. Maybe a little not as early game for Knight, but once Akali gets level 6, Knight is unleashed. This is fun. BLG are definitely playing confident with this draft.
So can I cope and say one of these is maybe ADC? Can we have ADC Jace or Akali, please?
We could.
It could
Hey,
be
look!
it could be Victor ADC too. Victor Shen bot lane?
There's a
maybe.
Shen. Yeah.
There's the Shen.
What's the saying? The world is your oyster. The bot lane is your oyster, Jay Beto. Do whatever
Thank you.
theory you like with it, my friend.
Yep. And I'm right until I'm proven wrong. It's like Schrodinger's bot lane. It's Victor bot lane until I see it's not. And I will live on that. There's the Camille ban. So AL wanting to get the Shen side of the matchup and then don't want to give over the Camille. I still think that BLG should be looking for some kind of engage. I don't really want an Enchanter bot lane anymore, and I don't like the ones left. I don't like Yunara Lulu these days. Kog'Maw Lulu is not bad into the Skarner. I don't mind that. But with Milio gone, nothing else can pull you out of the Skarner ult or cancel his engage, I believe. Oh, I guess you could polymorph him if he drives, but still, I don't really want to see the Lulu. I could see it from AL if they didn't want to go the Shen, or if it's Shen top, because it's great into Akali and Lee Sin. Could be an option, but BLG right now just banning away some of these more majors. Syndra obviously still a flex. The Ziggs goes in the bot lane, and last ban I would imagine is also a bot lane. This is a Siva we were talking about a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and what that says to me is they've targeted the two safest picks Hope can kind of go for, we think about, right? He's got the Ziggs, we think about the mages, and then the Sivir, just wave clear, play lane pretty passively, and you'll be safe. We'll have to see. It looks like they are saving that counter pick with these hovers for Hope's champion, which would be pretty intriguing. The Rumble we kind of touched on would be a really pretty fun combo, but Breathe is going to opt for the Yorick. Intriguing. It feels like they've drafted pretty hard for the team fight with the Victor and the Skarner, and now they're going to look to play the map a bit more.
I think the Olaf consideration is pretty decent because BLG don't have a lot of consistent damage at the moment, so the Olaf is very unchecked, but they don't have an Enchanter to go with the Olaf, and BLG still have the chance to go a consistent bot lane that can chew through the Olaf, and it'll start with this Nautilus lane that can be very, very aggressive, and it will just be the Yorick into the Jace, which is a very standard counter we've seen a lot of times this year. Kai'Sa, a champion that we haven't seen too much of, and really struggles into Victor. Please. Please.
Ooh,
Please.
This would mean J spot, I would assume, right?
Yes!
Okay, so, all right. Viper, very likely to be playing Jace Nautilus unless something crazy is going on. Another big spot for Wenbo, though, Jay Beto. We talked about how he played weak siders. He played tanks early on in his split 3 tenure. Now he's got the Ambessa, which fell flat, and he's got an even bigger task with this Gwen to be the late game insurance policy.
Hold on. So it will be the Victor bot. This could be a Kali bot lane. I have a feeling it's a Kali bot. I don't think it's Jace. I think it's a Kali bot into Victor, because that's what, although Akali, like Knight Akali's great, he'd have to play Jace. That's questionable. We'll have to see. I think it makes the most sense, because
we're getting one more swap. There.
Hang on. Okay.
I think I was
what is
looking
going
at
on in the AL side?
Yeah, I was looking at BLG side. You got AL side. I'm leaving that to you, Jay Beto. You figure that one out. Oh.
Guys, come on. There we go. All right. I maybe Knight. Oh, there we go. They swapped. It is the Kali bot.
Were they waiting to see the AL swaps and then they? Wow. Okay, this is crazy. So, and now the draft's gone. All right, so we're getting the Viper Akali in the crowd. The crowd is going as crazy as I'm sure we are, and confident the Twitch chat is. We're getting something special for Game 2, BLG AL, and Jay Beto, good luck to you to tell me exactly how the hell things are going to go on here in this game.
So, I got you. Don't worry. I've actually been thinking about this. I can't remember who played it. I think it was the LEC played this.
It was Supa for MKOI,
yes,
correct?
It was MKOI and G2. The reason that this works is because when mages are picked in bot lane, the idea is that we've been talking about this, right? The supports roam, they leave, and impact the rest of the map. The idea is that you link up with your jungler, you invade, you potentially, or ideally have pushing lanes, and the ability to, invade. And it becomes a solo lane. Akali, really good in the solo lane against the Victor specifically.
All right, let's get those Gyos ready for a wacky Game 2. All right. Our crowd fired up and intrigued to see these one-of-a-kind lane matchups as Kyle already getting into that River Shen bag we wanted to see him with. Level 1 forces a Night Flash.
Yep. Not the best. Is that first time LPL? Someone will have to... But I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't see a date, which
neither do I.
makes me assume that you are correct, but we, of course, will get fact-checked, as I always am when I think that something is a first time or a lowest damage number on Knight. By the way, if anyone was still curious, that 14.2k Nivea performance from Knight was not anywhere close to his lowest damage number of the year so far. So, shout out Alt Battery on the production after his cast. What a trooper. Fact-checking me on that one. Let's take a look at these clears, though, because that's the only thing I feel consistent and confident to talk about, Jay Beto, with this game state. Both Lee Sin and Skarner clearing top down and likely to get active on the map. Ishtal's Impact, Lee Sin, two champions that will definitely look to create some interesting scenarios in lanes with their gank ability. And hey, we're seeing Tarzan already actually going to skip going down to his lower quadrant to look to punish Wenbo, who is flashless, by the way. He gets trapped in the dark procession, has the passive fully stacked up, does have the ignite as well. Ishtal's Impact going to throw the stun into the wall. Breathe being a bit cautious as the full passive will come down here from Wenbo. Not going to use the ignite, though he gets Tarzan close to death. And it's Tarzan that picks up first blood, skipping his full clear.
Very close. But
One's turn.
Yep.
Talk gonna
What's
land
the
here from
2026
Shanks.
support, huh?
Dredge line, enhanced shock blast, and Galio's gonna shrug it off. Not enough damage. My supports are all over the place. Kyle is trying to defend Shun from stealing the blue buff away from Tarzan. A valiant effort, my friend, but the blue buff will be taken away regardless. So the one shining light here for BLG is that Shun is likely to triple buff up on his clear.
Yep. I like that the... Oh, hang on.
Ishtal's Impact. Oh my god. And the flash taunt is beautiful from Kyle. The full lockdown. Tarzan's going to flash over the wall to follow Shun and Tarzan. He may be on the tank Skarner, but he's still getting fed in the early game. 2-0 before we even crest 3.5 minutes.
Wow. What a really creative start from AL. Lee Sin is going to have the upper hand in an invade situation against the Skarner. So what does Tarzan do? He skips some camps and bot side, goes top, gets the early kill, then comes down bot, links up with his team, and then pushes Shun out when he's got the extra advantage there. And ends up in 4 minutes with a 750 gold lead. Very aggressive start. Nice hook from On, but it'll just be a little bit of damage. I'm sure Viper needs time in this lane. Call me crazy, but I haven't seen too many Akali ADC into Victors, but I have seen it in the mid lane, and I know that early game, this lane is pretty tough, but doing pretty well on the CS. Now, I was having a look, because I wasn't quite sure. Knight's Jace is not something that is like a pick that I really relate to him with, and I was having a look, and he's played it twice in the last 2 years, so it isn't something he plays frequently, but historically, he has 36 games with a 75% win rate. Now, he is a very winning player in general, so that is not surprising, but he hasn't played it in a while.
It's been a long time. Got
In the LPL.
to rush back up on the combos, but like you mentioned, if we're going to trust anybody to just bring out an oldie, it's going to be Knight. It's going to be the golden left hand. Him and Viper holding on to a slight gold lead of their own, but of course, Tarzan is just blitzing Shun in the gold department so far here, nearly up 800 by this point. And, you know, it's not a snowball-y champion like your carry junglers, Kiana, Nafiri, but Jay Beto, there is always innate value in getting this far ahead, and he might get even more fed here. His Own is really committed to staying in this river. Justice Punch is going to land into the taunt combination. Own's going to flash, but Ishtal's impact doesn't care about your walls. Slam down comes across for Own. There's the Justice Charge, the heroic entrance from Shanks to get away from Shoot, but he still hits the Sonic Wave. He flashes to try and get onto Shanks, but Shanks is out. No problem, though, for BLG, because Viper's here, and Knight is free hitting onto Kyle. Support traded out for support here as BLG get on the board.
For a nice punch back. AL still with the kill lead. 3-0 on the Skarner. Now, not a champion who necessarily loves gold, but getting those tank stats on early makes it even harder for the long skirmishes to be won by BLG. And if you take a look at their comp, outside of Gwen, it's burst damage. It is a Jace and an Akali and a Lee Sin, who are amazing champions at taking down Hope on this Victor, but are not taking down things like Yorick, things like Skarner, and things like Galio, who is going to have a great time this game until Wenbo comes in, who's going to need to do a lot of heavy lifting in the consistent damage and tank damage category, because otherwise AL have consistent damage with the Victor. They have a lot of frontline to keep Victor alive. That's kind of how their comp works, right? It's a lot about, can you keep this Victor alive, or can the Akali, the Jace, the Gwen poke you down first with the Jace and then get onto you with the Lee Sin and take down this Victor?
It's a lot of pressure, like we talked about, on Wenbo, who's been thrust into the spotlight due to, you know, the out of the game issues the BLG have had ever since that MSI loss. And a big spot for him to prove that he can be that kind of closer, right? That's how you're painting the picture to me, Jay Beto. That's how Gwen really functions. Such a great closing, scaling champion here. But so far, Breathe is cruising in another lane matchup. He's going to pick up another plate, thanks to the Maiden, and kick his gold lead up pretty highly, alongside, of course, Tarzan. First Dragon is on the map, and, well, Viper has caught Hope trying to go in for a warding mission. He's got that perfect execution. He's actually going to use it to dash away from Kyle instead of trying to find that kill onto Hope. But maybe a bit of foreshadowing there from Viper on how the rest of Hope's day is going to go.
Yeah, not confident that that damage would have killed, and then the taunt was there, ready to go. Protection for Hope. But yeah, it's a very smart drafting from BLG, and I'm saying that before any mistakes happen and the Gwen is, you know, 0-10 or something. Right. The lane is not going to go easily right now. Definitely going to take some time to scale, also considering that the early death happened in the top lane for Wenbo, which didn't give a ton of gold to Breathe, but who's now putting down a lot of pressure onto the plates and has got about 500 gold lead for himself. Which is not insignificant in a lane like this, has some magic protection already in the Ruby Crystal. But if this does work out, I think it's very smart drafting. And by work out, I mean, can Wenbo play the Gwen to the level we need him to play? Not they need to win post, you know, game analysis, like, oh, it was good because they won. I just mean, can Wenbo actually pilot this champion to the level we need him to take down Breathe in the side lane, who really worked him in that game one. Tarzan in the mid lane, Knight no mana.
Knight no mana. Hammer stance throw away though. Shake's not necessarily nearby. Kyle's going to shadow dash, and Knight's going to respect that deadly taunt and commit that flash. So virtually on cooldown has been Knight's flash, yet to be really well punished by AL. But one thing that we haven't gotten to touch on too much with all the draft antics and the invades from our junglers have been these neutral objectives. We waited a while again on that first dragon. It's the second game in a row here, Jay Beto, where Grubs are going to be the first thing to come off the board, but it's also the second game in a row where Tarzan, uncontested, picks up all 3 for his squad. And in a game with a Yorick like you've been talking about, nobody's smiling wider ear to ear than Breathe.
Yeah, both teams happy to get the Grubs, but AL much happier, I think, than just a Gwen with 3 grubs. Yorick can do some serious damage in a side lane, and Galio isn't a slouch either. They've already swapped. It is 9 minutes in, and we're sacrificing the quest because Hope is so scared of this lane. This is just an everyday average mid lane matchup, by the way. And Hope is so scared of it that at 10 minutes in, he is swapping away from it, which is really not where you want to be. Viper, like I said before, much more comfortable on these unconventional picks. I was very much expecting something like this to come out. And the Dragon being started up right now. Hope is a little low, but AL have the fast track to the Dragon.
Yeah, Viper not really moving here. He's hoping, well, maybe that Hope comes down to this bot wave and he can find that solo kill. And we're going to continue to see repeating trends in our series as Tarzan will go uncontested on that first Drake. So another game where Tarzan gets first Dragon and all 3 sets of grubs. Another game where our first Dragon comes off at nearly virtually the same time on the clock, 11 minutes. So delayed soul going to be a factor again in our series.
Sport's going back to the bot lane just to get a little bit of XP, some stacks. But like you said, Dragon over to AL. No Chemtech Soul, which I don't think anyone's too unhappy about.
Or Hextech.
Yeah, that one's a little less fun to lose, but Shun's around the bot lane, so is Tarzan.
Oh, they're going in.
I think it's Flash.
Kyle overstepped just a bit, and Viper threatening that perfect execution once more. Can use it just to thin out this wave. But with that ult down, it should buy Hope some more safety in that lane matchup that we talk about is pretty daunting, but with time away from the mid lane, Knight is able to continue to increase his lead. The lone lead that is keeping AL still within striking distance in the economy convo.
Just close. AL with a little bit of a lead. Nothing too crazy though. Pretty slow early game considering how much early game potential there is with a Lee Sin, with the Nautilus around, with the Shen roaming. We've seen a little bit of roaming, but because of how tanky AL is and how BLG are not that great at taking them down, haven't seen too much crazy skirmish fighting around objectives just yet. It's only 4 kills considering... it was only... Hang on. Taunt comes down.
Kyle get a shadow dash forward, but this is your Galio and your Shen, so reliable damage isn't near the conversation. They're just going to keep Viper at bay. You talked, though, about how obviously Victor into Akali past ultimate level is pretty rough, but I don't think Jace into Victor feels that much greater. I mean, I guess you're not getting jumped on, but you definitely get outranged again. It feels like wherever Hope goes, he's not really having fun right now.
Yeah, I think it's really good drafting again from BLG. If they are comfortable on these picks, hypothetically, which we know that Knight is comfortable on the Jace, and I am confident in Viper on any of these picks right now. And if Wenbo can show it, then I think that this comp is really intelligent. If this is something that they've been practicing, it's a very interesting way that the meta has gone, because it's kind of like ADCs that have mage-like functions, or hang on, drive into the wall.
I'm gonna flash. No, with the threat of an impale and the gravity field down there. We're still 2 minutes away from the next Drake of the game, so it's a win. Obviously, get the flash off of On, but it's not going to cost them any space at the current moment, any warding quests at this point. There's a lollipop dredge line onto Kyle. Immediately forces out the heroic charge forward, but Shun goes in audaciously, and AO will punish accordingly. Hope getting the kill as well, exactly where you want the goal.
Yeah, I don't really know what that's about. We were 2 minutes away from the Dragon. We're at like a minute and a half away from Herald. Knight, not Knight, Viper on Akali is in mid lane against Hope on Victor, who is in mid lane. Who are not
balance
close
has been restored. It's a Victor
exactly.
and Akali in the mid lane, exactly as
this
we always
is how
thought.
we do it, how we fix it. But he's not in a position to join that fight, and the dredge line is one thing, but taking the Q is another. into this comp where we were talking about before, there is so much peel on this team. There's a lot of members down here in the bot lane.
Shank's going to throw another
Can you dive
Justice
this?
Punch combo. Dredgeline's not going to land, but the Sonic Wave will come through, and the Flash Insect Kick is pristine from Shun. The Stand Unite will not come in time, and Shun rebounds from a questionable death to get a kill over towards his mid laner.
Yep. I believe it did go to On, actually, which is not great.
Oh. Well, it's a kill.
It's something. It helps, but yeah, you'd love it on Knight. The thing is that Shun is still 1k behind. Breathe is... this counter is not working so far. Like, this supposed counter pick, I guess, is not working so far in the top lane. Breathe is doing a lot. TP in.
Wenbo going forward with the needlework. Maybe a bit early here. Kyle's going to turn around the Shadow Dash and look to get through the Gwen, and they will find that kill. Knight TP's in and just goes after the Maiden. As mid laners will match TPs with each other. Wenbo just a little too giddy for that engage. Didn't give enough time for his team.
Tries to chunk down. The ult and the Qs did a lot of damage, but he takes so much from Yorick. And unfortunately ends up falling down with the help of Kyle. Like, there is CC there too, but it's so difficult to fight Yorick with ult. With Yorick's ult, like with Maiden and a bunch of little grubbies, little ghouls. And he's 1,500 up. Regardless of how I feel about the rest of the comp or any other gold leads, however much I can say, Skarner with a gold lead, not super scary compared to some others. You know, it could be a Kiana. This is a Yorick with 3 grubs and a 1,600 gold lead against a player that is not a top 3 top laner in the world. I am not confident that Wenbo is going to be able to turn this around in the lane specifically, and it's becoming a pretty decent issue that I don't know how BLG are going to deal with.
Depth charge onto Kyle, followed up by a dredge line. Nice little use of the terrain, though, for Kyle, so doesn't fully commit. Ult is going to be a bit of a nothing burger here. Dragon is up. Doesn't feel like either team cares a lot. We saw that Wenbo died on that top side Knight TP'd. Tarzan was near the river, but he didn't really want to go after it. What I will say for Tarzan, when he's speaking on those gold leads, he's already got the Heartsteel done. He has the Spirit Visage completed as well, so Viper and Wenbo are going to be like annoying gnats around the ears of Tarzan. Not going to be ever able to kill this Skarner.
Yep. Good cover from On to help down here as Tarzan might start up this dragon or might just look for dive instead. Feeling pretty confident with Wenbo's low health bar, and On is staying down there to cover, so AL won't end up going for the dive at all. This allows Shun to go for the Herald on the top side if he wants to, and he will do so. So it's just, pardon me, just going to be a Dragon for Herald trade. And we get to see what soul it is. If it's Mountain Soul, I think the game is a lot harder. Obviously, if it's like an Infernal Soul, it's, again, a lot harder as well. You've given over 2 Drakes. I think if it's Ocean Soul, it's not as bad, but it's, I don't know. I don't think this game, you really want to be down 2 souls against this tanky comp. Like, it's really hard to take down.
We'll see if Tarzan can take down On and Wenbo, who are already hurting, thanks to Breathe, who is healing up very easily on the wave. TPs are coming across. That's going to be Viper coming down as Kyle used the Stand United to threaten that dive. And AL will take the win of getting that coveted TP off of one of the BLG members.
Well, the good news, or a little bit of good news, I guess, for BLG is that...
Viper.
Oh, this isn't good news.
No, he's going to have to flash the Shadow Dash and go into the Shroud. Really just seeing, he was just bloodthirsty. He wanted to try and kill off Breathe, as Knight will almost casually kill off Shanks, who is, you know, not done a great job of matching into Knight. The leaving Knight alone fallacy ends up biting AL.
Yeah, this is another aspect of where the drafting is very smart from BLG. Because, yeah, while the comp is tanky, that's a Galio, and... yeah, he has tank boots, but then he has MR directly after that, and he is just getting ripped to pieces by the Jace in lane. Knight does have the only lead on his team.
And it's a big one.
It is a big one. This is pretty cold from Knight, I won't lie. Nose is a pretty easy kill, uses the Ghost Blade, gets in there. Q, auto, and then Q lines up for the dash.
Oh.
Very nice. Well played there from Knight. But, yeah, for AL, they've got this dragon stacking going on. They do have the 3 grubs as well. And BLG did a good job of stopping Breathe from touching that turret for quite a while there with On down the bottom. So he hasn't actually extended his gold lead at all in the time that he, since we last talked about it actually. Which is a very big positive for BLG, because I was worried this is going to be a massive problem. The biggest problem is I don't actually think at this point and in points far into the future that anyone can actually side lane against Breathe for the rest of the game. Maybe much later, Gwen just destroys Yorick in the side lane. I would be very surprised if that's the case. I don't really see how, but I don't think that Akali does super well, and we know that Jace is countered by Yorick, even though Knight is up a lot of gold. So I'm worried for BLG. Breathe is a huge problem now, and I don't think the problem is getting any better.
It's not going to help if Viper gets caught here too, not in Impale range. But, you know, I'll take that one step further, Jay Beto, unless On is actually the one that's going to end up getting impaled here. Slow going to land. Dredge line just for a bit of space. Tarzan just threatening that ultimate. Breathe has been, you know, a player. I even think back to last year on Weibo, where of all of our Yorick players, I think he's been a really smart one when it comes to when he can push up, when he knows, like you talking about, that he's unkillable in the 1v1. So I think that further emphasizes what you're talking about, that the Yorick is in such a pristine position. Knowing this player really adds an extra element to it, and also knowing that Breathe is still kind of searching for that staple game where you can say, all right, guys, this is why Anyone's Legend wanted me to come in here and be their starting top laner. We're still looking for that, right? There's still people calling for Flandre to come back. What better game than to keep the series alive against the 2-time champions? Wenbo going to dodge out on the Ishtal's impact, but Tarzan was much more viewing of the turret. He is going to get jumped on by Knight here as Shun's looking for a way in, but he just walks into a taunt and a shadow dash, and Shun goes down. Viper now looking for a way in as the flashes come forward from On. They're trying to compact AL and squish them down, but Viper gets thrown against the wall. Hero's entrance is going to come out here from Shakes and clip Viper once again. He just can't find any of these kills, and Knight can't get through Tarzan's health bar. AL stand tall, stacked as 5, and find some coveted kills.
Yep, just too tanky from AL right now. Wenbo did very little damage at all with his ult and had a very little impact in that fight at all in general. And he's the one who we need to be chewing through these tanks. He should be killing. Look at this ult. R3 comes through here, does very little damage. Q misses. Not mechanically well played from Wenbo. Viper has to go in after Shun dies. And this is an Akali. There's no Victor here to do damage. If he was here, maybe Viper can get a kill, and even then, you probably still lose because Wenbo needs time. He needs a lot more items. He needs more levels, and needs to be hitting these, you know, Q2, stacked Qs, I should say.
Right.
Because otherwise, you're just not going to be able to chew through the comp of AL with an Akali and a Jace. Actually, Jace has LDR. Maybe.
You know, the one guy we also haven't talked about is a pretty hard game for is Shun. On is going to hop in the driver's seat and, well, just drive away from AL. That's going to be a virtually useless Herald. BLG were trying to use it to jockey for control around the Drake pit, and they fail at that. AL will now set their sights on Ocean Soul Point, which BLG look content giving away.
Yeah, my worry is that if you do give over Ocean Soul eventually, which BLG still have the chance in 5 minutes to fight for, how do you ever kill them? Ocean Soul is the best in long fights when you're hitting a lot of people. You're constantly applying the passive, or constantly proccing the passive, I should say, and when you're not getting one shot. Hope is the only person in this game that has the potential to get one shot, and he hasn't died. He's basically seen one all-in from Viper, and it didn't work out because Kyle was there, and Viper wasn't convinced by his damage, which is fair enough. But if Ocean Soul does go over, I don't see how any of AL die, because maybe 6 items, level 20 Gwen does something, but right now, they're just putting little chips into AL, and they need to be taking out massive chunks.
It's still going to be much harder to do that. And part of it, I think, to give credit to AL's drafting, is the man you're seeing on your screen, Shun. This feels like one of the roughest games to play Lee Sin. You talk about Hope, that's really I feel like the only kick target. Anyone else you're kind of kicking back into BLG, low-key AL want you to throw them into your team, to be honest with you. Skarner,
Yeah.
Shen,
And then even
Galio,
them.
like Yorick even, like I don't think he's that perturbed if he gets kicked into it. And we've seen Shun kind of try and go in for that classic Lee Sin play in 2 separate fights and just get blown up without even getting a kickoff. It's been a rough one for Shun to navigate.
Yeah, exactly. Even then, even if you can't find a kick, you go in, you die. Because there's a Skarner drive, an Impale, a taunt from Galio, a taunt from Shen, the Galio knock-up. It's like the gravity, well, it's really not comfortable for Shun to play these fights at all. I mean, Lee Sin's a tough champion to play regardless in Pro. The longer the game goes, for sure. He's much more an early game slanted champion, unless you're Canyon. Shun's a great Lee Sin too, but you really need to find creative kick angles, which teams are very ready for. And like you said, there is one target. You are not kicking Skarner into your team. He is not dying. He is killing all of you, or at least he's taking back your entire team as a to-go snack for his Victor, who is now untouched. But we'll see. Maybe Viper can find him easily. Nicel has this big lead. We've still got 2.5 minutes until the Dragon, so there are win conditions for BLG, being that, you know, you find Viper, you get enough damage on Wenbo. Sorry, you find Hope with Viper, you get enough damage on Wenbo to take down the tanks, and you can get Baron off of a great fight, deny Soul. But these options are becoming a little slim.
Slimmer and slimmer as the minutes go by, and anyone's legend get tankier by that same stature. 2,000 gold lead isn't huge, but it's what's in 2 minutes that feels pretty daunting. It's that Ocean Soul that'll be up, and AL have already set up some pretty good vision lines around the Baron pit. BLG are starting to get kind of siphoned into just the lane tunnels, essentially, and finding it hard to look for some of those playmaking maneuvers. Side lane picks that could potentially, you know, open up more gold for guys like Viper or Knight. It's just getting harder and harder. The options to get back into this game continue to dim.
Yep. Tough position to be in. But still a minute and a half. Wenbo working on some pen. He really can see what his job is. Has those 2 items completed already. Let's see if he can finish the pen. I don't think he can finish the full thing, but having the Blighting Jewel is a good start.
Look at Tarzan.
Is this possible?
I mean,
is
it's
this
looking
fair?
like it. I mean, his health bar is not really going down. He got through maybe half the Baron on his own. Now Breeze's here with the Ghouls and the Maiden, so that Baron
damage
is getting chopped up rapidly. Shovel swing by shovel swing. Here comes BLG. Owen's going to hit the depth charge into the wall and immediately get taunted. He's going to flash out of the gravity well. Tarzan looking to chase down. Owen is out. Wembo on the front line, trying to burn through these tanks with that needlework. Shun doesn't find a kick angle. Hero's entrance comes down, and they pounce on Viper, who gets caught going forward. And that's the one pick that AL were really looking for. And they'll back right off and reset up for a Baron, or that Ocean Soul coming in 30 seconds. We also have door number C, which is barrel down the mid lane with your man advantage.
Yeah, do whatever you want, because BLG cannot fight you in the slightest. I don't even think that was a bad attempt from BLG. It was a great Baron start, because no tank should be able to do that to Baron. I don't care how fed he is. That is unbelievable that he's just soloing Baron at full health as a full tank. But this will be Ocean Soul. I don't see any way. Maybe Shun can steal it, but it would have to be a miracle, and even then you lose Baron on top of it.
Wenbo's here, but doesn't have needlework. Breathe is going to back and TP in for some extra health and maybe an item. BLG seem content to try and flip the game here as Shun resonating strike forward onto Shanks, who's down to about half HP. He doesn't have that heroic entrance up just yet. There's still some key ultimates that are a couple seconds away from coming back online, and Tarzan and company are a bit skittish. They're going to allow BLG into the pit and try and corral them in there as Hope's gravity field is going to keep on away. Shun going to have to ward hop back out as Viper in the Shroud goes in. They try and go after the Victor, but he goes into the stasis. It's going to be a flip for this Dragon as Shun can even survive, but he goes down, and that means Ocean Soul gets stolen by Knight.
Wow.
He somehow comes away with the Dragon. They lose their support, but at least for now, BLG haven't surrendered the Soul, and Viper's able to flash away from Tarzan.
It's still probably going to be the Baron, though. Maybe AL are not confident enough and they just want to chase down Viper. With the damage I saw from Tarzan earlier, I think it is a possibility. Viper's just going to get walked down and found eventually.
There's the taunt. Justice Punch.
Yeah.
And whoa.
Maybe.
He gets one more. Sure can flip back over. Viper, this is pretty time-consuming endeavor for Tarzan and company. He's still not down just yet. He's going to dodge again away from Tarzan.
Can he execute? It's been long enough. No,
well,
never mind.
not if he gets hit by a pebble, and he will go down. But death timer-wise, Viper is, of course, off the board for 50 seconds, but Shun's back up. Own is back up on the map, and AL don't have the same man advantage anymore for the Baron.
Yeah, but they do have Hope and Kael back, so that's still pretty scary, and it seems like AL still feeling pretty confident after Viper's dead to at least start up the Baron, and BLG, it felt like a miracle that they not only got the Dragon with no jungler, but didn't get fully ace when they were all in the pit. Skarner ult completely missed, but AL have their ults back up. Needs to be Wenbo doing a lot of damage to the front line. Can he do it?
This is still just so absurd that Tarzan is effectively soloing the Baron right now as a tank. He's taking no damage.
Balanced, apparently.
Yeah, very... you know what, Tarzan? You deserved it, man. You got super fed in the early game. Let's see if he gets the smite across here. Wenbo over the wall. Shun just can't get into the pit. He's going to kick Shanks away from his own self. Wenbo going after Breathe. Gets him very low with the big needlework, but the hero's entrance comes across. Spike secure. Tarzan picks up the Baron, and down goes Wenbo. Viper has respawned, but he's not here to even try and clean up a fight for BLG. They buy more time, but AL still get the Baron, and they're now at 5,000 gold.
Yeah. They do an amazing job of keeping Shun out. We'll take a look back here. So Tarzan misses his ult, Kyle misses his dash. But look at how much is used to just kill Kyle. It's all this, and only the support dies. Shun ends up walking back into the hero's entrance, and let's have a look at this. How? It was...
that is
there was no
marvelous.
smite.
Yeah.
It looked like there was a smite, like sound and animation, but on the HUD there was none. So it could have been a spectator bug, but I don't see how you don't win the smite fight when it's 300 against a Jace. But well done from Knight to at least deny the Ocean Soul. But yeah, we don't get to see it. Shun was kept out so well by the Galio, by the Shen. It's really hard, like you were saying, for this Lee Sin to do anything in this game. And to be honest, it's hard for BLG to even think about finding angles at all. Viper's going to look for a flank, but who can you even kill?
It's just the same reoccurring target, which is Hope. Inhibitor's going to go down, though, and AL are going to shift up towards the top side, looking to threaten two of these inhibitors. BLG have too many waves to really deal with, and with the Maiden, the Ghouls all go through, they can't afford to protect their top lane inhibitor. Viper is now proxying a mid-wave to try and slow down this push, but Breeze's got his Ghouls, the Maiden's here in a fat wave. They're just going to go knocking on these Nexus turrets. Arcane Storm's going to come down. First Nexus turret is already vanquished. Viper being marked by Shanks, so that he can't get in here. They've got like 4 Baron up cannon minions. They just get through the Nexus turrets. The Nexus is fully exposed. BLG, they gotta put up one final fight at some point, and here it is. Wenbo with the needlework trying to burn through Breathe, but he's fine. Install's impact is gonna grab Wenbo. He'll go down. Knight jumps on Shanks, but he goes into the stasis. Viper will find the kill onto Hope. Knight flashes away from Shanks, picks up 1 kill, but Breathe and Tarzan are too tanky, and they just keep on wailing through BLG. AL are going to find themselves the game to win and push the series the distance.
Well, Shun's laughing in the cams after that, so not super bummed out by that loss, at least. All that at the end to just kill Hope. He had Zhonya's. It was so difficult to take him down. I love the draft from BLG. I think it's really cool, creative, but you can see it's a very similar idea to when the majors started to become meta. Teams, one specifically as well, started playing Mundo. And you just can't deal with it.
Yep.
You cannot deal with it. Maybe. I'm not super versed in top lane matchups like this. I don't think I've ever seen it, to be honest, or very seldomly have I seen it. Maybe Gwen Yorick is really winning later and there's a world, but it didn't really look like it. And I understand there's not a lot left. You pick the Jace. Okay, something about Super.
Yeah.
So, that's cool. But
yeah, assume that it's saying Viper and Super are the only people to try and play this. I don't remember.
47.
Did Supa win that game up against G2? Maybe it's something about how they both picked this and then it ended up losing. Could
Maybe
be something like that.
I think. I don't know, because I think Caps played Lock, and I think it lost. I could be wrong. But either way, I love the adaptation from AL.
Supa won his match.
Very smart. Very smart. The Victor was early, and then when this draft started to come through, the kind of peel tanky comp was so smart to come out. If BLG had gone for a traditional AD carry, if they had gone for the Kai'Sa, it would have been really tough into the Victor, which is the problem. Maybe it's a Kog'Maw angle then, and you can actually chew through with a little bit more, a little bit more range, but again, the lane is tough. That's the problem with these mages, Leo, is that what do? Do you pick a mage like a Kali and then you have a good lane and then you don't have any consistent damage? Do you pick an AD carry and get poked out, destroyed in lane, out cleared, and maybe have the chance to take down a tank? This is the question that AL posed, and BLG didn't really have an answer.
Definitely also helps when Tarzan's able to open up with 2 kills and, you know, farm up like a monster. And get, he was up to 2 items so early, right? We talked about it. He had the Spirit Visage and the Heartsteel procs that were always going off, and it made the difference in just how much he was able to absorb any of the damage from Viper and Wenbo, like you talked about here. Really have to praise AL for being able to try and find this counter to BLG, wanting to play just so heavy for that early game like you talked about. Got to remember, like, the first rotation for this draft for BLG was to pick up this Lee Sin, was to pick up this Jace and a Kali. Even though we didn't know where they were going, it still kind of created the identity that in classic BLG fashion, they had to slam early. Tarzan shut that down pretty quickly. Breathe was a monster in the top lane, and the juicy health bars of AL were just too much to bear here. Thinking about MVP, though, Jay Beto, I feel like there are probably 2 candidates in my mind. I think if you... Tarzan stands out as the obvious first one with how he got that early game ball rolling and was just too much of a problem on the front line, but I also think if you want to give it to Breathe for what I would say is a damn clean Yorick game, that's fine by my book as well.
I think those are the 2 choices. I'm going to lead towards Tarzan more because I think that his impact was more influential to the game. And then he ended up doing a lot in team fights as well. I could see something about Shanks as well because he did a lot of the team fights. Some of the heroes' entrances were really good and playing the peel well, but I think it's Tarzan for me. So much of the early game, like you said, was dictated by the creative start from Tarzan, and then all of the fights were led by Tarzan on this tank. I would give it to the drafting if I could. The MVP is the, I don't know, prediction that it was going to happen. That this comp wasn't going to just fall flat on its face because they were going to have, you know, Jace and then, like, I don't know, Varus or something with on hit and you just can't play the game against it or something like that. But this looks really good. You can see here Shun just kept out so well by the 3-man of this front line. I think AL, really smart game plan, and they executed it well too.
It's kind of funny to think about where we were at with game 1, and, you know, you could argue on both sides of the compositions. Not a lot of reliable CC. It felt like for Tarzan, it was just the cease and desist, right? It was like the big one we had. So then we go into game 2, and AL say, we're going to double up on taunts, double up on knockups, and just yeah, cut down any threat of mobility. Very, very interesting and kind of fun adaptation. It's going to see this series deliver, right, Jay Beto? I really think, BLG still favorite to, grab that Split 3 championship, or at the very least be the top of Group of 10 going into playoffs, even with the top lane switch up. But I feel like AL in their first couple of series were able to take advantage of this meta unlocking the jungle support we talked a lot about. So to see them get to this point, led, of course, by their now player of the game, Tarzan, is rewarding, because I do really think this AL team is starting to show that they could be a bigger threat in the standings of Group Ascent compared to last split.
Well, we're going to 3. No 6-game day.
Standings. Yeah.
No 6-game day. I'm sorry, producer. We're going to 3. And what 2 better teams to be going to 3? I said that I could definitely see AL taking this series in general, and they've taken a game for themselves. Now they've put the series at 1-1 each. And I think we really see some good game, like scaffold, I guess, for how both team wants to win. AL's team fighting is excellent through not superior laning, is how I've been picturing it. A lot of lane swaps. Top lane, sure, different story. Top lane has been a diff the entire game, the entire series, and you could say that that's made an impact, but didn't do enough in game 1. I think their team fighting in this game has been really great. The way they played their comp is really smart, and for BLG, I think Viper is having synergy between Viper and Knight has been awesome. The Ezreal game was sick, and getting him on something like an Akali, I believe that he can play it, but not in a game like that. He needs more targets. He needs less CC.
I'm with you there, Jay Beto. Credit one more time to anyone's legend for kind of calling the bluff that was that BLG composition and executing correctly behind their tanks to force a game 3. On the other side of what will be our last break of the night will be the final draft, of course. Game 3, BLG taking on AL. One of our teams will remain undefeated at the top of Group Ascend. The other will suffer their first series loss. Let's kick off that draft after this break to find out who will continue their undefeated streak. our final game of the opening week of the LPL is here, ladies and gentlemen. AL 2-0, BLG 2-0. Game 3 will keep one of our squads undefeated and at the top of Group Ascent here, Jay Beto. And, well, there's a lot to take away from our first two games. It's kind of poetic, I feel like. Game 1 felt as standard as drafts used to feel in Split 1 and 2, right? We both had AD carries, we had classic bot lane duos, and some carry junglers, some maybe CC questions, and then all hell breaks loose in the draft of Game 2. So, how are we feeling going into this Game 3, right? If their expectations have to be out the window with what champions are going to be piloted and by who.
Yeah, so I can just say anything and, well, maybe it's right. Maybe, I'll just come up with a random champion and it'll get picked. It's going to be Zac support. Maybe, who knows? Maybe Zac bot lane, who knows?
Zillion
Zac
top lane?
True, that could work. I could see it.
You can't write it off in this day and age. But let's identify, I guess, what not compositionally, stylistically we feel like are going to be the biggest strengths going into this Game 3, right? Felt like Game 1, BLG were able to execute team fighting well into a draft where we felt like team fighting wouldn't necessarily be that easy for them. I feel like the things that were similar from Game 1 to Game 2 for me were Tarzan being able to really stranglehold the early game objectives, get himself ahead. He was just enough of a difference maker in Game 2 than Game 1. And for me, Jay Beto, I felt like it was because it was a lot easier for AL as a team to follow up and play with Tarzan in that Game 2 with his lead compared to that Game 1 where the Vi was just going in alone and it was a lot harder to follow up. So maybe that's the key there for at least the Pandas.
Yeah, definitely could be. And for BLG, I don't know. Do you want to experiment more? Now is definitely the time if you seriously think that these things are going to stay around and you just want to experiment and have, and you really think they're good, great. But for me, I really think getting Wenbo or something he's comfortable on is the best choice. Don't put him on a carry again. Just give him Sion or Ornn. I'm sorry. We're talking backstage, off camera is what I meant to say. Backstage.
Yep.
If only.
Virtually backstage,
Virtually backstage, exactly. Now we've got a stage. This is just two different rooms. You're over there, actually.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Right through the store.
But about how that was a game for Wenbo to really carry and cement his spot. Didn't really end up happening. Sure, the gank early and what you can infer from that, but that was a game that he should have been able to take over or at least put a lot more impact on. And he did damage, sure, but that's what Gwen is going to do. Having a decent damage number is not good enough, especially on a team like BLG when you're playing up against a team like AL, who is looking pretty decent. They definitely could have won Game 1 if they had found some more fights or if BLG had made a couple more mistakes. And in Game 2, it looked very good for most of the game. I think that BLG had a smart draft, but they never got to solo kill Hope a bunch of times. The Jace, even though he did get a solo kill, wasn't able to impact the map enough, or impact the game enough, I should say. So now Game 3 here, maybe we'll see Camille. Maybe we'll just see Camille Ziggs. It's crazy that that's the norm now, I guess. That's the norm to me. Just go Camille Ziggs.
That's the world we're in right now, Jay Beto, and we'll have to focus in our worldview to this Game 3 draft, of course, which does kick off with AL on the blue side for the first time in our series. But it's BLG that have the counter pick once again here. So a traditional-looking draft, right? We're going to have a classic B1, and, well, just like our second draft that Camille you're hinting at, is surviving the first ban phase for now. What I will say, I'll steal a bit of the pizzazz of draft talk from you here on this one, Jay Beto. You talked about the counters to the Camille. The Poppy was the banned, and then now the Camille's banned. So I've actually lost all the snaz of this next upcoming point. So Jay Beto, what is this B1 going to look like for AL, or what do you want to see? I direct to you.
Zillion first
BLG.
pick.
Nope.
This is the flex. No.
it is a flex. The Cassiopeia. We've seen Viper play it, and we know Knight can play it.
Looks good too in the bot. Syndra, something that's up. There it is. Been banned all series so far, so also a flex. I wouldn't even be surprised to see one follow the other depending on what lane it ends up going to. But it means that both drafts are very open in the way that you can approach, because the role is the same, depending, but the lane is going to be different. So Cass will still do the same thing, Syndra will still do the same thing. Interested to see what build AL do go with the Syndra, because I know that been seeing a little bit of the Blackfire Torch, Cosmic Drive, that's still popular. Yep. But then I also have been seeing like the Luden's Shadow Flame one-shot. That does a lot of damage. I was playing a bit of that. The Bard, really nice here too. Decent into the Cass. This is what we were talking about a bit before. Similar to the comp from last time from AL, you start picking these mages and all. This is a bit early, but still. You start picking the mages and the big purple man Prio rises up very much.
And can be decently flexible too, right? You don't necessarily have to get wild and throw it into the bottom lane. But it's not going to be the pick here. Instead, we're going to go with the purple-haired brute, Trundle. So Shun's going to lock that one in. And it looks like they're going to, heed your advice. And lock it in. It's not even necessarily for me that Wenbo doesn't necessarily pass the carry check this series. But I also think he looked fine on the Cassante in the game we saw him on and on. So back to your comfort point, Jay Beto. I think this is the most comfortable spot he'll land on, and they're kind of daring AL and Breathe to be like, all right, well, I can handshake tank v tank, because then Shun's going to be happy with that subjugate.
Yep. So this is going to be Caitlyn Bard. Most likely it means that the Syndra will be going into the mid lane. Not for hope. Damage. I think that AL are a lot more comfortable with this bot lane duo. This is very popular. Oh, sorry, a very popular duo, and has been this year as well. Was one of the things that started rising up into Ashe Seraphine that has completely fallen off the face of the planet. But, I mean, bot lanes for BLG this series, I think they need something that's going to fight. So, Trundle wants to get in and steal stats from nobody right now, which is a bit unfortunate. But catch someone with the pillar. I know Alk is a massive Trundle fan because of that. Makes sense with the cast too. It is very strong. I think it's a very unique way of starting fights too. Big slow. And you need a bot lane that's going to want to fight with you. I could see something like a Jhin to go against the Caitlyn as well. It could be an option. You could go something like Ashe, Braum. You could go a Rakan lane, because Rakan is pretty good into Bard. And in the top lane for AL, anything that can like slowly win. Like Renekton's good, Jax is good. You could go, the Zehen is pretty good. Anything like that gets you an advantage, because you've been winning top all series, and I think that you need to continue to do so.
AL with their second phase bans are going to pay the Viper tax and ban away the Xerath as well. Before we get this last ban in, what I will say for AL's comp is I do like that they've already kind of punished the Cassio start, right? I always look for, regardless of where Cassio's going, how well can a team outrange her? Because that's where she's so deadly, coming into the Cassiopeia. Caitlyn and Syndra both do that pretty well. So I think regardless of where this Cassio goes, it's not the easiest game in the world. As the Pantheon would have been the last ban to try and cut down on Tarzan's pool. And Breathe has a decision, right? Am I going to handshake the tank play to bring in sort of a good engaged threat to set up my Bard, my Caitlyn, my Syndra? We'll have to see what Breathe goes with, because we are going to bring Nasus into the fray here, and that is very likely to go into Tarzan's hands. We do not see top lane Nasus in pro play, folks, in case you were wondering.
You never know. We could.
Anything can happen, that's true. Anything can happen this season, I forgot.
It is going to be something like the Ashe. This is not surprising to me at all. Very strong AD carry into Caitlyn. You do get outranged by the autos, but you do a really good job of keeping her at distance, and you can still clear. I think Bard is still good. Seraphine. Okay, so we are going to go with this. See, this is a thing. The Caitlyn Bard was played into, which is a bit surprising that we're seeing the Ashe Caitlyn picked up now, but still confident. And I think it's great with Trundle. I think it's great with this fighting style comp that I was talking about.
Yeah.
This would be a very common answer. This is partly why people stopped playing Ashe Seraphine, is because the Olaf just destroys you. Now, there is a lot of consistent damage to chew through the Olaf with Cassiopeia and the Ashe. So I think that Breathe is going to have to be very careful with how he approaches his fights, because otherwise you're just going to get absolutely melted. The thing with AL's comp is very similar to BLG's comp. In the first game, starting fights is pretty tough. You got Scatter the Weak and a Bard stun or a Bard ult. That's kind of it. Yeah. You've got slows from Wither. That's a possibility too. But BLG have so much team fighting prowess. They've got a great front line with the Cassante and, partly the Trundle. They have no guaranteed engage, but they have Trundle Pillar. They have slows from Cass, the ult from Cass. Slows from Ashe Seraphine, the volley, also the arrow for the stun, and obviously the encore, the combo we've seen so much of. I think BLG's comp is really, really good, as long as Olaf doesn't take over the game.
I agree. I think running into a Trundle, running into Cassio, running into Ashe is daunting, but like you mentioned, it's what AL are going to have to do in those traditional fight setups. They're not really going to be able to chew through a Cassante. Trundle does have a decent subjugate target in the Nasus, if you're not too familiar with the Nasus in the jungle. Does build a bit more on the tankier side, right? You talk about stuff like Protoplasm, stacking some health, some resistances as well, to be able to fight in the front line for a while. That's something that Shun is going to like. And it really does, aptly as you put it, J Beto, come down to this Olaf. What a spot for Breathe, the new starting top laner for AL, to try and help their squad topple Billy Gaming. Here is game 3. Give me those Jayos.
I feel like in Split 1, there were some times where the crowd mics were really, really... Is that the first since 2013? Wow. That's crazy. 4,755 days. That is a long time. I was in primary school, which you don't actually have, but I'm sure you know what primary school is.
Different names for the similar things, yes. And
similar. You guys have 3 schools. It's a bit strange to me.
Yeah, it's a little weird to me too, because some of them, that middle school, it is in fact called middle school, but like the middle of the 3, to refer it to you. Some places it's only 2 years worth, and then you move to another school. Really? Sometimes it's 3. It's definitely a little bit weird, but
high school always 9 to 12?
Yes. It's
okay.
just sometimes
so it's just elementary school might be longer.
Sometimes middle school is 7-8. Sometimes in some places it's 6 and 7, 8. But I was in middle school the last time we saw Nasus jungle, the first year I was in middle school. So that is definitely a blast from the past. Shout out Kyle, though, for helping protect Tarzan on his start. Nasus is definitely very weak in those early clears. Very susceptible to a Trundle they'll want to fight. So, yeah, sure, Hope definitely gets shoved in here by Viper and On, but that was kind of to be expected with the Ashe Seraphine. So, sacrifices have to be made for the King of the Jungle. That's how AL runs.
And we're talking about making sure the Olaf doesn't get off to a massive, tear, but if you get there, Nasus can do the same. I saw something about Nasus being more of a mid-game scaler than actually being a hyperscaler, because his mid-game fighting is so much better, and he does infinitely scale, but realistically you're not getting there. So it's much more about getting to the mid-game. I
don't know if Tarzan's going to get there if he gets knocked off of his clear like this by Shun, but he again goes forward too far with Shanks coming nearby. Slow's going to land. Scatter, though, will not hit. So Shun having to expend that flash. Both jugglers dropped their flashes, but Shun just continuously trying to find Tarzan in his weakest point.
Yeah, the Trundle tax, as I like to call it. He walks in, that's his camp, or you have to help. And they do help. Breathe.
Wenbo's gonna need some help. He's gonna flash away from Breathe.
On the toe.
Or throw of the axe could find that solo kill. He takes a turret shot. Doesn't find it. Both top laners slip away. Kyle is level 3. And he's saying what's up to Shun. Trying to take his red buff away. Classic Bard player right here. Just trying to be the biggest nuisance he possibly could be on the map. And, well, Shun's just going to shrug it off.
Yeah, very aggressive start to this game, and Wenbo already struggling. It's going to be a tough lane anyway, with the true damage and the ability to chase down. No flash, no ghost on Breathe, and Wenbo has to use his summoners to get back to lane as well. So, ends up living. No blood, despite a lot of bruises around the map so far. The only real lead of any kind is Viper on this Ashe down the bot lane. Also has a pot left, so feeling very comfortable in this lane so far. And already you can see the Bard roaming. This is a playstyle that we've known about for a long time, and I'm going to say is what really started the roaming support meta completely. Camille definitely up there as well, but the fact that Bard can just do this and have XP for free is, and go around the map very, very fast is very important to the roaming playstyle. It makes him one of the best, if not the best. Good damage onto Knight.
Yeah, this is the Syndra into Cassio matchup, which is very Syndra favored. We talk all endlessly about the range difference. Kyle, my God, there's one thing to roam, and it's another to just create first blood on your own. Exactly what we wanted to see from Kyle. This is what he does at his best, and we're glad to have him not restricted in the 2v2 anymore in the new Split 3. First blood to AL.
And he'll take that first blood too. That's his kill. He earned it, alright? He flashed, he stunned, I'm taking the kill. That's how I like my supports. But it is a little unfortunate, but it doesn't particularly matter. Shanks is still denying XP. Like, he's up a ton of XP in this early game. It's a massive spoon. Getting plates, getting... Well, he hasn't got a plate yet, but chipping down the plates, getting a little bit of a CS lead, and has a little bit of, 250 gold. Shun will get the dragon, so that is a nice answer back. And Knight still has flash, and both Kyle and Shanks had to use their flash. So there is options for Shun to get in. Shun and Knight onto a Syndra with no flash. Like, yeah, she has the pushback, but you still can... She's still an immobile mage, right? So you can find her with no flash. Probably level 6, which Knight has right now. So look out for that, but... Grub's in a minute 40. I wouldn't even be that shocked to see, like, maybe BLG rotate up, lane swap for it. Nice vision will show Tarzan there, so they know they've got time here for, like, 1, maybe 2 more waves. And then base, if they want to swap, try to get Wenbo onto the weak side. But they're just going to go for this invade right now.
Yes. The fabled second spawn of Raptors. We must fight all out. And if an Ash Arrow lands from Viper... Maybe we can push even further here. The Pillar's going to pull Tarzan back, make him to walk around. Petrifying Gaze. Not going to hit onto Tarzan for the stun. And the very small portal gets him safely out. So no kill to be found there. Knight, though, still hunting. Miasma's going to come down here. Shanks looking to trade back with Kyle nearby. And we've got Breathe proxying.
Meanwhile,
he's chilling.
Yeah, he's having a good time. And he's not going to die either. He has ult and Ghost up, so he's very hard to kill. Both AD carries use their adaptive force pots, so that'll be down for any skirmishing after. Means, especially with Knight using the Petrifying Gaze, that BLG are probably not looking to get the grub super aggressively, which is a little bit of a concern with Olaf and Nasus and Caitlyn. They're really good with grubs.
Yeah.
So it would be a nice boon to take away. So if AL do want to go there, I believe they would be stronger. They've got the Nasus ult, they've got Ragnarok on Olaf, they've got the Syndra ult now too, and when Kyle hits level 6, which probably won't happen while the grubs are up right now. It might happen in a couple of minutes. Flash in from Knight.
Flashes for the Miasma. Unleashed Power's going to come back out, but Knight is just going to walk him down. And bot side, Viper's been unleashed. Takes down Hope. Nice double snare from Kyle, but he is mincemeat. Double kill over to the BLG bottom lane.
Yeah, where's your hard mid lane now? Knight says, I don't care. There's the flash punish onto Shanks. I thought it was going to be with Shun, but instead it's just Knight by himself. No ult. Flashes in Wenbo.
Oh.
Okay, that's
Wenbo.
not just me.
Yeah, no, that is not just you. That is not an Aussie diff.
It is often.
I'm guessing it is a lag issue. Don't know if it's Huya. But Wenbo's getting chased down. He will, in slow motion, flash out of an axe for Breathe, and he'll be fine. But yeah, tragic timing on these tech issues. Oh my gosh.
Boy.
We are now catching up at massive speed, and hey guys, nothing's wrong. We are back up into the action, and no time for J-Beto analysis because I see Shun, oh boy, onto the grubs. He secured one, and with the help of Knight and On, he should be able to pick up the rest of them. Tarzan and Kyle, yep. Just going to channel the recalls.
Nice.
All right, Jack. A lot of stuff just happened there. Lots.
Yeah, and I didn't see any of it. No, I'm kidding. Looked like, hang on. It looks like Wenbo has the adaptive force pot too, so went for an all-in. Actually did a pretty good job. Shun is here on the top side. The adaptive force pot is still ticking, so still got a little bit of that extra AD. We'll take a look back here at this engagement. So that's what it is. It's the Scout of the Week goes down. No flash. Knight feels very confident to flash in when his cooldowns are up. Takes down Shanks very easy. Do we miss this in the bot lane? We might have missed this. What happened
we
here?
saw this. Supportal combat. Oh, yeah, the start of this, though, we definitely missed. It seems like
Oh, yes.
Viper?
Yep.
just bodying hope. I mean, how else do we describe that?
Yeah, I thought we were going to take a look back at the top, which we didn't get to see. But not only that, but I was convinced AL were going to try to get some kind of grubs with their ult advantage, but weren't able to do so at all. BLG, the ones getting grubs, and they're in a great spot. That'll be the Petrifying Gaze.
Whoa.
I think Knight juked his own team's arrow there. Did you see that?
Yeah, it's like a natural reaction, right? I feel like that happens all the time.
It does.
That always happens to me with like Pantheon ult as an AD carry player. I'm just like, oh god, and then it's like
traumatized.
Oh, wait, it's my own Pantheon coming in or something like that. Well, the one thing we did miss in all those replays was actually that Tarzan came into mid lane, swooped up, and did kill Knight off. So he picked up that coveted kill after Shanks dropped, punished the flashless Knight. So does bring some of the gold back here towards AL, but BLG are back to that, you know, a bit more of what you wanted to see after the game 2 loss. The synergy between Knight and Viper, and now they're both in, well, one of them's in a great position, another one's in a decent one. On's feeling great because he just juked out the Tempered Fate there. Volley slow's going to stack, and there's the Encore. Nabs Tarzan, pillar down for extra slows. Viper stacked them even further. Fury of the Sand's going to be held onto by Tarzan. He finally pops it, but it's too little too late because Viper has a hail of arrows, and he's got AL's name written on him. Double kill over to Viper.
Now 2,000 gold, had the item spike advantage in that play. The fully completed Stormrazor. And sure, Tarzan will get a Raptors in the top side, but this is BLG this time with 2 dragons, taking down the full bot lane turret as well against the Caitlyn, who wants to be the one pushing the advantage onto these turrets. BLG won't get the dragon as looked like the Shanks was rotating over. So he won't be able to... Yep, won't be able to get that. But it still is an option. Taking a look in at the stacking as Arrow. Let's have a quick check.
Snipe!
Oh, just misses. 54 stacks on Shanks is pretty good. And I think we're 200 and something on the Nasus. That's not bad.
Oh, Scout of the Week going to go wide there from Shanks and BLG. Nope, not going to look for the chase down. Off their reset, cashing in Viper's gold. They will grab that second dragon, and there's no Breathe in the area to contest this any further. So BLG, a stark change from our other games of the series, are all over the early dragons. And there's some pretty delectable ones up for Soul. After this Mountain Drake drops, we should be able to decipher exactly which one that would be. I'm sure an Infernal Soul is on the mind of Viper and Knight.
We're due an Infernal Soul, I think. Let's have a look. Damn.
Okay.
I mean, that's really good for Seraphine, Trundle, Cassandre.
Yeah.
It's great for Nasus as well. So taking a look at the stacks again, 60, that's second, I think that's W upgrade, so it's Q and W upgrade now for Shanks, and then 300 stacks is pretty good at 13 minutes, I would say. 2,000 gold lead on Viper is pretty scary. He's got boots, he's working towards a Zeal item. There's basically no way AL can fight if Viper is there, and Viper will always be there, and then On will always be there too. This is the team fighting that we were talking about in draft. The Encore is so devastating, and the only real way to break this in this game is hitting a Tempered Fate, which missed in the last fight. That's what made On go in. Or getting Breathe out of lane and allowing him to ult and ghost and run through the entire team and kill the Ashe and maybe the Cass. And that hasn't happened yet. It's too early for him to do that. So right now, AL are just suffering.
They are in an uncomfortable spot. And, you know, further speaking on that Olaf chase down point is the bailout for this Viper lead. Want to, you know, give credit to the... Oh, hold on. We're going after Shanks. Double scatter, though, is really important. All right, Shanks is out. Another reason why I love the Stormrazor purchase here, Jay Beto, is for that extra move speed, right? You get that little burst off of those selected autos. Yep. Again, you talked about when we had the Cloud Soul in Game 2. Movement speed is one of the most underrated and most important defensive stats, and it's going to be important for Viper to get that extra bit of distance with something like a Stormrazor's when an Olaf and when an Nasus is running him down. So small things like that can really amount to a lot later on.
It can be an aggressive stat too, you know, if you're chasing down a comp that doesn't have a lot of mobility, like the one we're looking at. None of them have dashes, Caitlyn has the net, whatever. But speaking of movement speed as well, Leo, the Shirelia's picked up for On, has the movement speed from the W as well, and Phantom Dancer just picked up from Viper, also have some movement speed. So these guys are going to be really fast in their team fight. This is similar to like an Enchanter Xin Zhao situation where you are buffing the Ashe, sure, but you are buffing the Trundle to get in there and wreak havoc on the team. There is enough damage to take down the Trundle for sure, but he's going to do probably more damage to you than just killing him is going to do to his team.
And of course, Shun is very happy to see Tarzan atomizing for those tank stats. We have the Herald being started here by Shun. Blast Cone gets them close to Knight, but no tether comes across there from Kael. You see the shortcomings of this AL comp from draft. That reliable CC isn't there to kick off fights, to find picks. They have to look for things like Tempered Fate or Scatter of the Week. Both them used at the same time, and they, well, for now get Viper's Flash. So that is a good omen for later, but nothing much more than that.
Yeah, Knight in the top lane, bit unsafe. So does have to flash, like you said, but it's going to take AL revisiting to get anything from that, and that is a possibility, but we're 16 minutes in, haven't seen a Tempered Fate land yet, haven't really seen AL use any of their catch positively.
The minions gave it away.
Tarzan's coming up now too.
Yeah, Knight in a bit of trouble here. Sky of the Week's going to land first, and there's the Wither down. Fury of the Sands channel. Knight's trying to TP out, but DK drops the hammer. Tarzan gets himself another kill.
What's the plus health? Is it 12? 12 stacks per kill?
Yep, plus 12, baby.
That's a lot. So they actually do end up punishing the flash basically immediately. Well played from AL. But again, you're still losing more on the other side of the map with Viper pushing in, getting a bigger lead, and Seraphine loves gold too. You've got the Herald that Shun can use at any time, and it's going to be Chemtech Soul Point in 50 seconds if you can't show up and actually take a team fight. Yes, you get the kill, you get the tower in the top lane, that's great, but you need to come down here and take a fight. Tarzan has 400 stacks. If he's able to get another item here, that would be great. Shanks is also at 80 stacks, so this is 3 abilities upgraded. He's just waiting on 100 for his ult. As long as Knight isn't caught here, they shouldn't lose too much, and honestly, AL might even be too late to the play down in bot side unless Tarzan can get down there right now. It's 20 seconds until the time, and I don't think they're going to be
the white flag. Yeah, I mean, he's going towards his Gromp. Gromp over Dragon at this point, which is a real slippery slope, right? We've outlined multiple times how difficult navigating fights can be for AL. That gets compounded on when you have to think about walking into this bottom river in, 5 minutes time after this dragon drops, because you certainly have to contest that Chemtech Soul. So, slippery future outlook here for AL. and that Drake stacking. Chemtech Soul could be BLG's at 23.5 minutes.
Yeah, that'll be very fast. I understand the idea because Viper is so strong, or Viper and Honor so strong. They've got the Herald for the fight. It's very unlikely you're winning that. So I'm not saying that AL should have rocked up late and entered and lost the game and lost Dragon anyway. But it's just a indicator of a much bigger problem in this game of we aren't really doing a whole lot in general. And because the bot lane was so rough, we don't have a massive lead through top this game.
Ooh,
Nice
Kyle,
flash.
what a find! Flash bind into the Tempered Fate. Encore gonna come out, but it only grabs
Okay.
Kyle because Shanks flashed over it. Hope gets the big shutdown. Soon will bite down onto Kyle for a trade, but steps on a trap, and it's gonna be a double up for Hope. A huge lifeline to the Pandas. They get the coveted shutdown.
Yeah, like you said, huge lifeline there given by BLG. Viper has flash, and he doesn't use it to get away from Kyle. Tries to sidestep the Q anyway, and really good flash from Kyle. So take a look back here. Steps over a ward. Flash in and Qs. Viper ghosts, but doesn't have enough time to get away. He probably could have just flashed behind him over the wall, and he was fine. But instead, tries to greet the flash, dies, and then his team tries to salvage the play. Shun flashes in as well, but Hope does damage. Hey, this is like the point of Caitlyn where she's like the weakest, in quotes, where normally she's really strong in the early game and really strong late game. And that middle game is a bit of an awkward position, but she still does a lot of damage. You're giving her the option to set up traps and nets and multiple headshots.
And just look at the sheer numbers and the shift we've seen in that aspect, right? Viper was up nearly 2,000 gold. It was hovering like 1.8. It's been halved at this point for Hope, who, like you were talking about the weak stages of Caitlyn, we've gotten over like the first big hump of that, I would say, with this Infinity Edge being completed. Another Tempered Fate here from Kyle, gonna force out the Asher onto Hope, who does get double tap snared, but they're just gonna blow up Shun. Unleashed Power comes across from Shanks here. They're TPing Breathe in. Are AL just gonna rip this Baron? I mean, why not? No jungler up for BLG.
Looks like AL are aware that the position isn't hard winning yet, but they are finding these really good catches. This is what their comp... That's unfortunate as well. This is what their comp does so well at doing, and what I was asking to see more of them do, but none of the picks or the catch was landing before. It is now, and partly it's off of BLG's mistakes. The first one where Viper's dead, it's his mistake. He doesn't flash, he walks over a ward that his team easily could have swept. That is one of the most common ward spots in the entire game.
Wow, that
And Kyle's in a really smart position, mechanically plays it well. This time, Shun's caught off and dies. Not the cleanest mid-game from BLG. They haven't lost their lead as of yet, but you can see the way that AL want to take their fights in the way back into this game.
It's Kyle showing up in the big moments, finding both of those instrumental picks. Exactly what we really felt AL were lacking in a lot of their games during Split 2. Jailing Kyle in these classic 2v2 lanes, jailing him on boring enchanters when it comes to the playmaking ability. And now he gets a coveted Bard game, and he's willing AL back into it with picks like that. Tempered Fate gonna find on. Encore not gonna hit as a response, but huge headshots are coming out from Hope. TP in for Wenbo. Tarzan caught on the front line with the Fury of the Sands, keeping him topped up. The slow from the Miasma is catching Tarzan on the way out. Ragnarok used just so the Breathe can find his way to safety. And the man that created all the action for AL in these last couple minutes is the only one to find the gray screen.
Yep, when you need him most. Knight is the one that rocks up and does so much in that fight. Smite's still available. Tarzan's trying to heal off of the Wolves. Baron's doing a lot to BLG.
Scatter gonna get some decent stunts, but Tarzan doesn't have Fury of the Sands. There's no Ragnarok on Breathe. There's no reliable way to kickstart this fight. AL are just kind of sitting, hoping BLG make a mistake, and they certainly don't. Baron secured, and AL have to run all the way down the river because that Chemtech Soul Drake is back up on the map. Knight's not looking to reset. Top side for BLG isn't. both Own and Viper are sprinting back towards this bot river. Wenbo's gonna face check. The Cassante doing his job, but how tanky really is he? Ace in the hole coming across. Wenbo stands tall, and Viper has found Hope off to the side. Breathe flashes after Viper, but he matches with a flash of his own, and flurries a hail of arrows against Breathe, and the all-out for Wenbo sets up a huge petrified gaze from Ninth to find 2. A blast code for Kyle is the only sanctum of safety as BLG wiped the floor with the Pandas once more.
And that might just be the game, Slayer. Baron for BLG for another 2 minutes. Chemtech Soul as well. If the game isn't over right now, it's very close to being over. You lose the Baron. You don't even contest. You want to set up for the Dragon. You're not allowed to. BLG will chase you down and fight you again and again. Viper, the only one of BLG to die. Wenbo doing the heroics that is required of him in this series. Flashes out. Viper goes in on the side. Takes a lot of damage, but he buys space for his team to enter. Arrow goes a little wide, but Hope is so low from Viper chunking him down. Knight and Wenbo going in together. And even though Viper falls down, Shun is full health. And Knight just does so much damage on this Cass.
There is the straw that breaks the camel's back, proverbially. And there's another kind of look into how Game 1 fell apart for AL. They were in it for so long, and that one mistake, that one team fight setup that just wasn't on par with the rest. And BLG take that inch and push it towards a mile. Now on the Baron power play push, already up about 4,000 gold on that play. Value here for AL, Jay Beto, is that at least in the top side, Shanks has pushed it out completely. So that wave is at least irrelevant for the time being. Just don't really focus on what mid and bot are looking like, AL fans. Ash Arrow. All right, there's the kills out onto Hope already.
Trap line's pretty scary though, so while that's up and while Hope can continuously do that, you're going to need to look for some stuff in mid lane, but it's just Wenbo doing that. So very difficult for him to get the full tower, although the waves will do so. 20 more seconds on this Baron. So this will be the last wave to see how much damage you can get onto the turrets. 10 seconds remaining. I wouldn't expect anything. Maybe BLG just clearing out the jungle, setting up some wards. Could be looking for a pick here as they go back into mid, but again, this is the last wave. Baron has just worn off.
Try and see if they can burn through the turret. Oron's going to fish for a flash encore. Not going to hit anything, though. Decent chunks going into Tarzan, but the wave is gone. And there is a no threat to the AL base being cracked for now. And that should really slow down the pace of this game.
Yeah, well played by AL on the defense. Not only the traps, but Shanks doing a good job of pushing people away with the Scout of the Week. Pardon me. And also juking out the members of AL that juked out the Encore. That would have been very detrimental. It's a bit ambitious for BLG to go for the tower once the Baron is off, but they do go for it. They don't lose anything other than On's flash, which, to be honest, is important in this game because of the Bard. But if he can stand to the back and get an Encore through his whole team, it probably won't really end up mattering if he has the flash or not. The Chemtech Soul is also going to do massively with the shielding and also making him more tanky, as well as the rest of BLG. So, to be honest, I think this is really just dotting T's and dashing I's, if you get me.
Oh, I get you, Jay Beto, and then some. It's, again, going back to how hard it is to really make these fights work for AL. Now that that front line for BLG feels tanky enough to support the Ashe Seraphine, and like you mentioned, the scaling of that bottom lane fully being online. It's kind of the catch-22 of the AL. In order to find this miracle comeback, to make this a series win, they have to run into BLG, and that's exactly where Billy Gaming want them. So how do you overcome such a hypocritical kind of spot to be in, or ironic nonetheless? Temper Fate not going to land. They're fishing for Knight. Asher once again was going to be Mikhail's used on the Hope. But without that trap line set up and without the threat of a Scatter of the Week, BLG just slowly whittle down this tier 2 turret. They're going to go on to Wenbo instead, who eats the entire Unleashed power. The Wither Slow is going to make sure Wenbo's going to have to use any of his movement abilities to get out. He gets the flash. Now he's looking to turn around on a Tarzan. He's going to go all out. I think he's just buying time here and will finally die, but not much to be gained there for BLG. They at least get the top lane tier 2 turret, but just some measly couple 100 gold shillings isn't really what they're looking for.
And Wenbo did die fairly late. He has TP, but he's got a 40-second death timer, and it's 20 seconds until Baron. It shouldn't really result in a whole lot, because I don't think AL down 7,000 gold and Chemtech Soul are confident enough to walk in and just start Baron in the face of BLG. But that isn't a great time to die. It doesn't result in anything as of right now, and AL are not in a position to do Baron. BLG covering really nicely with some vision and mid-prio. So hopefully Wenbo will be able to TP back to his team and it not result in a whole lot. That's on a flank here. He's spotted.
Hope has cleanse and flash, so has a little bit of extra confidence to step up on those waves. BLG not going to fully move over towards that Baron. Again, they're trying to play towards the more important objective at this point, which is going to be that Elder Dragon. You can see AL's vision is mostly pushed towards that topside Tarzan just now, seeing how much he can wiggle back into his own jungle. But AL are going to have to fight at this Elder Dragon. You can never afford to give away that coveted Elder Execute.
And this is BLG as well. Nearly having every single objective that is physically possible in this game, which is kind of absurd. This is true Exodia if they do get Elder and Baron, but we'll have to see as AL are around first.
Good front of the pillar down, but it's Tarzan. It's fine to catch on to Knight. The Mikhails is going to stop that stun early, but they can't re-engage the Wither. And Knight's able to slither out here. He has the Blast Cone to protect him from Tarzan. Fighting line's getting a bit murky here. But BLG are going to reconvene.
Be careful here. Hope's taking the long way around. Shun picks up the red buff. I thought he was chasing down Hope, but there was some ward that I couldn't see. But not the case. BLG playing it slow and methodical, and the problem here is look at where AL is. At any point, BLG, if AL reset, can just go Baron.
So they're going to spot Shanks on the mid wave here. He does have the teleport, but I don't know how much value that has. Just a couple of steps away towards this Dragon Pit. Shanks is now going to try and TP, but Knight's hunting him, trying to see if he can catch him, trying to rotate over here. Shanks, there's just no way to expect this, but the fairy lights are going to actually show him that Knight was all the way up in his grill. BLG still have the aggro of the Elder. AL, they need to secure this Elder Dragon. It can flip any game. We've seen all these comebacks surround good old Greybeard, but the aggro is dropped by BLG. They're still just a bit too cautious about straight up 50-50ing this, despite the gold lead, despite everything.
Yep.
They're not willing to give an inch.
Well, they have the sustain with the Seraphine, so these long fights they're happy to take. Poke and prod and see if they can make AL make a mistake, whether it's Shanks TPing in a bad spot or whether they can find a pillar onto somebody like Tarzan here. The arrow.
Arrow, it catches on to Kyle. He doesn't have the Mikhails up, and he's done for. Nice catch from Viper, and one of the few last remaining engaged tools for AL is now off the board, and Shun is showing some confidence. He's going to subjugate onto Tarzan. Hope is trying to cleanse the pillar slow, but the flash encore brings in two. Own's very own Siren Song lures AL to their own demise.
And that should be it, Slayer. Very nice engage. Arrow onto Kyle. Nothing he can do, like you said. No Mikhails that was used earlier. BLG bide their time. They don't need the Elder. They don't need the Baron at the end. But they do need the first seed.
They still look to retain an undefeated series score early in to split 3 here. Wenbo gonna put the bow on top of it, finishing off Shanks. Breathe is going to get on top of Viper and finally do what Olaf was drafted to do. But it's too little, too late to the newest member of AL. They will see their undefeated start to Split 3 come to an end. BLG continue the one-sided affair up against the Pandas in 2026. 3-0, go BLG, knocking down AL.
I think that Wenbo had a good game in that third game, and that was so important for this game. If Breathe had gotten a massive lead on the Olaf, some of those fights could have looked very different. I think that Knight had a great game too, finding the solo kill onto Shanks, and yes, he did die a couple of times due to not having flash, but he managed to maintain this big lead. And then obviously the bot lane was just a massive gap. It kind of been a gap the entire series, to be honest, but this game was very apparent. Viper is here to play.
That was the real, that was the real difference, right, between game 2 and the 2 wins for BLG. And as much as I want to give it to just Viper, it feels like the bottom lane difference, right, was what came across here. I think that even that statement could be a little bit misleading because I do think Kyle played a pretty wonderful Bard game in this scenario, right? We felt like those 2 big catches. He gets the shutdowns onto Viper, finds that pick onto Shun later, but yeah, maybe it was just the Viper diff. In both those games, massively ahead of Hope, and he made AL pay.
Yeah, AL, in the third game, it was an interesting draft. I think we've been seeing a lot of interesting drafts this series so far.
You bet.
In this series. But yeah, I think a couple of things needed to go differently. Like, mainly, the bot lane needs to be a little bit more playable, and that should be in that matchup. I don't think you should be that far behind in Ashe Seraphine, and I know that there was jungle intervention. That happens. But you should have jungle intervention when you're playing a Caitlyn lane. Problem is that you're on Nasus, which can't really impact that lane because he wants to farm. And then you've got the top side that could have a massive lead, and that might have been able to bail you out, but also wasn't able to generate a lead against Wenbo's Cassante, which, to be honest, he kind of pulled out of nowhere. Not as in he's never played it before, but the performance he kind of pulled out of nowhere. We wanted comfort. He found it. Looked very comfortable in the pick. What do you know? Cassante, people can play this champion. It's becoming like the top lane champion, I feel like, is Cassante. But yeah, really well played from Wenbo. Bot lane of BLG is really, really strong, which is good to see, because I think that in MSI specifically, they were relying on the mages and Viper wasn't having a great tournament. And then also this year has been a lot of questions from, like, where is Viper? Where is this bot lane? What is happening? And so far in this split, Xerath has looked great. And I think that Viper's really coming online. Maybe he's feeling finally comfortable in this team. We'll have to see how that goes later on in the split. But I still think AL is a very scary team. Put up a great fight against BLG. I think some of the drafting is a little awkward, but they can find angles with it. I'm excited to see these two teams face off again the next time. But for now, BLG have the upper hand.
BLG indeed do restore that upper hand. I believe we have updated standings to kind of reflect that, if we can throw those up on the screen, production. Thank you very much kindly. And you get a look there at BLG, solely back up at the top, as it has been for so many days, weeks, months of 2026.
Yep. This is also partly due to the fact that Top Esports hasn't played 3 games, but everybody else, like AL has, WE has, the other teams have. JDG hasn't, but they're 0-2, so you don't need to talk about that. But yeah, like to see Top Esports play this team. That'll be exciting. And obviously the rivalry between AL and WE. Getting some revenge. Potentially WE getting some more wins against BLG, or BLG putting the WE Kryptonite to bed. But we'll have to see. For now, like you said, BLG on top. They've been on top of the LPL the entire year, and they've been on top of the world for all but one game. Or one series.
One game, yeah. But, as important as it is for BLG to, come back to the league, start red hot like they have, essentially 3-0. You know, they have actually dropped a lot of single games. You can see in the game score. That's kind of the thing that may be a bit bitter about the sweet taste of victory here for BLG fans is that this team it may be an obvious statement to make here, Jay Beto, that they're going to look a bit, you know, different without Bin being there, but it definitely feels like this team is, in this iteration, is still a bit of a stopgap to allow the org, the management to figure out what the heck is going on behind the scenes, because Wenbo definitely doesn't pass the carry check that the team definitely tried to give him in this series, right? They made an effort to give him an Mbessa angle. It doesn't work out. The Gwen fell flat as well. This team obviously isn't going to be a reliable challenger at Worlds with this current look roster, but Wenbo's performances, I would even go to take it a step further that this could get even more murky for potential best of fives, potential playoffs later down the line here in Split 3 for BLG.
Yeah, there does need to be some improvements if Wenbo is going to stay on this roster, for sure. And obviously that can happen. He's surrounded by experience, and he's not as tenured as other top laners in League, so it stands to reason that he would suffer. But I agree, especially internationally, I worry because there are some very, very good top laners out there that are incredibly experienced and good at punishing people who are not experienced. But for now, BLG maintained their lead atop the LPL and Group Ascend. And I think that for the most part, if they're going to continue to experiment with drafting like this, I like it. I think that it's a good idea to do. I'm not sure if it's fully done, but they're like guaranteed qualified for Worlds, I believe. Or they're close for it.
If they make playoffs, they're guaranteed. Yeah. So, I mean, at this rate, right? Like already 3-0 out the gate.
Yeah.
They're already getting close to virtually locking Worlds, which I'm sure, you know, like you're talking about, speaks to the fact that they will treat some of these series and be willing to experiment. I think it's not, we don't know for sure, but looking at that Game 2 draft, safe assumption that they were experimenting with the fact that the series wasn't on the line and want to try some things. And you can respect that with how much work they've already put in with the first two splits to nearly earn that World spot this early into our final split.
Yeah, I think it's important. I don't, that's not at all a criticism. I think it's something that you should do, especially coming up to the most important tournament. Oh, that's not a great flash from Hope. I didn't even see that. That is really, really bad. But coming up to the most important tournament of the year, if the meta stays or is similar enough that you can play this stuff and it be good. And to my knowledge, Riot hasn't said anything, I could be wrong, about drastically changing the bot lane to make it be marksman only. Yeah. So getting practice on this stuff is a good idea. Getting your flexes around, and I still think that draft in Game 2 was a good draft. It just didn't pan out. Internationally as well, like a lot of different teams in different regions are doing the same thing, are playing Silas bot or a Kali bot like we saw tonight, or like the majors that Viper's been picking. And it will be Viper player of the game for this game. I think that's pretty easy to say. I would vote him player of the series, to be honest. I think he had a great series. And that's not just ADC bias, although maybe a little.
It's definitely a little bit coming from me. I gotta be real. I'll always have a little bit of that bias for my boy Viper over there. And you know, I agree with you. We kind of felt like he deserved player of the game for Game 1, which was obviously a BLG win, and he earns it here for Game 3. See that he ends up grabbing 6 of the 8 votes there. So congratulations there to Viper, who is very funny, right? The first couple series, we saw the mages pop off. You shout out the Xerath, right? This series, he performs best on Ezreal and Ashe. So it's just kind of a nice reminder to everybody that for all of this, Viper's a really good mage bot player. He's played crazy stuff before in the past. He can do it whenever he really wants to. Kind of just shows how much of a complete AD carry Viper is, and maybe give us a moment to appreciate him, that he can look as mechanically gifted on these marksmen like we know him to be, and then he can pull out the mages and look and easily adapt to a very different meta at such a high level. And of course, with the Viper glaze going on, he earns the player of the match.
It looks so weird. It's like, oh yeah, what?
Who's that in the middle?
That's a bug, right? That's a mistake, surely. Yeah, I think that it's great for the game from a viewership perspective that these, like, you can play both, right? That it's not just it's Mel Ziggs every game, no Fearless, and you're just picking it every game, and that would be boring. But we're not. We didn't see any Mel or any Ziggs this game, which I don't think is super boring. I'm just saying. But some people have been complaining about it, so didn't see any of that. Saw some AD carries, get to see some fun mages sometimes, and Viper is kind of the premier guy, at least in the LPL, to bring out these picks. I'm keen to see what BLG continue doing with their drafting in the future. But for now, it's been some AD carries and a Kali.
And a Kali. That's Viper's day today. Ezreal's shift looked phenomenal. Ashe shift looked phenomenal. And then we'll let you guys judge the Akali game here. That will, though. Yeah, exactly. That will close out our opening week of what will be a pretty quick regular split here in the LPL. BLG are going to be one of 2 undefeated teams, one of only with 3 series completed. But before we conclude this very long day of awesome games, our 7-game day in our first week of the LPL, we have some very important thank yous to give out here at Jay Beto. So I would like to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, Gelati, and Andrea Durant. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. You, of course, can support us on Coffee. Doesn't even have to be that elite tier unless you'd like to hear us shout out your lovely name. Any sort of support would be very appreciated, as this is a fan-run broadcast. We are run solely by you guys watching, chatting, and, of course, our Coffee supporters. So I've always got to shout out the people that make our jobs possible here, Jay Betta.
Yep, it's very nice. It's an honor to be able to bring these games to people who want to watch, and it is very humbling to get anything for it, because I know a lot of people put in a lot of time, and you guys are suffering a lot less than I am with the time. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. It's very cool.
Well, Jack, let me just be the first to say it was very cool to get to cast with you again, my friend, for such a very fun series. We got the 3 games we were asking for, and it did not disappoint. BLG, take the 2-1. We're going to take a couple days off, much needed, as we get back into the swing of things of the LPL schedule that Jack alluded to he's already comfortable on, and us in North America need some adjusting time. That meaning the sun is out and I'm going to be going to bed, if that's the clearest way to say it. But of course, we will be off for a couple days from the LPL. Make sure to check out the LPL English podcast, though, if you want to see us throw out more of our crazy takes and interesting biases towards the LPL. But until then, make sure to stay locked to our socials to see when more LPL action will be coming your way. And until then, rest up, everybody, and take care.